Chapter 3176 Higher Rungs. Ves wished the MTA the best of success in realizing this utopian future. As a powerful organization, it could afford to chase after an impossible dream. He wasn't holding out hope, however. The challenges to creating a masterwork was so immense that it was too difficult to make them more accessible. Most people simply weren't good enough to touch this level of craftsmanship. What he did find interesting was that he learned a bit more about the division between the CFA and MTA. Many of the differences that Ves already knew, such as the preferences between mechs and warships, were basic disagreements that everyone in the galaxy took for granted these days. Few ever took the trouble to think deeper and figure out why exactly they committed to mechs or warships. Simple arguments such as "don't fix what ain't broke" and "mechs produce less collateral damage" were shallow answers that did not fundamentally explain the driving motivation behind these differences. Ves finally received an actual answer now. He and his fellow mech designers understood the purpose of the MTA and CFA a bit better now that Master Willix explained what masterworks were really about, and why that was one of the basic factors that separated the big two. Still, the odds were stacked against the MTA. The stodgy CFA was less inclined to embrace all of this nonsense, and continued to stick with humanity's tried and true approach that had already worked for millennia. Change was a lot more difficult to accomplish in times of prosperity. So far, no one had seen any proof that the current approach was flawed and wouldn't work any longer. What he and his fellow Larkinsons currently cared about was learning more about masterworks so that they could utilize their benefits to the fullest. Master Willix? Ves politely asked. Earlier, you spoke about how a masterwork expert like our Amaranto can increase the chances of ace pilots breaking through by more than 1000%. You also stated that masterworks of standard mechs don't make an appreciable difference in breakthrough chances. Given these observations, what are the chances of ace pilots breaking through to the rank of god pilot? Normally, he would never dare to ask such a profound and high-level question. Anything related to ace pilots and god pilots was so far above his head that he shouldn't even be thinking about them. He was too curious, though, and he recognized that this was a rare and precious opportunity to get some actual answers on what the upper end of mech design was about. Master Willix paused for a moment. Ace pilots are powerful human beings who distort and defy reality merely by existing. They belong to a higher tier of warriors who have worked hard and endured many risks to prove themselves worthy of their superhuman capabilities. Once an expert pilot makes the transition to ace pilot, a new world opens up. Ace mech design specifically with ace pilots in mind can allow them to exert vastly more power on the battlefield. However, the chasm between ace pilots is the widest that we know of. Ace pilots must overcome so many hurdles and work so hard to improve that our association has concluded that it is impossible for them to make the ultimate step through their own strength. Does that mean that every god pilot in existence today managed to break through by piloting a masterwork ace mech? Ves curiously asked. Not entirely, Willix admitted. There are special cases that I shall not discuss. In general, ace pilots will never be able to make any appreciable progress in moving beyond their current limitations if their mechs are still situated on the first rung of the ladder. They must have access to an ace mech that is at least on the second rung of the ladder to possess a slight chance of being able to overcome their remaining limitations and survive the metamorphosis that every mech pilot dreams of achieving. This was another massive revelation. Though it wasn't as relevant to Ves and his young clan right now, the value of this information would become priceless later on. Now that they knew one of the essential prerequisites to allowing ace pilots to progress further, they could specifically work towards improving this aspect further. How big are their chances, exactly? Ves followed up with another question. From the way that you have phrased your words, it sounds as if a masterwork ace mech is not quite sufficient. That is indeed the case, Master Willix said. As I have mentioned earlier, a human and a tool must be within a certain range of strength to foster greater strength. The second rung of ladder, namely masterworks, corresponds well with expert pilots, but the equation is different for ace pilots. While piloting a masterwork ace mech is better than piloting a perfunctory ace mech, it is ultimately not a good match. Ves, Gloriana, Juliet, and Kedis all widen their eyes as they realize the unspoken but obvious implication of this statement. Is there a third rung of ladder? Master Willix responded with a smirk. There is. This is a supremely high level of craftsmanship. None of you are close to attaining it, so do not even think about aiming for it. You have only touched upon the second rung of the ladder for now. Pull yourself up first before you think about touching the third rung of the ladder. Gloriana couldn't hold in her curiosity, though. What kind of mech designer is qualified to design a mech that meets the standards of the third rung of the ladder? The master mech designer slowly let out a breath. This is currently the exclusive domain of star designers. Only they are qualified to create grand works that far exceed the properties of masterwork mechs. Grand work? Yes. That is what we currently call any mech or work that has reached a level of quality that you can only dream about in your current stage. The word grand is colloquially used to describe great and ambitious endeavors, and in a way that also describes the mechs that can truly allow ace pilots to make the ultimate transformation and become a new form of existence. As for god pilots, their situation is special. How so? Master Willix did not immediately reply. It was as if she was contemplating whether she should throw the curious and eager Larkinsons another bone. At some point, she decided that it wouldn't hurt to broaden their horizons more. Do you remember when I said that humanity is a tool-using race? Our current paradigm with regards to this truth is that we humans are discrete from tools. When mech pilots step into the cockpit of a mech, they become one only in a symbolic manner. The separation between human and machine remains firmly in place. The only deviation occurs when the neural interface establishes a small line through the wall that separates the two. This connects the two sides together and allows them to cooperate to a limited degree. This all sounded normal to the Larkinsons, but then Master Willix presented a different model. Now what do you think will happen if we reduce the separation between man and machine? What if we blur the lines and integrate mech pilots with their mechs to a deeper and more fundamental degree? What the hell was Master Willix talking about? This sounded like a sick experiment. The last instance where Ves saw an example of a human merging with a mech was Uranus, and that ended up very badly for the Supreme Sage and the millions of innocent victims that had fallen victim to the uncontrollable biojuggernaut's rampage. Though we seek to strengthen humans, we never dismiss the value and utility of tools. Master Willix nonchalantly continued as if there was nothing wrong with what she said. The use of tools is not wrong as long as it is used to strengthen the human. With higher qualities of mechs, it becomes more and more possible to blur the lines between the two. The degree of fusion between god pilots and god mechs is an exceptional marvel to behold. God pilots can never lose their god mechs because he has become it in a sense. Ves and the others had practically grown numb with all of the shocking secrets they learned. They never knew that there were so many shocking secrets behind masterwork mechs. The fog obscuring the top had cleared up a lot, allowing the young journeymen to see what they were working towards with their successive masterwork successes. The jump from masterwork to grand work was evidently an immense leap in quality. If only star designers were able to create grand works, then it was no wonder why they were so highly revered in human space. Ves finally understood the full significance of a grand design. It was not just a description of a high-quality work, but was an actual quality standard that only the top of human society were able to handle. He decided to ask one more question. Since there is a third rung, is there a fourth rung? Master Willix maintained her current smile. Senfoven's ladder of craftsmanship currently defines 4 different rungs. I have already described 3 of them. We know they exist because we can make products that equate to each quality standard. As for the fourth rung, currently it is only inferred. It is said that the successful creation of a mech will shake the galaxy and start an entirely new epoch. She didn't say anything further about this topic. Her audience already received plenty of information for them to digest for many years. Eventually, Master Willix turned the discussion to a more relevant direction. Let us proceed to business. My colleagues have just completed their examination of the Amaranto. It shall be teleported back to your flagship in a short time. Ves truly felt assured now that Master Willix said that the MTA wasn't keeping his latest masterwork mech. The powerful creation was paired with Venerable Stark, so it would never be able to fulfill the function it was made for if it was taken away. Besides, the MTA had a strong interest in seeing Ves and his coworkers develop even more masterwork mechs. Master Willix and the other meshers couldn't treat their guests as dismissively as they did to other space peasants. Ves had finally gained some actual leverage. Though the relationship between him and the MTA was still heavily skewed, the latter had to be a lot careful about dictating terms to him. This was definite progress in his eyes. First, the merits. The master spoke. The value of a masterwork expert mech is much greater than you realize. However, the design is not completely yours. I, as well as Mr. S, has improved its parameters well beyond what you are capable of. We have therefore decided that we will grant your team a total of 5 million MTA merits, split equally between each of you regardless of your actual contributions. 5 million MTA merits. Receiving such a sum should have been a celebration to the Larkinsons. Yet with all of the interest surrounding a masterwork expert mech built by a bunch of journeymen, wasn't this too paltry? Willix raised her palm before Ves could open his mouth. Now, before you complain, the main reason why you will only receive 5 million MTA merits in total is because we have already granted you even greater rewards. What greater rewards? We decided to elevate you from the 12th tier of galactic citizenship to the 10th tier of galactic citizenship. This is a great leap that puts you on the same level as a common citizen of a first-rate state. This did not sound very impressive to Ves. He and his colleagues all looked confused. Was it really so impressive to jump from the lowest tier of galactic citizenship to something that was barely better? What difference did it make in practical terms? Ves seriously doubted whether anyone would take his elevated citizenship seriously when he was nowhere near the power level of a first-class mech designer. Chapter 3177 Extra Favors. Up until this point, Ves perceived no appreciable benefits from becoming a 12th-tier galactic citizen. Every journeyman mech designer who recently broke through was eligible to become one when they made their pilgrimages to one of the sector headquarters of the MTA. Though the meshers over there spoke about how noble and important it was for them to be recognized as proper citizens of the human galactic community, the situation was a lot different outside of their ivory towers. Pirates and enemies did not pay any heed to the fact that Ves was a galactic citizen. His 12th-tier citizenship did not give him more protection or granted him any meaningful rights. At most, his name was put in the huge list of people who were of some significance and couldn't be lumped in with the names of other space peasants. A jump by 2 tiers might sound impressive in other circumstances, but what kind of benefits did this bring? Ves had little regard for symbolic rewards. The 10th tier is a true reflection of your value to human society, Master Willix said, paying special attention to Ves. Although it is an unfortunate description of our society, the fact of the matter is that not every human is equal. There are some who can contribute more because of their higher degree of knowledge and capabilities. They are awarded with higher tiers of citizenships to reflect their relative importance and grant them greater access to the products and services that we offer. For example, one of the reasons why I have been authorized to tell you about masterworks and grand works is because you are more qualified to know about matters that we do not feel the need to divulge to lesser people. Well, that sounded elitist as hell, but VS understood why the Meshers thought that way. There were way too many humans, and the overwhelming majority of them were weak, poor, and inconsequential. It was too burdensome to provide excellent treatment to them all when they did not nearly give back to society as much as first-class citizens. According to their new tiers, VS, Gloriana, Juliet, and Keddies should be able to contribute as much as first-class citizens. VS thought this was completely wrong. He was sure that he had already provided a lot more useful information and other benefits to the MTA than what an average Terran or Rabarthan could ever accomplish. Just because first-class citizens were held in high regard didn't mean that all of them were geniuses. There were plenty of bums among them who completely wasted the opportunities they received in their lives and went on to screw around and leech lots of resources without ever thinking about paying back to society. It was too bad his other colleagues didn't think this way. Gloriana looked especially proud for receiving recognition for her value. What kind of expanded permissions will we receive? It will become more convenient for you to gain access to high technology, whether in the form of knowledge or ready-made products. You can use some of your newly earned merits to exchange for teleportation countermeasure devices, personal teleporters, or apply for permission to study neural interface technology. You can explore the full range of options in your own time. Willix waved her hand. VS felt a bit more mollified after he heard that. While he still needed to pay a price to obtain all of those goodies, it was already great that he had access to them as long as he had enough money or merits on hand. If VS ever wanted to lift himself and his clan up to first-class standards, then it was vital for him to phase in more first-class tech and knowledge over time. This was destined to be a long and gradual process because he didn't have the benefit of a spouse who was already at the height he aimed to reach. He seriously doubted he would survive after he informed Gloriana that he was thinking about marrying a first-class princess. Well, it was for the better. He didn't want to rely on others to uplift himself this time. His previous jump from third class to second class had given the Hexers plenty of ways to insert themselves in his life. This problem would become a lot worse if he repeated the same dance with Terrans or Rabarthans. Do we get anything else? VS asked. Or is that all? Master Willix looked quite unimpressed at him. Even if there are 9 more tiers in front of you, the status that you have gained is hardly matched by anyone in this region of space. Only masters and other highly distinguished individuals from the surrounding star clusters have received this honor. Many transgalactic organizations will provide you with much better treatment when you make use of their services. The treatment that you will receive will truly equal that of first-class citizens. Do mind that you are also expected to pay as much as them for many of the costlier and more exclusive services. All of this sounded rather vague to VS for the moment. He did not want to put too much hope on this reward until he actually tried to make use of it for real. Until then, he withheld his judgment. So far, the only reward he really cared about was the 5 million MTA Merit Award. Though it wasn't as high as he wished, at least it was better than nothing. Before I return you to your ships, you are allowed to make additional requests if you wish, Mazer Willix finally said. It is up to my discretion whether we will act on it or not. This is purely a favor to the 4 of you. It is also a small form of compensation for the disruptions that we have caused to you, so do not ask anything excessive. Gloriana had been waiting for this moment. She immediately pounced on the opportunity by issuing the request that had always been hanging in the back of her mind. Can you grant the Glory Seekers permission to make use of Luminar crystal technology? Yes. Master Willix immediately nodded as if she already expected it. However, make sure the tech does not proliferate beyond their control. If the Glory Seekers prove to be unable to handle this tech in a proper manner, then we will not hesitate to revoke this privilege. That sounded quite harsh, but Gloriana was more than happy with what she got. By asking for permission on behalf of the entire Glory Seekers rather than just her brother, she effectively secured a huge boost in strength for the expeditionary fleet. As long as the Glory Seekers kept traveling with the Larkinson clan, then the two of them combined would be able to unleash much greater damage at range. Juliet raised her hand. Can you give us permission to arm ourselves with weapons exceeding the limits of mechs? No. Willix immediately shut her down. That goes far beyond the scope of a favor. Dial back your demands. Well, it was worth a try. Even VS considered making this request before he judged that there was a 999.99 chance that Willix would say no. She had already said that bigger wasn't better, so why should she make an exception and allow the Larkinson clan to ignore the prohibition on warship-grade weapons? Then, can you give our clan a free trade writ in the Red Ocean? VS wanted to scratch his head. What the heck was this? It turned out that this was quite a serious favor, because Master Willix waited for almost a dozen seconds before she answered. Granted. We shall formally issue this writ to your clan when it reaches the Red Ocean. The writ will be in effect for 10 years before it expires. Given your galactic citizenship tier, any of you can apply to extend it by another 10-year term, but at a vastly inflated rate of 100 million MTA merits. We don't like giving out free trade writs, so you must convince us that you deserve an extension. VS almost grew sick when he heard this sum. 100 million MTA merits was enough to purchase another fleet beyond her ticket. Who the hell would be crazy enough to cough up so many precious merits, only to obtain this so-called writ that only made trade more convenient, or something? This was definitely a scam. As VS kept wondering what this writ was about, and why Juliet of all people had heard of it, Kedys issued her request next. She reached behind her and grabbed her floating greatsword that was currently resting in its scabbard. Can I make use of your facilities and stock of materials to upgrade and personalize my sword? Willix responded with a curt nod. I can only give you 3 hours. After that, the Hessarian Bardine must leave. Then please allow me to start straight away. Willix waved her hand, causing Kedys and Bloodsinger to teleport away from the workshop. She then turned to VS. What about you, Mr. Larkinson? This was such an open-ended opportunity that VS didn't know where to begin. Even if he couldn't be too excessive, there was still a huge amount of options he could choose from. What if he asked too little? He would probably regret the missed opportunity for the rest of his life. He did not rush his decision. So far, he already determined that he should skip any benefits that he could easily obtain by paying money or exchanging MTA merits. He could get his hands on material objects one way or another by himself. As for knowledge, while he was greedy to learn more about high technology, he already had access to the system. Therefore, anything which he could obtain through alternative channels was a bad choice. A much better use of this reward was to ask for something that people ordinarily couldn't ask from the MTA. Gloriana's request was a good example of that. When VS thought in the direction of rules, he began to narrow down his choices. Can you give me permission to sell my mechs to consumers through the MTA's trading platform for merits? Willix's answer was firm. No. Merits are non-transferable and should not be earned through barter. This is a long-standing principle that cannot be changed. VS had the idea that this wasn't entirely the case, but obviously he wasn't valued enough for her to grant an exemption. He tried to figure out another option. What if you give us protection while we're in the Red Ocean? I mean, you want us to make more masterwork mechs, right? We can't do that if we're dead. Can you give us a pass or something that will warn everyone else that they will immediately invite retribution from you if they attack our fleet? This was a more interesting request to Master Willix. However, she was limited by how much she could do in her position. We have had bad experiences with providing official protection to private individuals and organizations. The rules surrounding them have been tightened, and we generally do not do this anymore," she stated. "In light of the chaotic situation in the Red Ocean, we are prepared to give you a limited amount of cover. We will not extend protection to your entire clan, but it is much less problematic to extend it to just the 4 of you. For a duration of 2 years after you enter the Red Ocean, anyone who directly attacks you, restricts you, and so on will invite the heaviest punishment from our association." This was much less than VS hoped. Not only did it only cover 4 of them, it also expired in just 24 months. Still, VS shouldn't complain too much. The MTA was quite stingy about these matters, so this was already a considerable concession. "Thank you. I will be sure to take that all into account." "Good. Then this meeting has come to an end. I wish you good luck in your future endeavors, and do not hesitate to inform us if you have made any breakthroughs regarding interesting tech, original new methods, and developing more masterwork mechs. We must do our best to shift humanity's relationship with technology in order to prevent us from becoming slaves to our tools." Chapter 3178, Ketty's Sharp and Long Blade. 3 hours later, VS and his colleagues returned to the Spirit of Bentheim. They arrived with much fanfare as the Larkinsons were worried sick about them. Suspicious of being replaced by clones or well-trained spies who underwent a complete makeover, the guards firmly insisted on marching them to the medical bay in order to inspect that everything was in order. This was just an extreme precaution, as some things couldn't be faked. VS, Gloriana, and Ketty's all exuded strong and unique demeanors that every extraordinary being possessed. Juliet was a bit more low-key, but any penitent sister would be able to recognize their own kind. Most importantly, the Larkinson network fully recognized them as authentic Larkinsons. This was the most definite test of all, so the ship no longer maintained its heightened alert status. For this reason, the extensive medical examination focused more on trying to identify any hidden tampering. From changing the chemical balance of the brain to installing a secret microscopic listening device in someone's hip bone, there were an endless amount of ways to mess with people without ever letting them know. The doctors didn't find anything unusual, not that they expected to in the first place. If the MTA actually did something, then there was no way a bunch of second-raters would be able to find anything with their current tech level. "I don't think anything has happened," VS said as he swept his entire body with his spiritual senses. "Nothing is amiss or misplaced. I feel completely like myself." "Meow." Clixie concurred as she circled around V's ankles and sniffed his body. Though they still had to undergo more extensive checkups later, for all intents and purposes everything was back in order. When VS gathered the 3 journeymen together in an office in order to discuss what happened, he received a surprising announcement from Ketty's. "You did what?" "I bought a PP for myself," Ketty's calmly stated to VS. "When I first heard about them, I always wanted to obtain one myself. I want to give back to the Heaven's Word Association for guiding me to the true path of swordsmanship, but I can't do that if I am moving away from majestic teal. Now that I earned the merits for it, I decided to spend 1 million on a new PP so that I can thrust it in the middle of the Yana star cluster while the costs are still reasonable. I would have to exchange a lot more merits if I want to do the same thing when I'm already in the Red Ocean, as it costs a fortune to transport it back." VS didn't know how he should feel about this. He considered her merits to belong to the Larkinson clan's collective pot, as she only played a marginal role in the creation of their latest masterwork. Nonetheless, the merits were deposited in her account, and it would worsen his relationship with her if he demanded her to spend it on another cause, such as helping the Golden Skull Alliance obtain a Fleet Beyonder ticket. "Very well," he sighed. "If this is what you want, then it's all right. It's just 1 million MTA merits anyway. We've got more left to spare as they seem to rain down on us lately." The merits he obtained from teaching the MTA how to make enhanced luminar crystals and making a masterwork expert mech completely alleviated his MTA merit shortage. With one more mission in progress, Ves was completely confident that the Larkinson clan and its allies could afford to exchange a fleet beyond their ticket by themselves. "Hey, I'll do my best to contribute as much as I can in our subsequent projects," Kedis promised. "The Decapitator project is doing well, and after the Amaranto I have a lot of new ideas that can make it better. I will also do my best to strengthen the Vanguard project and the Chimera project as much as possible." Ves waved his hand. "I expect the best from you regardless of any conditions. As mech designers, it is natural to have favorites and to be more passionate towards certain projects, but don't neglect those that fall outside of your interest. We are professionals. If you don't like a project, then make that clear from the start. Once you are on board, you must always endeavor to do your best until you finish the job. This is what it means to be a service provider." Kedis rolled her eyes. "I already understand. You don't need to remind me. By the way, do you want to see what I did with my sword?" "I do. Look." When Kedis grabbed Bloodsinger and unsheathed it from its new and more robust-looking scabbard, a slightly slimmer but still heavy and substantial blade entered into view. The weapon exuded the sharp and distinct presence of Sharpe, lending the weapon a magnified sense of threat. Ves did not even dare to reach out with his hand to touch the flat side of the smooth and polished surface. Though Bloodsinger did not appear to have changed all that much compared to before, Ves was able to detect many different changes that made the weapon more sleek and streamlined. Tweaks. The original CFA greatsword that Kedis obtained from the Starlight Megalodon was already an excellent weapon, but it had become a lot heavier and more unwieldy after he and Kedis covered it with a thin but crucial layer of unending alloy. This allowed them to turn Bloodsinger into a prime weapon that paired well with Sharpe. From what it looked like, Kedis retained the unending alloy but pared back the materials that made up the original blade. He could see that Kedis also changed the hilt in certain ways. It looked a lot stronger and more specific as the sword master made use of the stock of quality materials the MTA had on hand to accomplish a better fit with her hand size, arm strength, and preferred fighting style. "I see you also ripped out every remaining electronic module from this weapon," he said. "I don't need all of those functions." She nodded. "Sharpe and I can take care of the rest. Bloodsinger just needs to be a solid, timeless sword that I can rely on in any circumstance no matter what is going on. Electronics can fail or become compromised, but a naked blade made out of good quality materials is always reliable." He could see that Kedis truly poured her heart and passion into reforging the Bloodsinger. She took a lot of cues from Gloriana and focused a lot more on fit, and made sure that each gram of metal served a useful purpose. At the same time, she also made sure to imprint her own identity and swordsmanship into the weapon as she reshaped it so that it belonged to her even more. He could sense how the weapon had become a bit more alive. By taking so much care of her weapon, it had become even more integrated to her. Over time, Bloodsinger would continue to bloom like his living mechs, especially now that Kedis added extra personal touches to the weapon. "Did you attempt to create a masterwork out of it after hearing Master Willix's lecture?" Ves asked as he looked up at his student. She let out a sigh. "I did my best, but I still fell short. I didn't have enough time and I wasn't familiar with all of the advanced tools and materials that the Hessarian Bardine's manual workshop had to offer. If I could just spend a week planning out a design based on all of the resources I had at my disposal, I could have done a better job." Ves reached out and patted her firm shoulder. "Those tools and resources aren't yours. For jobs like these, it's better to rely on the stuff you earned yourself. If you're not ready, then you're not ready. As someone who has made a few masterworks myself, you can never make one when you are underprepared and in a rush. Also, don't think that you are a failure if you haven't been able to meet your goal. My wife and I tried several times and didn't achieve any success for a relatively long time. It was a long time to the couple, but an extremely short time to a normal mech designer. A lot of mech designers would beat Ves in the face if they heard that he was complaining about not being able to make another masterwork after just 1 or 2 rounds of mech design projects. Kedis was a strong-minded woman, so she did not take the failure too badly. She sheathed Bloodsinger back into its floating scabbard and allowed it to fly freely. I never imagined that I would strongly agree with the MTA on anything, but I am fascinated with this so-called ladder of craftsmanship theory. I've heard much about legendary swords back when I was in the Heaven's Word Association. I think the Heaven's Word itself ought to be a masterwork. There are tales how every successive Heaven's Word saint that gets to wield the weapon is able to break through to Sword Saint. Part of that was undoubtedly due to the fact that the state selected the most talented and qualified sword masters to assume the highest office. The new people in charge already possessed a high chance of advancing once again. Once they got to wield the legendary Heaven's Word, which was a weapon of a quality beyond compare, their talent and capabilities were no longer constricted by their inferior weapons, allowing them to take a powerful leap forward. In fact, considering the exaggerated stories surrounding the Heaven's Word, it shouldn't be a normal masterwork. It was either a blade with a lot of unusual properties, or it might be a grand work. Ves inwardly shook his head. It was too soon for him to think about making grand works when he was so far away from consistently producing masterworks. He needed to learn how to walk before he could run. It's nice to know about how we can refine our craftsmanship, but don't get too obsessed about it. Don't think the end results are worthless when you have fallen short of your goal. A product is always useful even if it only reaches the first rung of the ladder. What I don't like about the ladder of craftsmanship is how it degrades everything that sits at the bottom. There are so many things around us that are considered trash in this model, but I don't think that simple products are bad at all. As long as they do their jobs within reason, they are still fine. The same goes for your sword. A better quality blade might serve you better, but your current one can cut someone apart almost just as well. Ves did not completely buy into Senfoven's ladder of craftsmanship. No matter how well it described the phenomena of masterworks and grand works, it was just an attempt to describe reality from a human perspective. Who knew what this Senfoven guy had overlooked when he initially proposed this theoretical model? After talking a bit more with Kedis, they eventually separated and went their separate ways. With everything that had happened today, they were in no condition to head to the design lab and start another routine design session. I need to gather my team and figure out how to go from here, Ves muttered. The MTA made a big movement, and he was sure that he had become a definite person of interest to the organization as a whole. It was no longer just Master Willix and her faction that had eyes on him and his capabilities. The only reason why the association did not press any further was because they mistakenly thought that Mr. S. already laid claim on Ves. If the Meshers thought that this mysterious person was merely a master, then that wouldn't have been a big deal. But now that they had proof that they were likely dealing with an elite and exalted star designer, then that was a different story. Ves was glad that it all worked out for him somehow, but he was not happy with his precarious situation. Only he knew that Mr. S. was a complete fabrication and that the MTA were basically making fools of themselves by believing in his existence. Perhaps I should go on another vacation when my current round of projects is done. Chapter 3179, Free Trade Writ. So what the hell is an MTA trade writ? When Ves returned to his official office, he leaned back in his chair and lifted his shoes to his desktop. He felt awfully stiff after staying aboard an MTA battleship for several hours, knowing that he was under a lot of scrutiny. Now that he returned to his own ship, he immediately felt at home and wanted to do nothing more than to relax for the rest of the day. He had a lot of questions, though. A lot had happened during his surprising visit, and he needed to get to the bottom of them quickly in order to make sure his clan would do well once it reached the Red Ocean. To do that, he called Shadarin Pernes first in order to get some answers. The foreign affairs ministers of the Larkinson clan looked surprised. "The Mech Trade Association actually extended a free trade writ to us, sir? Is it a permanent writ?" "It's not a permanent one. Master Willick seemed quite reluctant to extend it to us, so we can only enjoy it for a single decade before it expires," Ves explained. "Juliet requested one for the clan for some reason. Did she do us a favor?" "This is a massive favor, sir." "It is?" Ves raised his eyebrows. "If you have read up on the legal intricacies of operating in the Red Ocean, then you should know that the star systems under the control of the MTA or the CFA are one of the few places that are absolutely safe," Shadarin began. "They function as the military bases and launching points of the Big Two's invasion of the Red Ocean. As far as I'm aware, the indigenous alien empires that occupy the dwarf galaxy have never succeeded in dislodging the Big Two out of these key star systems. They're now known as central star nodes. I've heard a bit about them, but how do free trade writs fall into this picture? It's expensive to operate in a central star node. The MTA and CFA have heavily invested in their development, allowing them to raise its safety and infrastructure to impressive levels. This has also turned them into strong attractions, so much so that many people want to settle permanently in these paradises. That is obviously not what the Big Two has in mind, so they have implemented many measures to encourage people to go elsewhere." "What kind of measures are we talking about?" "You can broadly separate them into two categories. The first one encompasses taxes and fees. You need to pay a hefty sum to the Big Two for every day you spend in a central star node. Ships and other large assets incur fees as well. Then there are the taxes. There are high taxes for any transaction you make when you are in a central star node. No matter if you want to purchase fuel, raw materials, or finished mechs, the MTA or CFA takes a hefty cut out of every trade." "That sounds like a ripoff," Ves remarked. "It's not, in a way. The Big Two offer a trading venue with impeccable security. You won't have to worry about pirates swooping in to steal all of the goods or a trading partner reneging on a deal by employing violence. The Big Two will also guarantee every transaction so that you can have absolute confidence that a trade will proceed as agreed upon. You can't obtain such certainty if you conduct the same transaction in an empty star system or in some dingy little colony where the local owners are aligned with one of the parties." That indeed sounded rather sketchy. Strong and established states like the Heaven's Word Association and other second-rate states in the regions that the expeditionary fleet were traveling through didn't exist yet. Too little time had passed since the opening of the Red Ocean for alternative trade hubs to establish themselves. "What about the second category of restrictions?" "Oh, they are mainly laws and prohibitions that forbid the use of mechs and limits where people can live and stay. Visitors are heavily constrained in what they can do. If they run afoul of one of the prohibitions, then they can expect a steep fine and a direct passage out of a central star node. In fact, not just the occupied star system, but also a buffer zone around it are subject to restrictions." The Big Two wanted the incoming pioneers to explore the depth and breadth of the Red Ocean. This wouldn't happen if too many newcomers opted to shelter right under their umbrella. "So a free trade writ gives us an exemption to all of these trade barriers?" Ves guessed. "Not all, but some. We still have to pay hefty fees for each day we stay in the star system, and we cannot ignore the rules as we will, but what we can do is make direct transactions in a central star node without directly involving the MTA. While this means that they won't guarantee any private trades or crack down on any scams, we don't want to pay heavy taxes and fees either. This can make a huge difference in our profits. In fact, it will also allow us to attract a lot more customers as it is a lot safer to conduct trades in a central star node. I can imagine that weaker clients who aren't confident in their ability to protect themselves will eagerly embrace the opportunity to purchase mechs from us in a safe environment without paying at least 50% more. Ves understood the true value of a free trade writ now. For 10 years starting from entering the Red Ocean, the Larkinson clan could basically flog its products directly to consumers in huge, convenient hubs that were absolutely safe. This was a powerful advantage that could definitely allow the LMC's business in the Red Ocean to jump ahead of the competition. The only issue was that the Larkinsons had to convince potential customers that nothing funny was going on. As long as the LMC built up a measure of trust in this new mech market, then it could easily build up quite a following through selling powerful mechs at a cheaper price in a market environment that was a lot safer than anywhere else in the Red Ocean. This change had a lot of implications for the revenue-generating strategies of the Larkinson clan going forward. Although the writ only lasted for 10 years, the clan could do a lot with this advantage. It could rapidly build up its reputation as well as spread its products to a much wider audience. By the time the writ ran out, and Ves decided not to extend it by yet another time, the living mech sold by the LMC should have become popular enough that he no longer needed to undercut his competitors in order to gain traction in the Red Ocean's mech market. Shadarin Pernes was thinking along the same lines. We can take great advantage of our free trade writ to develop a fixed clientele and forge new friendships in the local scene. This will be crucial later on as it is very difficult to establish crucial trading relationships with organizations that either mine or distribute the raw materials we need to produce our mechs. That was an important point as the demand for resources was immense. Plenty of pioneers had a lot of money to throw around, but the scarcity in resources due to lack of exploitation and lack of transportation meant that pioneers would have to go through a huge amount of effort to obtain goods that people in the Milky Way could easily order by going on the galactic net. Shadarin's interest reminded Ves that the markets were a lot cruder and less developed in the Red Ocean. This presented a lot of opportunities to aspiring traders to build up crucial relations and establish a powerful presence in the local markets that would definitely pay off in the future. We can also use the free trade writ to engage in other direct transactions in a central trade node, Shadarin pointed out. Think about hiring personnel, stocking up on supplies and other activities that can quickly drain our cash reserves. There are so many goods a large fleet needs that it is difficult to source them in a location other than a central star node. We just need to convince the sellers or vendors to transact with us directly. This should not be a problem for you, I hope. The Foreign Affairs Minister looked confident. I look forward to the challenge. It is exciting to meet entirely different people who come from places much further away from us. Though it will be difficult at the start, it will become easier once we have built up an initial reputation. In newly established market environments where there are a lot of unknowns, reputation is more important than ever. I believe Chief Minister Raymond will be able to tell you more about how we plan to earn our keep in the Red Ocean. After they talked some more, Ves soon ended the meeting. Please write up a report on all of the potential ways we can use the free trade writ to our advantage. Discuss the matter further with the chief ministers. They'll handle this matter further. Understood, Patriarch. Ves was a mech designer. It was his job to design mechs that people in the Red Ocean wanted to buy. He could leave the other matters to the other professionals. Once Shadarin left his office, Ves sank deeper in his chair as he continued to think about what the clan should do once it reached the Red Ocean. The more he heard about it, the more he learned how difficult it was to start off with the right footing. Proper colony fleets did not have to worry that much at the start as they would likely be carrying all of the goods and supplies they needed to build an independent settlement from scratch. However, a fleet without colonial ambitions such as his own couldn't just find a random dirtball and stay there for a while. It also couldn't remain in a central star node forever despite possessing a free trade writ. The fees are too hefty, and we won't be able to obtain all of the resources we need to keep producing mechs, Ves surmised. This is especially the case if I go to the high-end mech market. The production capabilities of the Larkinson clan was substantial, but not enormous by the standards of the mech industry. The best way to make use of the spirit of Bentheim's production capabilities was to make expensive, high-quality mechs and sell them at higher markups. In order to make sure that such mechs performed well enough, they needed to incorporate quality components made with rare and not always accessible materials. Due to the high charges levied on every transaction, there were plenty of traders who refused to take the risk to ship their goods to central star nodes only to sell them at reduced costs, or wait a long time before someone was stupid enough to pay inflated prices. All of this meant that the Larkinsons would definitely have to travel around. This was also his original intention, as every pioneer wanted to explore the breadth and depth of the new galaxy. Who knew what kind of treasures or relics they could pick up on an unexplored planet? The more he thought about it, the more impatient he became. He didn't want to stay in the Milky Way any longer than he needed to be. Though there were plenty of interesting sights to see in the Bardo star cluster and surroundings, nothing could make his heart race more than to enter a whole new frontier that humanity had barely explored. New people, new locations, new mechs, new possibilities, less constraints. Ves knew that he would likely become a different person and a different mech designer if he traveled to the Red Ocean. Whether he would be better off was still in question, but he was more than willing to brave the unknown in order to expand his horizons. Chapter 3180, Aiming for Quality. Life went on after the surprise visit from the MTA. The expeditionary fleet continued to make its way out of the Bardo star cluster without receiving any more surprise visits. The Fermi star cluster was just around the corner. This was an important location despite the fact that the Lesser Beyonder Gate was situated in the Antilla star cluster that was just ahead. No one else but Ves knew that he had a very special reason why he needed to stop by one of the star sectors within the Fermi star cluster. With the system hanging over his head, he knew that it would probably get in big trouble if he passed by the smiling Samuel star sector without doing anything. Damn, I hope Shedarin is able to befriend a local guide who can take me to where I need to go. I don't want to have anything to do with these xenophobic dwarves. Visiting the Vulcan Empire had become a lot more complicated since the outbreak of the Crown Uprising. Though the Golden Skull Alliance hadn't experienced any further chaos after rooting out all of the suspected traitors, the same didn't apply to all of the other states that the expeditionary fleet was passing through. Some of them descended in the same upheaval that plagued the Ivina Federation where the Perness family came from. Others fell into outright civil war that caused a lot of planets to descend into chaos. This had nothing to do with the Larkinson clan, though. The expeditionary fleet had no reason to stop at a dangerous star system and venture to the inner system where it became a lot more vulnerable to attack. The three alliance partners had already stocked up on a lot of goods and supplies at Tallulah Silver, and could easily go on for several more months without lacking in anything. Thus the fleet soared forth as if it existed in a different plane from the rest of the galaxy. Everyone in the fleet became occupied by internal matters. For example, Venerable Stark took every opportunity she got to take the Amaranto out for practice. The design department conducted subsequent tests on its capabilities. Ves even set up a temporary semi-closed testing range to test out the Amaranto's other attack phases. Just as everyone hoped, the Amaranto's positron beam, the light beam, the kinetic beam, the cutter beam and the disruptor beam were capable of dealing a huge amount of damage in the right circumstances. When combined with the beam-bending resonance ability, Venerable Stark had a lot more options to choose from to make sure her resonance-empowered attacks hit the mark at surprising angles. What Ves and every other mech designer was really interested in was how its masterwork properties made it better. Though Master Willix provided the journeyman with a lot more context, she hadn't actually clarified the mechanisms that explained why mech pilots derived more benefits from piloting masterwork mechs. Neither the journeyman nor the assistant mech designers who received permission to look at the Amaranto up close had any clues. They just saw a really high-quality mech that was wonderfully put together. Of all the visitors who loved to stare at the Amaranto, Ves Larkinson happened to be the most frequent visitor. He always attempted to get as close as possible until the pressure emanating from the rifle was too much to bear. By containing a substantial amount of spiritual energy donated by the illustrious one, the Amaranto had also become a proper expert mech. This had the unfortunate side effect of making the exquisite expert mech unapproachable to anyone who didn't possess the mental fortitude to endure the thick and overwhelming glow, so that made it a lot more complicated to perform maintenance on the machine. Fortunately, the Larkinsons were already accustomed to handling prime mech, so the crews of mech technicians all knew they had to work through bots to perform many routine tasks. Despite the fact that Xanther had to maintain his distance, the Amaranto was big enough for him to provide a sufficient view from a distance. "Are you having fun?" Ves asked as he dropped by the hangar bay one day. "This rifle. I can barely understand why it is better than others." The mech design student softly spoke. "The more I look at it, the more I realize how much I need to work to reach this level. The design, the craftsmanship, the originality. Everything is so great to me that I don't know if I'll ever be able to catch up to your progress." Ves looked at the luminar crystal rifle himself and felt pretty proud of what he managed to cobble together in the span of a few months. "You're not even at the starting line yet. Everything seems wonderful and amazing to you at your current age. It's okay to admire the great works of others, but don't let your envy and lack of ability consume you. From the moment you decide to become a mech designer, everything you do must in some way be conducive to your chosen career path. Staring too much at the Amaranto's weapon won't make you a better mech designer. You have already spent enough time here to gain enough inspiration. What you need to do is to process these gains so that you can make your own weapons." "How can I do that knowing that my first work probably won't be more than a fraction as good as your work?" Ves sighed and shook his head. "This is how every novice and apprentice feels. You know what? Even I feel envious of the capabilities of master mech designers. Yet do you see me study their works obsessively? Am I designing my mechs based on the design choices made by other mech designers? No. That's because I am following my own path. While I have an affinity for luminar crystal technology, energy weapons are not my forte. They can be yours, though. If you commit to specializing in energy weapons and more specifically luminar crystal weapons, then you'll be able to catch up to me eventually. It might take a decade or two, but you'll definitely be able to pass me by as long as you persist." Ves had to make sure that Xanther kept heading in the right direction. He didn't want to go through all of this trouble only for his investment to crash and burn. Once he finished with encouraging Xanther to think about his own work rather than wishing he was someone else, Ves took a proper look at his handiwork himself. He didn't blame Xanther and other mech designers at all for admiring the majesty of the Amaranto. It was clearly a notch above the Quint and his previous masterworks due to the fact that it started off as a powerful expert mech right away. What Ves was most interested in was figuring out why expert masterwork mechs was so helpful to the progression of expert pilots. As a clan leader with ambitions, he wanted his expert pilots to prosper as much as possible. He also felt it was his duty as a mech designer to facilitate the growth of expert pilots that depended on his products. Besides, our clan would definitely experience a huge jump in strength and prestige if we have an ace pilot within our ranks. Though he was not as obsessed about it as the Crossers, it was undeniable that the Larkinson clan would definitely be able to do more if it proved to be powerful and capable enough to retain its own ace pilots. Yet in practice few expert pilots ever succeeded in becoming a coveted saint, or half-god, or whatever they were called in different circles. A good warrior must be matched with a good weapon. Ves agreed with this statement. It not only matched his own observations, but also matched with his overall design aspirations. His entire design philosophy revolved around achieving greater symbiosis between man and machine. It made complete sense that this could better be achieved if both sides stood at the same height, or rung of the ladder. The way he contextualized the ladder of craftsmanship and how better quality mechs offered greater assistance was to equate them to mech pilots that were able to transcend their limits and become greater than humans. Just like how regular mech pilots were able to advance to expert pilots, ordinary mechs were capable of advancing to masterworks. This was not a perfect comparison, though. It was extremely rare and extremely difficult to transform an existing mech into a masterwork mech. By far, the most cases of masterwork mechs coming into existence was when they were just completed. The mech isn't responsible for enabling it to break through. The mech designer or people who are making it are the ones who have to do all of the hard work. Mechs were mechs. They couldn't do anything on their own. It was up to the humans that made them and used them to make them strong and help them grow stronger. This was a lot of effort, and in most cases the mechs never came close to reaching the second rung of the ladder. The biggest hindrance that prevented the MTA from realizing its dream of ushering a new paradigm where technology made people stronger instead of weaker was that it took way too much effort and skill to make masterworks. Only the top mech designers of human civilization were able to make consistent masterworks. This suggested that a high degree of spiritual development was essential for any creator to make a masterwork on a consistent basis. This was another consequence to the fact that humans were spiritually deficient by nature. It took extreme effort for mech designers to defy their natural weaknesses and reach a state where they have completely climbed up to the second rung of the ladder. Then they have to do it all over again. Ves twitched his mouth. Beyond masterwork was grand work. According to Master Willix, he shouldn't even begin to think about them until he reached Star Designer. From how much she hyped them up, they must surely be powerful and extraordinary enough to put masterworks firmly in the dirt. It's like the jump from expert pilot to ace pilot. There is an enormous gap in between them, but if someone ever manages to bridge it, then the rewards are massive. Just thinking about it already made Ves despair a bit. The road to becoming one of the best mech designers in the galaxy was so long and difficult to traverse that he felt a bit like Xanther for a moment. Fortunately, he was a lot more mature than his student and possessed plenty of confidence. He quickly reined in his emotions and focused more on the immediate picture. I should just think about how to do more masterworks first. I might not obsess over them as much as my wife, but it is still essential for me to get a grip on them. The sooner I climb up to the second rung of the ladder, the smoother my journey to Star Designer becomes. He had gained an extremely crucial clue from Master Willix yesterday. Every Star Designer should be capable of developing grand works, so being able to make products of extremely high quality was probably one of the prerequisites to reaching it. If Ves was able to get a good grip on this ahead of time, then he had one less problem to worry about when he got older. How can I increase my chances of making masterwork mechs? He wondered. This was a daunting question and one that many mech designers had asked. If masterworks were products that transcended their limits, then trying to make them right off the bat was as impossible as trying to augment a growing fetus so that the baby came into the world as an expert pilot instead of a regular child right from birth. This is an impossible challenge. Chapter 3181, Outlived Usefulness. Ves put the issue of masterworks aside for the moment. He was too far away from making a deliberate masterwork. Though he already possessed a considerable advantage due to his prior successes, the base chance of creating a masterwork was still low for him. The only instances where he came close was if the stars aligned. In this circumstance, he should stop dreaming and focus on more attainable goals. The first expert mechs of our expert pilots don't have to be masterworks. While it certainly helped with accelerating their progress, they weren't essential until the expert pilots had reached the limits of their progression. If they were on the cusp of becoming an ace pilot, then there were other factors that also determined whether they could break through. They were not completely hopeless. Still, if Ves wanted the Larkinson clan to grow stronger and field ace pilots that were the only adequate choice to fight against other ace pilots, then he should not forget about this matter entirely. Currently, our expert pilots are still in the early stages, so they don't need any extra assistance. It is only when they approach the stage of Patriarch Reginald Cross that they truly need a masterwork to help them advance. It would take many years or even decades before people like Venerable Joshua and Venerable Janzi reached that point. Ves would probably be a much better mech designer by then, so any solutions he came up now would probably be hopelessly outdated in the future. There were 4 major benefits of making a masterwork expert mech this early. First, Ves and any mech designer involved in its creation gained an increased affinity for mechs that measurably improved the quality of their subsequent mech designs. Second, masterwork mechs performed better in battle. Even the smallest difference could tip a duel in the favor of the Larkinson clan, so Ves did not look down on any gain no matter how little had actually changed. Third, mech pilots progressed much faster when paired with a mech that was closer to their level of extraordinary status. Senfoven's ladder of craftsmanship essentially implied that each of the 4 rungs of the ladder corresponded to the different ranks of mech pilots. Maybe that's also why they think that there is a 4th rung. The first one corresponds to regular mech pilots, the second one to expert pilots, and the third one to ace pilots. Since we know that god pilots exist, there has to be a standard of mechs that fully complement their own strength and capabilities. Fourth, the design department didn't have to start a new expert mech design project that was expensive, time-consuming, troublesome, and had a high chance of failing to achieve masterwork status. All in all, everyone still benefited hugely for every masterwork expert mech the design department managed to make in this early stage of the Larkinson clan. I'll just see where our next projects will take us, he decided. From his own experiences, any project completed shortly after a successful masterwork mech creation usually turned into duds. Part of that had to do with lack of accumulation. Over the course of designing his mechs, Ves encountered many problems which he wasn't able to solve but always lingered in his mind. By piling them up, his brain became filled with so many different ideas that all of them started to blend and mix. At a critical moment, the dam eventually burst, and all of these started to fall into place and make sense. It was difficult to describe this phenomenon, but Ves vaguely thought that it would not be possible for him to make another masterwork mech unless he completed more projects the regular way. Work on the mech design projects resumed. Right now, Ves and his wife decided to work on the Vanguard project and the Decapitator project at the same time. They both had a lot of elements in common. They were melee offensive expert mechs that possessed relatively balanced parameters and faced many of the same threats. Many of the solutions developed for one of the expert mech designs could also be applied to the other one after a bit of adaptation. That said, the 2 projects had plenty of differences. The Vanguard project possessed a bulkier frame as it required more all-round protection in order to crash into and crack open prepared enemy formations. Whether it fought in space, in the skies, or on land, the Vanguard project was supposed to embody its code name and lead the charge against the enemy. As a result, the Vanguard project sacrificed both speed and agility in favor of obtaining better protection. There was only one issue that constrained the ambitions of the mech designers. We don't have enough unending alloy to offer thick and solid projection over the entire frame of our expert spearman mech. It is an excellent material, but we don't have enough to make liberal use of this material, Gloriana noted to an audience of recently recruited assistant mech designers who were ready to perform some light and easy tasks in the design labs. She pointed at a projection that highlighted multiple layers of external surfaces. This is why we have opted to go for a 2-layer armor system in which unending alloy will comprise the inner layer. While we would have wanted to use it as the outer layer, that is not ideal because the armor coverage will have to wrap over a larger volume, and therefore use up more materials. Though unending alloy is ridiculously strong compared to any other material we have access to, it can still melt or break when subjected to sufficient damage. Making the armor plating as thick as we can manage will prevent that from happening. The Vanguard project therefore stood out as a unique expert mech among the current batch due to its much less impressive outer layer, made out of briar alloy. Though the Larkinsons could have opted to employ a better and more resilient material for the outer layer, the mech designers anticipated that the Vanguard project might get into frequent scrapes. Due to its prominent function, it was destined to get banged up each time it fought a battle. Briar alloy happened to be a material that the Larkinson clan could easily get a hold of. In fact, it was rather suspicious how a regular supply of an alloy that wasn't produced in large amounts in the galactic rim kept filling up the cargo holds of the Larkinson fleet. This was yet another one of those little oddities that the Larkinsons gradually took for granted. As long as the Patriarch told everyone that they didn't need to worry about it, there was no point in continuing to dwell over the issue. To be honest, briar alloy is a fine material, but it falls a little short when employed as the primary material of the armor system of an expert mech, Gloriana admitted. That also makes it cheaper and easier for us to replenish, so it is not all bad. In certain circumstances, it can even fool our enemies into thinking that the Vanguard project is one of our more fragile expert mechs when its inner layer of unending alloy actually provides excellent protection to its internals. The Vanguard project was designed to be loud and attention-grabbing. Its threat level had to be high enough to compel enemies to invest significant assets in order to stop it from rampaging. However, the biggest and most painful compromise the mech designers had to make was its ability to outfight other strong opponents. Due to the overall bulk of the Vanguard project, it doesn't react as quickly as the slimmer mechs, and it is less able to dodge and reposition itself at close range. The Spearman mech's flexibility and range of motion is also more limited due to the need to cover its joints. If it is ever forced to duel against another expert mech, then it will likely have to trade injury for injury in order to achieve victory. Out of all of the Larkinson expert mechs, the Vanguard project would likely be the one that accumulated the most scars. It would also be the expert mech that was most likely to get demolished first. All of this dampened her enthusiasm for his project a little bit. She wasn't able to muster the same degree of enthusiasm for his project as last time, which was a shame because she really wanted to repeat her earlier success. The more masterwork mechs she made, the more the Larkinson clan was equipped to protect her future daughter. What of the Decapitator project, ma'am? That is Ketty's pet project, so she can tell you more about it. Gloriana grinned. It's a much more exciting if risky expert mech design. The Decapitator project is supposed to be a flanker, which means it trades protection for mobility. Its offensive power is higher as well as it needs to be able to exert enough mechanical strength to swing its great sword. While the mech doesn't fare well against direct attacks, its superior mobility allows it to dodge and evade the worst incoming attacks. Progress on the Decapitator project picked up immensely after completing the Amaranto. Since that was the first time Ketty's participated in the fabrication of a masterwork mech, she received a substantial boost in her ability to design a mech. This had made her remarkably eager to apply all her new methods and solutions to the expert mech she cared about the most. The Decapitator project became a bit faster, a bit stronger, and a bit sturdier as Ketty's and the other journeymen utilized their newfound gains to turn it up a notch. As Gloriana was attempting to bring the recent recruits up to speed, Ves met with Ketty's in order to discuss the design of the great sword at his personal workshop. They were currently looking up at the Bright Sword Prime. The mech had to be broken down sooner or later so that the design department could reuse the precious unending alloy incorporated in the Prime mech. It's going to be a shame to dismantle this mech. Kedis sighed. The mech doesn't deserve it. In the hands of an expert candidate, it can still do great things. Can't we just strip the current armor plating and put in briar alloy plating in their place? That's too much work, Kedis. First, unending alloy isn't just used to wrap up the mech. A large portion of the internal structure right down to the core parts of the internal frame are made out of unending alloy as well. We have to disassemble the entire mech regardless in order to strip out all of this precious material. Putting it back together without unending alloy is difficult because briar alloy and many other materials aren't as strong. Their density and so on are so different that we need to make thicker structural elements in order to make the mech work again. They would have to design the Bright Sword Prime in order to accommodate the thicker support structure, and that was a huge pain for just a single mech. Kedis got the message. It was too impractical and not worth it for the Larkinson clan to invest resources to preserve the Bright Sword Prime. The Bright Sword Prime and the other first-generation Prime mechs were always meant to be stopgap measures, Ves said. Though I value them and appreciate what they have done for us, we shouldn't let sentimental reasons get in the way of doing what is best for our clan. We designed and made these mechs to protect the clan. If we allow it to become a hindrance to this goal, then that is a grave mistake. Kedis didn't understand why Ves could think that way when his design philosophy was all about treating mechs as living equals to humans. However, Ves saw no contradiction in this case. Some mechs are more precious than others, Kedis. They are designed with a specific purpose in mind, and it has to make sense for us to keep using them. We don't have any room to put weak and outdated mechs into retirement homes. The best way they can serve the clan is to give up their existence and allow the materials they are made of to help in the production of better, stronger mechs. Can't you do anything to preserve life within this prime mech? Kedis asked. I mean, you're good at manipulating life, right? Why not transplant the life in this prime mech to the Decapitator project? Won't that be a good way to preserve all of the progress that Venerable Dice had made so far in nurturing the Bright Sword Prime? It's a lot better than starting from scratch. This was an intriguing idea. Chapter 3182 Constant Design Work. Kedis presented Ves with an interesting option. If they were insisting upon disassembling the Bright Sword Prime in order to recycle its unending alloy, why shouldn't they go a step further and recycle its spiritual foundation as well? When Ves studied the dormant Prime mech with his spiritual senses, he could feel the growth it experienced after many months of use. It already experienced a huge transformation during the Battle of Reckoning, and had become firmly imprinted by Venerable Dice. Was it viable to transplant all of this spiritual development from the Bright Sword Prime to the upcoming Decapitator project? Ves had to think deeply about it before he could muster up an answer. He eventually shook his head. It's an interesting idea, but it wouldn't be fair to the newer mech. Let me give you an example. I have a daughter on the way. She's a completely new life that is well on her way to experience the wonders of life from a pure and unblemished perspective. Now, do you think it is right to just erase or kill this newborn consciousness and replace it with yours or someone else? This was quite an extreme analogy. Kedis frowned as she immediately repulsed at the thought. That would clearly be wrong, she admitted. I don't think the two situations are comparable, though. A mech isn't alive until you make it. What if you build the mech around the life of an existing mech from the start? That way, a new life won't be able to form. Ves shook his head. There are other problems. Transplanting an old life in a new body will doubtlessly lead to compatibility problems. The fact of the matter is that the Bright Sword Prime is a vastly different mech from the Decapitator project. Their properties and fighting style are only superficially similar. In truth, the changes are so much that reusing the foundation of an old mech into a much different one will lead to a lot of inefficiencies that will ultimately deprive Venerable Dice from getting the support she needs to make the most out of her expert mech. In his understanding, The Decapitator project also needed to start from scratch because the Bright Sword Prime was originally derived from the Bright Warrior design. This made it so that the Prime mech never fully matched with Venerable Dice. Bringing it over would just preserve this flaw and waste some of the Decapitator project. The Expert Swordsman mech was the first mech designed by the Larkinsons that fit Venerable Dice from the ground up. The compatibility between the finished Expert mech and the Expert pilot should be 100% or close to it. VS believed this was an essential standard that any Expert mech had to meet. Kedis brought up one more argument, though. You say all of that, but you've already decided to preserve the current version of the Shield of Samar by transplanting its life over to the Bulwark project. Isn't this exactly what you said you wouldn't do, VS? VS smirked. Nice try, but it's not the same. Unlike the other Expert mech design projects, the Bulwark project was explicitly set up as an upgrade project, not a completely new design project. It is a different approach that expressly seeks to transform the Shield of Sama rather than replacing this old mech. In this particular case, a new living mech will never form because it was never meant to birth one in the first place. In the end, Kedis accepted the need to clean up the old in order to make way for the new. With cargo space at a premium, there wasn't any room to store the remains of old and decommissioned mechs. Still, Kedis' attempt to persuade VS to preserve an old but loyal living mech put him to thought. Despite what he said, he did feel sympathy for the Bright Sword Prime and the other Prime mechs that the design department needed to dismantle in order to make way for newer and better machines. Now that he thought about it, didn't he already possess a ready-made resting for old and broken mechs? We put all of the remaining parts of the Bright Sword Prime and our other decommissioned mechs onto the graveyard, he told Kedis. In that way, our loyal machines will be with us and can be of service to us in another way. She looked a lot less troubled after hearing that. I suppose that is the best we can do for this old mech. They returned to work after this. The reason why they brought the Bright Sword Prime to the Mech Workshop in the first place was to study its great sword and see if they could derive any lessons from it that they could apply to the newer sword wielded by the Decapitator project. I think we should keep this sword and modify it into a different and more suitable form, Kedis suggested. Unlike the Prime mech itself, this sword is already highly similar to the weapon design I have in mind for the Decapitator project. Also, its use will largely be the same. We just have to adjust it to take the properties of the Decapitator project into account while also integrating Bissonate in its structure. These were substantial changes, but her idea was still valid. VS thought about it for a moment and decided to agree to her request. Swords and any other weapons don't have to be shackled to any single mech. In fact, it is rather normal for weapons to be interchangeable. Expert mechs are different, but I don't see as much of a problem here. Great! Kedis grinned. If we do this, then we will be able to transfer over at least some portion of Venerable Dice's old Prime mech. The new design she had in mind did not differ too much from the old one, but to a specialist like her, the shift was a huge upgrade. What kind of sword style is the sword and mech supposed to execute, exactly? VS asked. I've heard that Venerable Dice has been hard at work in trying to refine and develop her own sword style. Will she still fight like a normal sword maiden, or has she already set off on a different path? The latter is the case. She's a sword maiden, but she's also her own person, so it is only right for her to develop her own sword style. She's been doing that in consultation with myself and the Heavenswarders. As a mech pilot, she favors rapid, overwhelming assaults over steady, plodding duels. She's a hunter by nature, and she wants to pilot a mech that can best allow her to get in, decapitate a powerful enemy mech and get out before she can be cornered. Mobility and momentum is very important to her for that reason. That sounds like a Lancer mech but with more lateral maneuverability, he commented. I can see why you think that, but the Decapitator project should also be capable of dueling tough opponents if necessary. It's not ideal, though. In a major battle, venerable dice would rather cheat than play fair and fight honorable duels. We're a bit different from the Heavenswarders in this way. The Sword Maidens were originally pirates who had spent decades doing their best to survive under harsh circumstances. That meant that they were a lot more practical and willing to do whatever it took to win a battle. Mechs designed for honorable duels possess different traits than mechs explicitly designed to take advantage of enemy weaknesses. When Ves studied the current design of the Decapitator project, he got the impression of a ruthless swordsman mech that wasn't interested in honorable knightly combat. Even if it was locked in a duel, it would do everything in its power to create an advantage and decapitate an opponent by any means necessary. Kedis was responsible for the mechanical design of the Decapitator project. She largely determined the overall shape and proportions so that it best corresponded with Venerable Dice's newly developed sword style. She even worked together with Gloriana to optimize and increase the efficiency of these elements. While Kedis understood swordsmanship and Venerable Dice's sword style the best, Gloriana was a lot more adept at refining the enthusiastic swordmaster's implementation. Weeks slowly passed as the entire design department quietly worked to finish the remaining expert mech designs. During this time, many changes took place. The Larkinson clan had slowed down its growth but improved in many other ways. Headed by 3 proactive chief ministers, the various institutions of the clan had already completed a lot of reforms. The lives of average Larkinsons improved, and there was much more to do in the fleet these days. The Glory Seekers in the Cross clan were also undergoing changes as they had to make preparations to enter the Red Ocean. Unlike the Larkinson clan, the 2 lesser partners of the Golden Skull Alliance did not possess a lot of capital ships. This was a big problem as they would have to dump all of their sub-capital ships once they reached the Beyonder Gate. Under the current circumstances, it was extremely hard for both groups to acquire additional capital ships. However, either of them had requested any help from the Larkinson clan, which led the Black Cats to suspect that they were already working on a plan to solve this issue. As the expeditionary fleet continued to cut its way through the Bardo Star sector, it did not stop over in any star system. The 3 alliance partners still had plenty of supplies, and even if some of their resources were running low, they could always place orders ahead of time and receive their shipment brought by specialized transport companies. After 3 months of constant design work, both the Vanguard project and the Decapitator projects were nearing completion. Since they were substantially more robust and more complex machines than the Dark Zephyr and the Amaranto, the 2 offensive melee expert mechs demanded a lot more time to fill up their entire designs. Then the mech designers had to test and optimize all of these elements, and that ate up a lot of time. During this time, 2 major events took place. First, the expeditionary fleet smoothly left the Bardo Star cluster behind. The Larkinsons, Glory Seekers and Crossers entered into a somewhat tense new place as the entire Fermi Star cluster seemed to have been a bit more badly affected by the Crown Uprising than other regions in the galactic rim. Second, and most importantly, Gloriana's belly had swelled to a noticeable proportion. No matter what dress or uniform she wore, there was no denying that she was carrying a child. Meow. Clixie rubbed the side of her cheek against Gloriana's belly during a typical morning. Meow. Lucky, who had finally returned from the blinding banshee, looked a bit bewildered at the sight. He was only gone for a few months and already Gloriana looked completely different. Ves yawned and stretched his arms before picking up Lucky. Haven't you ever seen a pregnant woman before? Meow. He ignored his recently returned gem cat and reached out to press his hand on Gloriana's belly. Different from the earlier stages, Ves felt an immediate reaction that felt warm and intimate in a way that was indescribable. You've grown so much. You're almost ready. He smiled. After so many days of injecting spiritual energy in his already spiritually augmented child, her spirituality had already grown a lot more formidable than most adults. It was still in a pure and pristine state that did not exhibit any blemishes, so Ves wasn't too worried about robbing his child from her childhood. Her brain development simply hadn't caught up to that point yet. His efforts merely gave his growing baby an immense head start. No other parent was capable of bestowing spiritual potential to a child. It was too bad that this method wasn't valid to people who were already born. If that was the case, then he would have had a much easier time empowering the people he favored. Oh well. His daughter had already come very close to reaching the level of strength where Ves could safely grant her a companion spirit seed. Just a few more days. Chapter 3183, Boar and Leopard. We are nearing the star sector where 2 of our commissioned capital ships are being built, Gavin reported to Ves during a routine morning briefing session. Ever since the chief ministers performed their duties, the duration of these sessions had become a lot shorter. Gavin stopped reporting about smaller-scale issues that were already being taken care of by the other officials within the clan. Ves just wanted to be kept apprised of the general trends and high-level decisions that directly impacted his own possibilities. He didn't want to wake up one day and find out that the chief ministers sold the spirit of Bentham or something. I remember, he answered after a short while. Vivian Tsai told me that the clan had contracted a shipbuilding company situated somewhere in the Cin Beta Star sector. Gavin nodded. That's correct. According to the latest status reports, the Diligent Ovenbird's hull is fully built and just needs more electrical and internal installations before she can begin her trials. The Gorgonin is a bigger and much more substantial capital ship and will need a bit more time before her hull is done. Has anyone tried to steal our orders during this time? Ves critically asked. The Cin Beta Star sector is not that far away from the Beyonder Gate that is situated in the next star cluster. I can imagine that there are lots of aspiring pioneers who badly need a capital ship and can't resist exerting pressure on the shipwrights that are currently finishing our future assets. You don't have to worry about that problem, boss. Gavin smirked. Minister Shadarin has subtly conveyed your strong ties to the shipbuilding company and anyone who might have designs on our orders. Hardly anyone in this region of the galaxy is courageous enough to mess with the property of a Tier 10 galactic citizen. Ah. Yes. Our strong ties to the MTA. Useful that. Ever since Ves and his fellow journeymen created their first masterwork expert mech, their status had clearly changed. Though the meshers were kind enough to suppress the news about their accomplishment, some of the changes couldn't be hidden. The public records of Ves and the other 3 journeymen of the Larkinson clan clearly state that they had recently been promoted to Tier 10 galactic citizenship. This was a huge and abnormal jump. Unless Ves somehow managed to hypnotize the MTA, he and his colleagues must have done something drastic that earned a lot of appreciation from one of the big 2. Therefore, it wasn't his upgraded galactic citizenship tier that intimidated rivals. What people were actually wary about was messing with people who currently received the MTA's favor. So if everything is going well, we should be receiving the Gorgonin and the Ovenbird in a couple of months? Yes, boss, though the exact timing depends on how much time it will take for us to complete your side business. You mean our little excursion to the lovely little smiling Samuel Star sector, Benny? Ves smirked. Yes, that. Gavin trailed. Boss, I don't often question you these days, but are you sure it is wise to divert our fleet and enter an empire that does not look kindly on normal humans? Hey, no matter what these dwarves want to do, they don't live in a galaxy where they are dominant. Even if they want to screw us over, they have to get through our entire fleet first. Dwarf mechs fall just as easily as normal humanoid mechs. About that, I don't know if the Glory Seekers and the Cross clan will want to join you on this trip. According to Shedaren, our two allies have serious misgivings about entering the Vulcan Empire. There is nothing that the dwarves can offer to them, so they would rather skip this detour and resume our journey to the Tarnished Crown Star sector. This sounded like a big problem. Part of the reason why the expeditionary fleet did not encounter any disturbances was because it was too damn strong. Neither private nor public forces ever thought about messing with the Golden Skull Alliance because the price of attacking their passing fleet was too great. Though the Larkinson army by itself was already more than strong enough to fend off most threats, the absence of thousands of additional mechs made it a lot more realistic to launch an attack. This was not good news to Ves, as he did not want his forces to appear weak when he entered the Smiling Samuel Star sector. "Will they split from us?" Ves asked. "Surprisingly, it doesn't look like Glory Seekers and Crossers will go through with their threats to move on ahead to the Beyonder Gate and wait for us to arrive," Gavin replied. "First, they will become a lot more attractive targets themselves if they no longer combine forces with the Larkinson army. Second, they want to stay in our good graces. The primary mission of the Glory Seekers is to protect your wife, so they can't just ignore that. The Hexers also believe in the Superior Mother and your ties to her, so Shedaren judges that the Glory Seekers will stick with us regardless." "What about the Cross Clan, Benny?" "That's a more complicated issue. The rank-and-file Crossers have no stomach to follow us into the Vulcan Empire, but the leaders think differently. Patriarch Reginald and Professor Benedict are highly in favor of you and don't want anything to happen to you. We can rely on that dynamic to drag them with us into dwarf territory, though they won't be happy with us at all. Relations between us will definitely become strained for a time." These were major downsides. Considering that they had fought and bled alongside the Larkinsons, this was not the right way to treat his allies. Yet Ves didn't have much choice. He was not about to let an opportunity to complete one of the system's long-stalled supply missions disappear. The system urgently needed the Timpala steel that Ves had buried in the star sector long ago. Stuck between choosing whether he should piss his allies or piss off the system, Ves resolutely chose the former. At least the Glory Seekers and the Cross Clan weren't directly tied to his life. Relations could be mended and friendships could be regained. It was a lot harder to survive the consequences of the system's wrath. "I know you don't understand, but you don't need to. I have business in the Vulcan Empire and I will head over there even if everyone else in the fleet leaves me behind," Ves stated in no uncertain terms. These days, Ves didn't need to come up with any spurious excuses. His power and prestige had reached such a level that he didn't have to depend on anything else to have his way. It also helped that he cultivated a reputation for eccentricity. Everyone knew that the Patriarch was both brilliant and unconventional. He displayed so many idiosyncrasies that one more oddity should not be a surprise. Still, this decision was a bit more extreme than others. There was no doubt that his incessant desire to venture deep into the Smiling Samuel Star sector was straining many people's tolerance. The two talked a bit more about the preparations for the upcoming trip. The MTA's permit, along with Shedarin's efforts to find a local guide that didn't hate humans as much, made the trip a lot safer. Ves smiled and leaned back against his chair. "If there is one benefit to entering Smiling Samuel, it's that the Crown Uprising has hardly affected the dwarves. Even the terrorists look down on their kind. This has caused the Smiling Samuel to be a rare beacon of calm in these turbulent times. Though there was plenty of division in the Vulcan Empire, most of it had to do with the age-old struggle whether the god the dwarves named their state after was human or dwarf. This dogmatic question had plagued the Vulcan faith since its inception and had never been resolved, even as the dwarves somehow managed to dominate an entire star sector. Of course, this had nothing to do with Ves. He was just an ordinary human visitor who just wanted to see the sights and dig inside a random asteroid belt, that was all. Once he got what he wanted, he would leave straight away and leave the dwarves to their devices. After Gavin concluded his briefing and left, Ves took care of some other minor issues before standing up. Despite his reassurances, he still wanted to be sure that his clan would be ready to respond to any trouble that might unfold. We should complete the Vanguard project and Decapitator project before we enter Smiling Samuel. Isn't that right, Lucky? Meow. Lucky yawned as he jumped from the desk he was perched upon and floated next to Ves. Has your stomach been feeling queasy lately? Are you ready to give me another batch of gems soon? It's already been a few months before you last paid your rent. Meow. It didn't appear that Lucky would be producing another gem anytime soon, so Ves did not press his cat any further and walked over to the design lab. When he entered the large workspace, he was greeted with the sight of more than 150 young mech designers performing their designated tasks. Most of them sat quietly behind their terminals. Their projected screens showed detailed design schematics, dynamic graphs, and endless tables of numbers. The older batch of 50 assistants worked a lot more adeptly than the newer batch of 100 assistants. The latter had already received a lot of training but still had some distance to go before they become fully productive. Gloriana couldn't wait that long, though. She decided to employ the new batch of assistant mech designers after just a few months so that she would have more manpower at her disposal. Currently, the majority of assistants had already moved on to the Chimera project and Bulwark project. The expert mech designs meant for both Venerable Dice and Venerable Orphan were nearly complete. When Ves approached Gloriana's workplace, she was carefully studying and putting the final touches to the Vanguard project. How is it going? Its two-layer armor system is anything but ideal, but I think our implementation makes the most out of the unending alloy and briar alloy that we are utilizing, she answered as Ves leaned down to kiss her cheek and enjoy her fresh scent. We will have to rely a lot on the effects of BSN 17A to augment the defense of the Vanguard project. If Venerable Orphan can sustain the energy barrier that this material can project, then she can divert a lot of enemy firepower. Master Willix had already done her job some time ago. What Ves found curious was that her approach to integrating resonating materials in an expert mech had become slightly more refined. It appeared that she too took notes of the solutions employed by the super-publish function. Between the Vanguard project and the Decapitator project, which one do you think is stronger? That's a silly question, Ves. They're both good in their own right. If I have to make a choice, I would place my bets on the Decapitator project. Keddy's might be a new and inexperienced journeyman, but she's a fast learner and she knows more about swordsmanship than practically any other mech designer specialized in swordsman mechs. You can clearly see the difference if you compare the two designs. The Vanguard project fights like a tough but lumbering boar while the Decapitator project fights like an agile leopard. The difference between the two designs was not as big as the analogy suggested, but it was a good way to differentiate between the two. Ves personally felt the Decapitator project had more promise as well due to the work that Keddy's had done. The Vanguard project simply didn't receive as much love and attention from the four journeymen. Well, make sure to do your best to finalize the projects in a couple of days. We're closing in on Smiling Samuel, and I want these two expert mechs to come online before we visit the dwarves. Chapter 3184 A Day Aboard the Descentibus. Mao. A gray short-hair hopped onto a bunk and prodded her paw on a sleepy face. Mao. Mao. Come here, Syrcy. A pair of slender but toned arms embraced the cat for a moment. Lainey luxuriated in the warmth of her pet before she roused from her bed and freshened up. After donning her cadet uniform and trying her brown hair in a simple ponytail, she exited her small cabin and moved to the nearest mess hall with her cat padding after her stride. Hey, Lainey. Good morning, Jacob. What's up, Gigi? I hope you studied enough to pass the test this time, Imri. Don't even start on me about that. I don't have a cranial implant yet like you guys. Several other cadets who woke up at the same time strode towards the same mess hall situated close to their block of cabins. Once they entered the large compartments, they approached their tables while bots floated in while putting trays of nutritious meals. In the early days, the meals consisted of industrial meals prepared by auto chefs and large food preparation machines, but the cadets complained so much that the ship soon took on human chefs. As the future of the Larkinson clan, the cadets deserved to enjoy some refinements. Nothing was more important than supplying their growing bodies and minds with the nutrients they needed. Mao. Syrcy rubbed her head against Laney's boot. Go off to your little friends, Syrcy. I'll be okay. Mao. The slender cat rubbed her face against Laney's leg one more time before running over to a dedicated pet section of the mess hall. She threaded through throngs of dogs, birds, lizards, and other pets before reaching a small circle of cats who greeted her arrival with slight enthusiasm before getting back to putting their heads back into their bowls. As Laney dug into her bowl of warm and filling porridge while chatting with the cadets sitting at the same table, someone sat down next to her at one point. Good morning, Laney, he said as a bot plumped down a hearty meal consisting of eggs, sausages, beans, and eggplant. Oh, a female cadet dramatically uttered. It's the highborn again, looking to woo the princess of our clan. I'm not a princess, Laney barked back. That's not what everyone else is thinking, you know. You're one of the few true-born Larkinsons in the academy, and you're the highest performer to boot. You're still at the top of your year, right? Laney shrugged. I just have a head start, that's all. Once more people get invited to the Dragon's Den to receive their suite of augments, I'm sure they'll catch up eventually. Due to her excellent performance in the academy, she received priority access to a suite of high-quality gene treatments and cranial implants that were especially developed by the Lifer biotech experts over at the bioresearch ship. Even though the augments weren't very refined, they were quite expensive and improved a lot of piloting-related parameters such as mental acuity, reaction time, high-impact force resistance, and other helpful improvements. While it wasn't necessary for a mech cadet or mech pilot to possess augments in order to perform well, it made it a lot easier to pass the classes. Over time, the standards of the Larkinson Mech Academy had risen, and it became increasingly harder for ordinary cadets to keep up with the curriculum. Laney didn't understand why the implants were only provided early to the best performers of the class. The gap between the top cadets and the bottom cadets of every class became wider. At this rate, the top graduates would probably receive a direct invitation to join one of the elite mech legions, while the bottom performers might not even make it into the living sentinels. It was none of her business, though. She was just a young cadet, and had no right to tell the mech instructors that they were wrong for ignoring the less talented cadets. She felt sad about some of her old friends that she had fallen out of touch with. They were no longer able to hang out as often due to enrolling into different class. With her rapidly developing skill set, it made no sense for her to remain stuck in the more basic classes. That had led her to hang out with a different crowd of potentates, chief among them the boy that tried to befriend her in recent times. Are you still planning to pursue a range specialization track? It's a real shame for you to commit to it when you are so good with melee weapons. I'm not changing my mind, Petrus, she said as she was halfway done with eating her porridge. I do enjoy my time in the melee classes and I did score highly in the last exams, but I don't see this as my future. I'm much more interested in improving my marksmanship and hearing about the amazing new Amaranto and the new Luminar crystal technology that will soon become the new standard has only made me more enthused about my choice. Petrus Pernes looked disappointed. That's a great waste of your talents, Laney. Won't you at least consider taking up at least some advanced swordsmanship classes? Maybe you can become the next venerable Joshua Larkinson one day and be able to fight with any mech at any distance. Ugh, those new Heavenswarder instructors don't like wafflers in their classes. Lainey grimaced. They're good, there's no doubt about it, but they demand complete dedication to the sword. There are always other melee classes. You can join my axe classes, for example. Axes might not be as popular as swords in our clan, but they're excellent at breaking through armor. No thanks. I am already enrolled in a lot of other marksmanship-related classes. I still need to improve in many areas such as accuracy, energy weapon theory, and also the new introductory class on luminar crystal technology. She was particularly enthused about the latter. Though the clan had been mum about the full capabilities of luminar crystals, the rumors she heard already made it was the new killer of the Larkinson clan. She couldn't wait to handle a real luminar crystal rifle herself. After the cadets finished their breakfasts, they left to attend their classes for the day. Lainey's schedule consisted of a mixture of physical exercise, simulation training, and tactical instruction and basic physics. The mix of theory, practice, and physical exertion was carefully balanced to avoid overexerting Lainey. Though she had to work hard to keep up despite her augments, she was always rewarded for doing well. Due to her distinct identity in the Larkinson Mech Academy, she received more attention than others. Though she hated to admit it, being a true-blood Larkinson had its perks. The fact that her scores vaulted her to the top of her year only seemed to vindicate her treatment. The next time she met with Petrus was late in the day. Though Lainey had already gone through multiple tiring hours of instructions, she had become far too enthused to let her exhaustion get the better of herself. Finally! I've missed you so much, Sagittarius! The Chirons had become ubiquitous presences aboard the Descentibus. They were considered as the definite training mechs of the Larkinson clan for many reasons. The problem was that the Descentibus could only carry so many Chirons, so the mech cadets had to go on a rotation in order to get their turn to pilot a real, physical mech. This was nothing unusual, as many other mech academies adopted the same approach. It was too extravagant to reserve a single training mech for just a single mech cadet. Only the wealthiest and most elite mech academies in the galaxy engaged in such a wasteful practice. As a result, the Sagittarius, along with every other Chiron mech, had already passed through the hands of multiple mech cadets today. Though the Mech Academy cleaned and fixed up the training mechs after every use, Lainey could still see plenty of signs of use by other mech cadets. It sounds like we're about to play out another battle scenario today, Petrus remarked. I hope we'll be assigned to the same team again. Lainey snorted. I doubt that will happen. We perform too well. It makes much more sense to put us in opposing teams. A mech instructor eventually strode in front of the gathered cadets. The younger clansmen all straightened up and stood at attention. After the tough-looking veteran opened up the class by addressing some routine matters, he finally described the plan for today. Our fleet is about to head into dwarf country soon, and that has given us a great idea on how to conduct your next training scenario. It took a bit of time, but we managed to convince the engineers to ramp up the artificial gravity of one of the training compartments. Each of you will have the distinct pleasure of trying to pilot a mech under 1.5 G. Don't underestimate this small number. Every mech and every object effectively becomes 50% heavier. Now, I would love to explain to you how that will affect mech combat, but I figure there's nothing better than throwing you into the field straight away and letting you experience the changes for yourself. Half an hour later, the cadets had all entered their assigned Chirons and grouped up into teams of 4. Lainey had become the leader by default and led her cadets through a hilly biome that was filled with artificially generated fog. The sensors of a real mech were easily able to penetrate the fog, but in order to give ranged mechs more of a challenge, their sensors were deliberately crippled so that their visibility was not much better than the naked eye. That didn't entirely prevent Lainey from detecting a threat. Stop. Enemies are hunkering at 2 o'clock. I can feel they are close. Though the Sagittarius was piloted by multiple mech cadets under a rotation, that didn't make the Chiron mech less effective. In fact, it was the opposite. The lessons learned by the other mech cadets somehow passed on to the mech, and allowed others to benefit from the insights of others. When the Larkinson Mech Academy discovered this phenomenon, they adopted the rotation schedule to take advantage of these unannounced capabilities. The Sagittarius stood out from many other Chiron mechs due to 2 reasons. First, only ranged mech cadets were assigned to this specific training mech. Second, these cadets all consisted of the best performers. This has quickly caused the Sagittarius to become a more specialized and focused training mech that offered excellent help to people like Laney. The bond between Laney and the Sagittarius grew as the former drew more from the latter. Despite the fog obscuring their vision, the Chiron mech resisted the stronger gravity and raised its training rifle in a specific direction. Get ready! Laney pulled the trigger, causing the training rifle to release a bright but completely harmless laser beam that struck a mech that had been kneeling roughly 50 meters ahead. How did you find us? An angry voice roared. Seeing that the element of surprise had been lost, the remaining Chiron mechs rose to their feet and closed in on Laney's team. Unfortunately, the heavier-than-usual gravity acted against the approaching mechs and forced them to slow their advance lest they fell. This gave Laney plenty of time to fire deep within the fog and eliminate 3 out of the 4 Chiron mechs of the opposition team. By the time the final axe-wielding Chiron closed the distance, Laney's teammates shamelessly grouped up and attacked their poor victim from multiple directions. Skilled or not, Petrus Pernes couldn't defend himself from attacks launched in 3 different directions. Laney! I know it's you! How did you manage to find us and target us through this fog? Are you cheating? Laney smirked underneath her protective helmet. It's not cheating. I'm just that good. This is what dedicating my practice time looks like. I wouldn't have been able to suss you out this quickly if I didn't take all of those specialized classes. She had received so much help from Ves, her mech instructors, and the Larkinson clan. She wanted to make sure she lived up to their expectations. Chapter 3185, A Day Out. 2 of the most prominent Larkinsons in the clan enjoyed a rare moment together. Though they weren't able to spend as much time with each other lately, they still remained committed to their relationship. Venerable Joshua could hardly believe that his second relationship hadn't decayed into a rotten mess like his last one. Kitty's may have changed a lot since her return from the Heaven's Word Association, but she was still the same girl that initially approached him and forced him to polish his swordsmanship. These days, Kitty spent most of her day at the design lab in order to do as much as possible to turn the Decapitator project into a great expert mech. She frequently visited the Sword Maidens and the Heavenswarders to stay in touch with the thriving swordsman community of the Larkinson clan. For his part, Venerable Joshua was doing his best to contribute to the clan in order to earn more Larkinson merits, and continue to serve as a model Larkinson. He also had to spend enough time on keeping his skills in shape to make himself as ready as possible to assume control of his upcoming expert mech. Surprisingly, Keddies came up to him one day and requested that they go on a date the next time the fleet transitioned out of FTL travel. "You don't want to go out in Durham?" he asked. "Nah. It's too close and familiar for my liking. I want to explore the new cities in the fleet. Many people are already raving about how great it is to finally have a party boat." The so-called party boat turned out to be the Vivacious Wall, the 2-sided capital ship that offered a form of entertainment to almost any person. As a pair of important and extraordinary clansmen, they attracted attention wherever they went. Their force of wills alone meant that no one was able to ignore their presence as they entered the hangar bay of the Vivacious Wall and headed deeper into the vessel. At a certain junction, they were able to choose which of the two cities they wanted to visit. Joshua automatically turned to the entrance that led towards Dawn City, but Kedis took firm hold of his arm and dragged her over to the other entrance. Kedis! Why would you want to go to Twilight City? Oh, come on, Joshua. Dawn City is a bore. It's too clean and bright over there. It'll be just like visiting a better and more upscale version of Durham. Twilight City is a lot different from any other place in our fleet. Joshua did not expect to enjoy their date in this infamous place. His girlfriend was right in one thing. Twilight City was truly a place apart. The overwhelming majority of ships in the Larkinson fleet consisted of relatively clean, modern and well-maintained vessels. Even the production halls of the Spirit of Bentheim were kept as clear and free of rubbish as possible in order to avoid a speck of dirt from ruining the fabrication of a critical component. Upon entering the large and expansive cavern that encompassed Twilight City, Joshua first looked up at the ceiling and became immersed in the cloudy sky that made it seem as if they had landed on a real planet. The illusion wasn't foolproof, though. No matter what his eyes told him, his intuition and other senses could still detect the presence of a solid layer of hull structure that was capable of withstanding a lot of attacks. He then lowered his eyes to the skyline in the distance, and became dazzled by the sense of excitement that coursed in the distance. Though the couple had not yet entered Twilight City proper, he already felt as if he entered into an alternate universe. Come on! We're almost there! Kedis grinned as strode forward at a brisk pace while dragging him along. When the couple reached the streets of Twilight City, they both became immersed in the facade of a once prosperous city that had fallen into a strange decline. A faulty, rust-laden cleaning bot bumped into Joshua's leg, causing the expert pilot to be thrown out of his odd fascination for the brittle walls that looked as if they were marked by decades of neglect. Joshua gently pushed the bot aside with his leg, only for the stupid machine to press onto him again like a clingy dog. Annoying machine. Do your job or something. There's an oil spill right on the other side of the avenue. Joshua pressed the bot away only for it to return. When he failed to rid himself of this annoyance for the fifth time, Kedis finally rolled her eyes and strode forward to unleash a powerful kick that caused the bot to soar at least 100 meters away. Hey, what are you doing? I did nothing except for doing what was supposed to be done, Kedis replied as she resumed going forward. Didn't I tell you about my trip to Mancroft Independent Harbor? I think someone with a wicked sense of humor deliberately prepared these faulty bots as a homage to what we experienced during that trip. Whenever you encounter a bot that is trying to clean your leg, just kick it. The further you can launch it, the better. That's vandalism. Oh, Joshua. It's okay. This is Twilight City. No one cares about these cleaning bots. What if the kicked bots land on someone else? I'm sure the people who are running this place have already thought about that, she said without much concern. She proceeded to drag Joshua to various venues that had already gained fame throughout the Larkinson clan. They entered a small dingy arena where Larkinsons fought each other with their bare hands and fists. The sheer brutality of it was galling, but with modern healing technology, nearly every injury could be healed. Of course, there were sufficient safety precautions in place to prevent brain injuries and other tricky afflictions. After this little warm-up, they visited a bar that was frequented and operated by sword maidens. Off-duty members of the Mech Legion as well as Heavenswarders liked to frequent this bar whenever possible. Joshua was impressed with all of the swords hanging from the ceiling with their tips pointed downwards. The display was such a huge safety hazard that only the most courageous clansmen dared to visit this place. Several hours later, the pair moved out of Twilight City and headed over to a different section of the vivacious wall. There, they changed into basic combat suits before heading deep into a jungle biome. The moisture and sweat was making Joshua feel uncomfortable. His combat suit was nothing more than a padded garment that offered none of the climate control functions of smart clothing. He looked down at the sword he held in his hands. It was a simple arming sword that Kedis had specially picked out for him. It was a scaled-down version of the one-handed sword that his girlfriend had already designed for the Chimera project. Kedis, I. Sure! She furiously raised her palm at him, while steadily lowering her stance. Our prey is close. The exabeast is just up ahead. Let's get closer, but watch your footing. They slowly waded closer, taking care not to step on any branches or disturb any of the dense foliage. However, before they reached a clearing, a large, plated exabeast the size of a cow charged straight in their direction. Dodge! Kedis reacted speedily enough and easily moved her body away. Joshua started off slower, but his combat abilities were not for show. Though he rolled aside in a disgraceful manner, he quickly picked himself up only to see the large gray beast swerve around and charge towards his girlfriend. Yee! Ha! Kedis easily sidestepped while whacking the side of the tough beast's reptilian head with the flat of her blade. When the beast attempted to chomp her another time, she smacked the creature's head as if it was a naughty dog. Stop attacking me! I'm not your food! Attack him instead. Doesn't his flesh look juicy? Whether her persuasion worked or not, eventually the exabeast got frustrated at his continual failure to attack the human woman. The feral creature slowly turned towards Joshua and noted his smaller sword and his weaker aura. Though the exabeast felt the human man might not be his enemy, his instincts and his hunger won out. The beast let out another alien cry before charging straight at the hapless-looking Joshua. Ahawaya! Joshua! Stop standing like an idiot and defend yourself! I'm trying! He yelled as he tried to stay on his feet and avoid getting chomped or stampeded upon. Aren't you going to help me out here? My sword can't even get through this exabeast's armor. That would defeat the point. Kedis smirked as she casually leaned her body against a tree. You've been doing well in your swordsmanship training, though I wouldn't call you a swordsman per se. One of the areas that you need to work upon is your killing sense. All of the practice sessions that you've received merely allowed you to refine your techniques. You haven't actually applied them in a real fight, and that is what I want to remedy today. So have fun and remember my lessons. Joshua had an awful time trying to fend off this large and heavy creature. While he was an expert pilot who possessed superior fighting skills and instincts, the exabeast he was fighting possessed a much greater advantage in physical strength and endurance. If the expert pilot was able to pilot a mech, then he could have relied on his machine's physical prowess to fight against opponents that were 100 times stronger than this feral predator. Unfortunately, his girlfriend threw him in a situation where he had no choice but to rely on his body to stay on top of this fight. In the first few minutes, Joshua was losing a lot of energy as he spent most of his attention on evading the deadly creature's attacks. He occasionally managed to stab his sword at his adversary, but the organic plating that covered the reptilian beast always caused the blade to bounce away. I can't go on like this. His sword wasn't as sharp and strong as Bloodsinger. The only way for him to beat this creature was to target his vulnerabilities. He did not think he would be able to attack the creature's eyes or open maw without getting injured in return, so he came up with a quick plan. Come here, you dumb beast! Ahahea! The seemingly inexhaustible beast charged straight towards Joshua and widened his teeth-filled maw to catch the annoying human only for his juicy target to move to the side. Crack! The exabeast collided straight against the trunk of a mid-sized tropical tree. The force of the impact was so strong that the trunk had cracked. While the exabeast was trying to gather its wits, Joshua had darted to the creature's side and stabbed his blade through the thinner and almost unprotected hide at the underside. Green blood poured through the wound as the exabeast thrashed. Joshua was able to pull back his weapon and raise it into a block just before a meaty paw smacked into it, causing the expert pilot to get flung at least 10 steps back. That hurt. This is no time to relax, Joshua. Did you really think that little pinprick did anything? Look at your prey. Before their eyes, the exabeast let out a soft cry before the flow of blood stopped. The alien creature had healed the cut and looked twice as angry as before. Keddies! The fight's not over yet, Joshua. Keep those legs moving. Outmaneuvering this beast is key to defeating it. Just stab it in its unprotected areas enough times and it will eventually fall. My legs will fall apart before that happens. I never fought a scrap like this without my mech. There's always first time. Chapter 3186, Worthiness. Ayman Ingvar looked up at one of the most special and unique mechs in the Larkinson clan. Though it had been overshadowed by the prime mechs and the expert mechs in recent times, there was no doubt that it was still one of the most unique and impressive mechs that the Patriarch had ever designed and built. Still, as much as Ayman enjoyed the privilege of piloting this great and powerful machine, he felt it was not the mech that matched him the best. Soon, his turn would come to an end. The mech would be passed on to another expert candidate to see whether it could assist in helping them break through. Brother. Sister. A caped woman wearing a light gray uniform with officer markings had entered the small hangar bay of the graveyard and approached the dormant mech. It's been a while since I saw the Quint, she remarked. It's been a while since I saw you, Casella. The woman, whose bearing had become a lot more authoritative as of late, loosened her posture a bit and shrugged. There are always issues that need to be dealt with in the living Sentinels. Transitioning from a mech force into a more formal and structured mech legion has given me a lot of work. We're settling in now, fortunately. I have enough time to pick up my mech practice again. Ayman frowned when he heard that. It's not right for you to neglect your practice in favor of administrative duties. We're expert candidates. We are one step away from becoming a true hero. There's no rush. I am already fulfilling my calling, brother. While I don't mind getting anything extra, I'm more than content with leading the living Sentinels. There is more than one way to contribute to our clan. What I like about my fellow clansmen is that they don't force me to follow a single path. Though Ayman had more to say about her lack of priority, he refrained from speaking any further. He knew her well enough that she would never change her mind just because he had a different opinion. Well, the Quint is yours now, at least for the time being, he said as he dramatically waved his hand at the masterwork mech. I've been taking good care of it, and a part of me will miss it. There's a real difference between piloting a masterwork mech and a more normal machine. What is different about it? She curiously asked. Well, I don't know what the mech designers have been doing to the Quint, but it is considerably more powerful than an average bright warrior. No matter what configuration you choose to sortie with, you'll always feel like a champion when you go out with this mech. I imagine a large part of that is because it used to be piloted by Venerable Joshua. Ayman nodded. It's a living mech that has definitely kept something from its original pilot. It's difficult to describe, but I just feel I can execute my moves a little better. Compared to other living mechs, this one is definitely a lot more alive. It sounds as if it can be a great help to any expert candidates. Are you regretting the fact that you have to pass it on? If you want, I can talk to Commandant Christoph or General Vull on your behalf. I don't particularly need a turn with this masterwork mech. You don't need to do that, sister. The Quint hasn't worked out for me, but I think it will fare better in your hands. How so? Casella looked curious at her brother. I would have thought a strong mech is just to your liking. I thought so as well, but that was before I actually got to pilot this mech. It's powerful all right, but it's not a machine that is meant to be piloted by someone like me. I can feel it each time I use it. The Quint has a bit of a personality, you see. Every living mech does, but this one is a lot smarter and pickier than usual. Oh. You'll experience it for yourself soon. Don't try to hide anything from it. You'll be connecting to the mech so it will know who you are and whether you are hiding something from it. Just bare your entire self to it, and let it judge your worthiness. Casella began to look doubtful. This sounds quite different from what I expected. Is this mech really? I don't think you'll have to worry that much, sister. The Quint is a masterwork mech that feels as if it is dedicated to protecting our clansmen. Since you are already doing that as the Sentinel Commander, you'll probably get along better with it. I look forward to seeing you pilot it for the first time. Well, there's little point in delaying it any further. I have other duties on my agenda. She moved to the ready room and changed into a piloting suit before she returned. She floated to the open cockpit and entered it before it closed. Deep inside the old but majestic Quint, Casella felt a moderate pressure on her psyche. There was a good reason why the masterwork mech was restricted to expert candidates, and it wasn't because it was too precious. Ordinary mech pilots simply couldn't withstand the pressure of its dense and heavy glow. It was especially risky when they attempted to interface with such a powerful living mech. The Patriarch had told the clan in no uncertain terms that mechs as powerful as the Quint were not meant for normal mech pilots. There will be more mechs like this one, Casella predicted. After a brief pause, she resolutely activated and interfaced with the mech. A torrent of data and energy that was more overwhelming than any mech she had piloted before poured straight into her mind. Her eyes widened as her lack of practice was haunting her at this moment. She never endured such a strong and forceful interfacing attempt. She almost cried out as the pressure was starting to overwhelm her capabilities. Yet before she could press the abort button or call for assistance, her entire consciousness seemed to have been whisked away from her head. In one moment, she was sitting in the cockpit of the Quint. In the next moment, she was floating in some kind of digital realm that sparked with data and energy. Am I hallucinating? She half thought that she was tripping on something as she entered a strange state. Though she felt that she was still lucid and conscious, a vague haze had settled over her mind. She tried to look down on herself only to realize that her body wasn't present. It was as if only a portion of herself had been brought to this strange and unusual realm. As Casella slowly tried to make sense of her current condition, a glowing green point began to approach her position. It grew larger and larger until a green comet that dwarfed anything inside this realm slowed and stopped in front of her apparent vision. The green ball exuded a mixture of calming and pleasant emotions. She recognized it as the unique glow of the Quint. Not only did she feel the warmth of family, but also the joy of life. These two influences combined together to shape the life that defined the masterwork mech. Now, it was facing Casella directly. Though she didn't possess a mouth, Casella attempted to say something. Surprisingly, she could hear her own voice, if not exactly in a normal way. Are you the Quint? The giant green orb did not seem to respond. It merely hovered close to her consciousness while subjecting her with its powerful glow. Am I being judged? You are. Casella almost let out an undignified screech. She had faced many horrible opponents in battle, but the Quint's response had definitely given her a fright. The power of the Quint, along with the way it communicated directly with her mind, caused this conversation to gain a degree of intimacy and solemnity that was far beyond anything she experienced. Am I worthy to pilot you? The green orb continued to exude a warm and welcoming glow, but its attitude did not make Casella feel very reassured. Casella Ingvar Larkinson. Yes, Quint? Why do you pilot mechs? I pilot a mech to protect my clan. Our clan. The orb flew closer. Before you became a Larkinson, you were an Ingvar. Tell me, young commander, would you rather give up on the clan and return to House Ingvar? Casella was just about to give the most diplomatic response she could muster in a short amount of time, but she briefly recalled her brother's advice. The Quint was directly connected to her. It could see whether she was lying or obfuscating the truth. The mech was probably judging her at the moment. It would not only be wrong, but also dishonorable for her to lie to her own living mech. As someone who might have to depend on the Quint to help her in battle one day, she had to build up a sincere rapport with her mech. Whether she was allowed to keep this masterwork mech or not, she did not want to add another disgraceful memory to her mind. To be absolutely honest, I regret much about the fall of House Ingvar. If the royal house of the Black Poppy hadn't conspired to destroy my house and cut off my road to return, I would have never agreed to join the Larkinson clan. My real family, my real home was back in the territories of House Ingvar. I am grateful for the clan for taking me in and finding a new place for me, but I am just a girl trying to pick herself up and find a second home among the Larkinsons. I'm happy here, and I genuinely consider my fellow Larkinsons to be my brothers and sisters, but I wish I could have still been an Ingvar. She felt ashamed for admitting the feelings that she had buried deep in her heart. Casella wasn't sure whether her brother felt the same way. He was also a loyal son of House Ingvar, though perhaps his time with the Larkinsons had caused him to forget his past attachment. Several minutes passed by, though Casella wasn't sure about that. Her perception of time wasn't exactly clear while she was locked in this strange realm. The giant green orb retreated a bit. Though it still exuded the same kind of warmth and vitality, the additional distance caused her to miss the old intensity. Casella Ingvar Larkinson. Yes, Quint? You are not the mech pilot I seek. Oh. A crushing sense of disappointment overcame her mind. Even though she had done the right thing by admitting her true thoughts, apparently it wasn't enough for her to be sincere. The Larkinson clan does not care about your past, nor your former loyalties. The Larkinson clan only cares about your dedication and your willingness to sacrifice yourself for your fellow Larkinsons. Are you willing to sacrifice your life to save your clansmen? I am, she answered in a firmer tone than before. No matter what lingering sentiments she held towards her fallen house, she was a Larkinson now. Not only that, she was a soldier and commander. As a living sentinel, it was her duty to protect the Larkinsons. Are you willing to sacrifice the life of your brother to save thousands of others' clansmen? What? This was a difficult question. As much as she wanted to respond with a righteous-sounding answer, she knew that there was only one true answer in her heart. Yet just before she voiced her response, a sudden inspiration entered her mind. I will never let my brother and any other clansman fall, she answered with a firmer tone. I will seek to prevent a situation where I have to choose between the two. No matter which Larkinson is at risk, each of them are equally worthy of protection. I would rather take action myself and risk my own life if that is what it takes to save both my brother and every other Larkinson. The green orb began to pulse. Warmth and vitality seemed to flow in her consciousness as she felt more close to the Quint than ever. Very well. The Larkinson clan needs a mech pilot like you. Go now and fulfill your goal with my blessing. Before Casella could say anything more, she was suddenly ejected from this strange digital realm. As her consciousness returned to her body, the quint seemed to sing to her in a way that directly touched her heart. Iman, who was observing the initial activation from a distance, began to smile as he felt the quint exude a stronger and more harmonious glow. "I knew you could do it, sister." Chapter 3187, Another Pit Stop. After finalizing the Vanguard project and the Decapitator project, the 4 journeymen of the Larkinson clan were ready to embark on their next fabrication attempts. They gathered in the design lab where they decided on a course of action. "We need to get these 2 expert mechs in action as soon as possible," Ves told the others. "We've almost reached the Smiling Samuel Star sector where I need to fulfill a certain task. Now, I'm not going to explain to you why we have to head into the Vulcan Empire, but I'm sure you know that the dwarves over there aren't exactly the friendliest bunch. If we can add 2 more expert mechs to our lineup, we will gain a bit of additional deterrence." "Will the dwarves really dare to touch us?" Juliet quietly asked. "You can never know." Ves honestly shrugged. "Our expeditionary fleet is already strong, and we have a history of wiping out military strike forces, and we are also entering their territory with the blessing of the MTA. There also shouldn't be a compelling reason for them to attack us. That said, the dwarves have a general hatred towards the so-called tall folk, and they are whipped up by their odd faith of theirs." Keddy snorted. "The Vulcan faith is one of the most contradictory religions that I've encountered, and trust me, I've seen some crazy stuff. How is it possible for a dwarf-centric religion to worship a tall folk as their revered god of all of the possible choices? Whoever came up with this dumb idea practically set up the dwarves for failure. From what I've read about the Vulcan Empire, the infighting between those who believe Vulcan to be a human and those who think he's a dwarf has been raging on for many decades." "Ahem!" Ves loudly coughed. "Keddies, don't talk about faiths in such a disrespectful fashion. Who knows whether you'll slip up in front of a dwarven delegation and draw a lot of trouble to us. We need to be more tolerant of the beliefs of others. This applies both inside and outside of our clan." Keddies crossed her arms. "I still think it sounds stupid. The dwarves might as well worship a giant lizard god or something. At least they aren't revering their historical oppressors who continue to discriminate against them in many ways. You know, there might be a ploy behind the Vulcan faith," Ves suggested. "It could be a clever, no-genius ploy to keep the dwarves in check. Think about it. Dwarves have always been unruly due to their admittedly justifiable complaints about their ill treatment. Rather than deal with this headache across multiple star clusters, why not gather them up in a single star sector and rid the surrounding regions of their kind? In order to make sure they don't have any ideas about expanding outwards, introduce a source of conflict in their most sincere beliefs, and voila, the Vulcanites are locked into constant internal strife that mostly keeps the dwarves occupied against themselves." It sounded pretty devious now that he thought about it. As far as he was concerned, the inventor of this brilliant and effective plan deserved a pat on the back. Unfortunately, Ves was the only one who felt smug about what he said. The other 3 journeymen did not look so convinced. We're not here to talk dwarves today, so let's move on," his wife said after a while. "The fabrication of a single expert mech is a strenuous event. Fabricating 2 of them at the same time or in quick succession is a great burden to us. Even if we take periodic breaks, we still have to work at least 12 to 14 days in a row in order to complete these offensive machines." "What are you suggesting?" Ves frowned. "We should pour our total concentration into fabricating just one of the 2 expert mechs. This way, we won't get distracted by ideas that are only applicable to the other one. Our expert mechs deserve our full concentration. We should take at least a few days, but preferably a week off before we embark on fabricating the other expert mech. That will impose significant delays to our schedule. We have to do this, Ves. I don't want to rush either of these projects. Venerable Orphan and Venerable Dice deserve better." Ves sighed as he activated his comm and called up the schedule. I guess it won't hurt that much if we make another pit stop. I'll tell the chief ministers to make the arrangements and have our fleet stop at a port system near Smiling Samuel where we can replenish our supplies and pick up another batch of recruits. After leaving the Pelsa Rindover system, the expeditionary fleet pretty much traveled non-stop across the remainder of the Bardo star cluster, as well as a significant portion of the Fermi star cluster. This was a huge amount of distance, and it was inevitable that some of the vessels accrued a bit of wear and tear. This wasn't necessarily a big deal. Ships were built to last, and they could travel on for many more light years before some of their systems started to creak in a worrisome manner. The expeditionary fleet was already quite close to the Lesser Beyonder Gate that was just a star cluster away, so the state of the Larkinson clan's subcapital ships took on less and less importance. The only reason for the Larkinsons to preserve their integrity was to keep their resale value as high as possible. What Ves did care about was the state of his fleet's capital ships. The only newly built capital ship was the Spirit of Bentheim. Every system and module was still brand new, and even the extended-range FTL drives pilfered from the Orelise were also relatively young. It was too bad that the engineers were still in the process of disassembling, inspecting and rebuilding these Fridaymen devices in order to make sure they were completely reliable. Aside from his flagship and the nearly completed Gorgonin and the diligent Ovenbird, the remaining capital ships of the Larkinson clan were second-hand goods. Each of them had already been in service for a couple of decades to half a century. This meant that they had around 50 years or so left where they were able to operate at their peak before many aging ship modules started to degrade in efficiency and reliability. This was a nearly unavoidable process, and only a lengthy and expensive overhaul could stave off this process to an extent. What people weren't necessarily aware of was that constant or heavy use of ship systems wore them out a lot faster when they were supposed to. If they did not receive timely and frequent preventive maintenance, then multiple decades could easily be shaved off their total lifespan. This was especially dangerous in situations where a single major battle pushed many of these ailing systems beyond their limits. In short, the more his clan took care of its essential assets, the more they would have the Larkinson clans back when his clansmen needed them the most. After briefly conveying his intentions to his chief ministers, Magdalena soon sent back a reply. "Okay," he said to the others. "I've just been informed that the expeditionary fleet will make a pit stop at the Amswick star system." "What kind of place is that?" "It's a port system of the Empire of the Lost." "That's an unusual name for a state." Gloriana grew curious. Usually, people aren't eager to associate themselves with the notion of defeat. "According to what I've learned, the Empire of the Lost is actually not a traditional state of the Bertrand Obsidian star sector. It's actually occupied by the survivors who fled the dwarven takeover of the Smiling Samuel star sector. The strongest factions and organizations that managed to get out with as many assets and people that they could carry on their refugee ships had to find a new place to settle. They essentially flooded one of the existing states of Bertrand Obsidian and forcibly took it over. This was the birth of the Empire of the Lost. The three women fell silent for a moment. This was a tragic history that hit Gloriana especially hard. She faintly saw the future of the hexadric hegemony in this sordid tale. "I see," Kedis murmured. "The state is named this way because the fled survivors have never reconciled with their defeat. They wear their badge of shame as a reminder of what they once were and keep their original homes in mind. I bet they are still plotting a way to get back their territory from the dwarves." None of the Larkinsons cared about the plight of the lost. There were losers of conflicts everywhere in the galaxy. Whether their defeat was just or unjust, the fist was the final arbiter. What mattered was that the Amswick system was a good place to stock up on supplies and spend some time performing useful maintenance. Since it was a port system, the expeditionary fleet was already heading towards it anyway. The only difference from their current plan was that the Larkinsons and its allies would stop over for a while instead of leaving as soon as their FTL drives finished cycling. In the meantime, the mech designers made some additional preparations for their fabrication attempt. Keddies even came up with a rather outlandish idea. "You want us to what?" "I thought I made myself clear, Ves. The Decapitator project is an expert mech that will carry the hopes and expectations of the Sword Maidens as well as the Heavenswarders in our clan. I want to pick out a large delegation from them that will stay inside the workshop and witness the creation of our first expert swordsman mech from afar. I will make sure that they won't disturb the proceedings in any way." "I don't know whether this is even proper." "This is the only other way I can think of to increase the chances of turning the Decapitator project into a masterwork mech. I have to try. Please give this plan a try. If it works, then it's great, and if it doesn't, at least we are able to draw a couple lessons from the attempt." Ves did not relish the prospect of working in front of a large audience, but the benefits intrigued him. He briefly recalled the time where he set up a large ritual to birth the Superior Mother. Could he set up a similar ritual to augment the fabrication attempt of the Decapitator project? It was worth a try. Even if all of the show and dance did not actually grant any solid boosts, it would still give Keddies a huge boost in motivation. That might be enough to push her into an inspired mood, thereby drastically increasing the quality of her output. "I'll allow it," he said. "In fact, I've got an even better idea. How many Sword Maidens and Heavenswarders are in our clan right now?" "More than 40,000 last I checked," Keddies confidently replied. Her eyes lit up as she began to have an inkling of what Ves had in mind. "The numbers are probably even more now that we've gained some additional recruits, but the original numbers are at least that much. Each of them are strong supporters of myself and Venerable Dice." He smirked. "How about gathering as many of them as possible to cheer us on while we work? This will no doubt be a huge logistical challenge, but as long as we try hard enough, we can probably make something happen." It could also turn into a huge flop, but Ves didn't mention that at the moment. What mattered was putting Keddies in her best possible mood. From the moment he mentioned his bold idea, her eyes lit up and her force of will became a little sharper. Thinking about gathering so many sword enthusiasts together reminded her of the time she broke through at the first sword arena. The energy of so many people seemed to have filled up the giant sword-shaped arena and given her the push she needed to undergo apotheosis. An expectant smile appeared on her face. "Let's plan this out properly, Ves. We need a lot more space in order to make this work." Chapter 3188 Empire of the Lost. The Empire of the Lost was a relatively young state that was burdened with a loaded past. When the Vulcanites initially rose up and rallied their dwarven compatriots from nearby star clusters, their conquest did not happen overnight. Many years passed by as the increasingly more emboldened rebels conquered state after state, beginning from the weakest and most decayed third-rate states to finally breaking apart the once powerful second-rate states. The dwarves accomplished all of this while fighting and dying under their unflinching belief in Vulcan and the notion that they were superior to the tall folk. Due to the blending of many different people and cultures in a single amalgamation, the Empire of the Lost was a bit of a mess. It was like the Friday Coalition but with more partners and without a neat partition between them. While the cultural differences between them had lessened through the passage of decades, the state was still dysfunctional in many ways. The only common threads that tied them all together was their undying hatred for the Vulcanites, and their persistent desire to return to Smiling Samuel and take back the territories that they lost. "What a sad people," Ves commented to Chief Minister Magdalena as the two stood in the bridge of the Spirit of Bentheim, while the fleet transitioned into the Amswick system. "These guys just can't get over their loss and move on. I hear they are still trying to plot an invasion to push the dwarves off their former homes, but they never mustered up the courage to pull the trigger. Magdalena held a more generous view of the lost. They have good reasons to avoid another confrontation. They suffered enormous losses during their flight. The Empire of the Lost is far from being able to contend against the united and much more expansive Vulcan Empire. It makes much more sense for them to bide their time so that they can rebuild their strength. That makes sense, but from what I have read about the Lost, the newer generation born after the flight from Smiling Samuel care less about paying back old grievances and more about living decent lives in the Empire. In a few more generations, most of the survivors of the tragic flight will have died without ever seeing their dreams fulfilled. I bet the Empire of the Lost will slowly change into a normal state. The only unstable factor that could derail this predicted outcome was if the dwarves left their star sector and began to expand into other ones. The Empire of the Lost was too close to Smiling Samuel and would definitely suffer the brunt of dwarven aggression. Not that Ves cared about this. The benefit of being a traveler was that he did not have to sympathize for the plight of any local people. Upon entry into the Amswick system, the expeditionary fleet received a lot of attention from the local authorities. The port system was not just a major economic hub, but also a strategically important stronghold. It was the central node upon which the Empire's defense against the Vulcan Empire rested upon. Due to this crucial consideration, the Amswick system was the best fortified star system of the Lost. It not only concentrated a huge amount of orbital and fixed defenses, but also hosted an entire mech army that were currently spread across multiple bases covering multiple angles of approach. The defensive layout of the star system is interesting, Magdalena commented as she pointed at the projection of the overall plot. The defenses are arrayed like an onion. There are multiple concentric circles of fortifications that become increasingly denser and more concentrated towards the center. While the outermost defenses can easily be bypassed by any invading force, leaving them up will make any attacker vulnerable to attacks from the rear. A proper invasion plan would have little choice but to take out the outer defenses one by one. That sounds like a wasteful defensive scheme, Ves said. Isn't it better for the Lost to just concentrate all of their defenses on a couple of key planets? This way, the dwarves wouldn't be able to defeat them in detail. The invaders will have to face much stiffer resistance if they want to push through the condensed defensive lines. The chief minister shook her head. The Amswick system is never supposed to hold back the Vulcanite onslaught by itself. The idea behind setting up layered defenses in a star system is to delay the invaders and increase their consumption of manpower, mechs, and supplies. By the time the dwarves reach the final layers, they will already be weakened and vulnerable to an extent. That is where reinforcements from other parts of the Empire of the Lost can pounce the invading force from behind. There were many other tactical and strategic considerations that Magdalena hadn't mentioned yet. There were so many variables at play here that it would take days to inform Ves about all of the nuances behind the defensive strategy of the Amswick system. During this time, the fleet confirmed its arrangements with traffic control. It turned out that there was no possibility for foreigners to get close to any of the bustling planets. The traffic restrictions are just as strict as the prosperous Hill star system that we once visited, the chief minister informed Ves. Every foreign and almost every domestic vessel is prohibited from entering the inner system. A local transportation monopoly takes care of every transfer of passengers and goods to and from Amswick V, which is the principal commercial planet of this port system. The only good news is that the transportation service possesses an abundance of cargo and passenger transports, so we won't have to wait too long to receive our shipments. Ves nodded in understanding. Take advantage of that to stock up on an abundant amount of war supplies. It's questionable whether we need any of it, but it is best to be prudent. I would rather end up with an excess amount of unused stuff than run short of it when we need it the most. Understood. Prices of combat supplies have gone up as of late, though. The Empire of the Lost is not in its most quiet period at the moment, and the constant pressure exerted by its dwarven neighbor is a constant source of concern. Ves dismissively waved his hand. The LMC is still doing well, right? We can afford the expenditures. As the fleet slowly settled into its assigned sector that was far from any other visiting ship or fleet, numerous preparations were being made to fabricate the two expert mechs. After numerous discussions with different mech designers, expert pilots, and commanders, Ves decided to pull out all the stops for the Decapitator project but not for the Vanguard project. When Ves talked to Venerable Orphan about it, she did not become a fan of the scheme. "We're Brighters, Ves," she told him. "We don't believe in this crap. The Vandals, who are my strongest supporters, are different from the Sore Maidens. Aside from their loyalty to the clan, they hold nothing sacred. They believe in their own strength and their own means and don't engage in any of this superstition. They'll obey if you order them to take part in this charade, but I don't think you'll get the result you want." The Flagrant Vandals were one of the secular-minded mech legions of the Larkinson clan. It more closely retained the traditions of the Bright Republic's mech corps but also kept its more irreverent culture. Ves realized that this plan might not work for the Vanguard project. I should have known. If this is the case, then we don't have much choice but to fabricate your mech the normal way." "It's fine." Orphan clapped her hand on his shoulder. "I hear that masterwork mechs come by chance. Either I win the lottery or I won't. I won't cry if I lose this time. Right now, I just want a decent expert mech that can allow me to fight to my heart's content." "I understand." She was trying to avoid putting too many expectations on his shoulders. The successful creation of one masterwork expert mech raised the bar for the other expert mech design projects. Disappointment was inevitable as success in this area was tenuous at best. Otherwise, Ves wouldn't have gone as far as organizing a gigantic ritual to see whether that would help with increasing the quality of the Decapitator project. The bombastic attempt to fabricate the Decapitator project in full view of thousands of clansmen presented many different challenges. Aside from preventing the crowd from disturbing the journeymen at work, they also had to find a space to accommodate them all. The personal workshops aboard the Spirit of Bentheim didn't offer enough room to host such an immense crowd, so Ves had to find a different venue to hold the public show. "Would you be okay with fabricating the Decapitator project aboard the Vivacious Wall?" he asked his wife. Gloriana frowned at him. "Out of all of the possible choices, why there? It's far too busy over there, and it is not the most stable platform. Who knows what kind of subtle vibrations and other disturbances occur over there that can interfere with the production of delicate and crucial components. Look, there aren't many spaces that are big enough that can host a lot of people in a short amount of time without leading to massive congestion and other problems. The mech arena in the center of Twilight City is literally made for this purpose. We just need to mitigate any sources of disturbance by preparing the arena grounds. There are plenty of devices that we can install and solutions that we can deploy to address any of the concerns that you have mentioned." "I don't know, Ves. It feels wrong for us to fabricate a mech outside of our dedicated factory ship. We'll also have to ship all of our delicate high-quality production machines to another capital ship, and that comes with many risks. Trust in our people. I'm sure they will move our equipment without scratching them. Come on, just try it out." Though Gloriana had plenty of misgivings, her objections to this odd plan were not that strong. Even she was a little curious whether all of these extra measures would have an effect on the final outcome. "Fine, do what you want then. There will be hell to pay if any of my precious machines get damaged. I'll make sure to inspect and calibrate each of them once they are moved to the Vivacious Wall." After they finished talking business, they turned their attention to their growing child. Gloriana was roughly 4 months pregnant now, and her belly had become a little bit more pronounced. Both of them placed their hands on the belly. "Our daughter is growing bigger." Gloriana smiled in a loving manner. "I can't feel her kicking yet, but the scanners already show that she is beginning to move around. Her development is completely fine at the moment. She had developed health, and the few odd mutations and gene expressions that she exhibited are well within tolerance. Humans were complex creatures and were filled with endless variations. Beyond the earliest stages, when they just consisted of a handful of cells, it was no longer as easy as before to correct every single genetic oddity. The geneticists in charge of managing these developments therefore acted with more restraint. As long as the baby did not gain any deformities or known maladies, it was fine for them to show a little variation. Have the doctors detected any unusual physical traits? Ves asked. Gloriana grinned. Well, her cells are stronger and more vigorous than before. She is able to resist germs a lot better. The combination of her designer genes as well as the superior mother's blessing will ensure she will become the healthiest baby possible. Ves wasn't sure about the veracity of her claim, but he was glad to hear his baby was fine, at least in a physical sense. Her body needed to be strong enough in case anything happened when he conducted his planned procedure on his daughter. Chapter 3189, White Mouse. The Larkinson fleet made some big movements. Not only were clansmen taking exceedingly great care to move Gloriana's precious production equipment from the Spirit of Bentheim to the Vivacious Wall, the Sword Maidens and Heavenswarders were also making arrangements. It was impossible and highly irresponsible for the Sword Maidens and Heavenswarders to leave their posts at the same time. They had to set up at least a partial rotation to make sure the ships were taken care of and that they had sufficient mechs on hand to guard against unexpected incidents. The planning of the ritual also took a bit of time. Ves only came up with it a short time ago, so Kedis and her circle had to scramble to come up with a ceremony that was elaborate, impressive, and authentic enough to achieve the desired effect. Fortunately, the Heavenswarders came to the rescue. Relying on many millennia's worth of heritage and traditions, they were easily able to come up with thousands of large-scale rituals that served to bless the making of a heroic sword or the ascension of a sword master. To Ves, it didn't matter what kind of weirdness the Heavenswarders had in mind. As long as they believed in their own nonsense, the mood in the mech arena should be sufficient enough to give Kedis and perhaps the other mech designers enough stimulation to make the Decapitator project a little more exceptional. During all of this whirlwind of activity, Ves received a surprising request from the Cross clan to travel over to their flagship. "What do the Crossers want?" he asked his assistant as he was petting Lucky. "The Cross Patriarch wants to talk with you. He hasn't told us why. But if I had to make a guess, he probably wants to begin discussions on the design of his next expert mech." "Ah. Well, if he expects something from me, then he'll have to wait for a while. After we complete the Decapitator project and Vanguard project, we still have to finish the Bulwark project and the Chimera project. That will take at least 3 more months or maybe 4 due to the greater complexity of the latter projects. After that, there are a lot of other projects that need to be taken care of as Brutus Expert Mech and so on. I hope they'll understand." You should tell that to the Crossers yourself, boss. Anyway, you can head over to the Hemington Cross whenever it is convenient. I'll travel in a couple of hours." Ves took care of some other routine matters first. He checked up on the preparations aboard the Vivacious Wall. He quizzed his students to see whether they kept up on their studies. One of the more interesting talks he conducted was with Dr. Rania. With the growth of the Larkinson Biotech Institute, and its importance in ensuring his future daughter grew up healthy and without any flaws, he took the time to shuttle over to the Dragon's Den. By now, the bioresearch vessel's utilization was much higher than before. Her biomes already hosted hundreds of different designer beasts and exobeasts. Many of them were purchased from market, but a couple of the organic products were actually homegrown. Dr. Rania personally brought him to a viewing area where they could watch the first of many designer beasts that the Lifer Beast designers had cooked up in recent times. "What am I looking at?" he asked as he strode to the windows of the high tower. The windows did not just provide a clear view of the forested terrain below, but also projected enhanced and alternate viewpoints that were currently tracking a sample of the interesting creatures that prowled this biome. Lucky flew over to the windows as well, but quickly grew bored with the sight. Cats were much more interesting than other animals in his opinion. Meow. The gem cat flew over to Dr. Rania and landed on her shoulder. When you gave our teams the task to develop useful designer beasts that can produce powerful mutations, they began with their original research projects first. We have a host of beast designers aboard this ship that have already worked on numerous existing designer beasts. We have been digging them up and used them as the base of what you want to obtain. So far, the designer beasts we have made range from flying fish, poisonous primates, long-living dogs, and gigantic armored snakes. The latter should currently be in your sights. Though Ves wasn't able to see any snakes from his high vantage point, the projectors already tracked numbers of members of this artificial species. The snakes were just as big as she described. One of them was as thick as the leg of a humanoid mech and was impressively long. It probably took a lot of tons of food to fill up the stomach of such a massive creature. When Ves swept the forest below with his spiritual vision, he failed to encounter any strong presences. His enthusiasm level immediately dropped. I take it that your teams didn't have much luck in producing any mutated beasts. Our researchers tried their best to induce more mutations, she said. This big snake that you're observing now is considerably larger than it ought to be because of that. Sadly, that is the most that we have been able to achieve. All of the mutations that we have encountered so far are either inconsequential or purely physical in nature. We haven't created any designer beasts that can exhibit strange abilities like Arnold. Ves began to look skeptical. Maybe your approach is faulty. Physical mutations aren't useful at all. What I'm looking at are mutations in the mind. I'm not sure how you can encourage that, but I feel that randomly messing with the genes of these beasts will not increase our chances of gaining a new Arnold. I know that. Dr. Rania sighed. We know too little about non-physical mutations. The few specimens we have are too few for us to observe any solid patterns. We can either continue to play with genes as we have done before, or... She did not say anything more as she grabbed Lucky from her shoulder and started to inspect him from every angle. She looked as if she had become a vet who was performing a biannual checkup on the gem cat. Meow? What did you want to say, Rania? What idea do you have in mind that you're not sure whether you want to share? Rania sighed as she let go of Lucky. The cat floated back to her shoulder and used it as a perch again. I've been thinking a lot about the phenomenon that you call spirituality. According to you, spiritual energy is derived from sentient creatures and sentient thought. However, there is obviously more to the story since only a fraction of organisms possess enough spirituality to do anything with it. Currently, Arnold is our only living specimen. A few months ago, I started to take samples of his cells and merge them into other designer beasts. That was quite an interesting idea. Did you get any useful results? No, though my experiments are still in an early stage. To be honest, I don't have much hope that this experiment will yield a mutated beast. However, I think we can produce more drastic results if we adopt a slightly different approach. What do you have in mind? I'd like to borrow an active sample of the light-prolonging treatment serum that you hold. If my assumptions about its formula are correct, it should contain the raw energy needed to boost an ordinary designer beast. No. Absolutely not. This is a strategic resource that I can only spare for vital projects that deliver a guaranteed payoff. We can't squander it on spurious experiments. Ves responded. Dr. Rania looked a bit disappointed, but she anticipated this answer to an extent. Then what about borrowing your own cells? What? Please hear me out, sir, she quickly said as even Lucky started to look oddly at her. While our attempts to implant Arnold cells into other designer beasts has not achieved any immediate results, the story is slightly different when we attempted to use your cells. Do you remember the examinations you went through in order to prepare for the formation of your designer baby? Well, we still have some tissue samples of your flesh in storage, so I decided to take one out and implant it into a simple creature. Ves became a bit alarmed all of a sudden. Rania! I did not give permission for you to use my cells in an unauthorized and unannounced experiment. Has it ever occurred to you that you should inform me before you use my own tissue samples in some crazy experiment? It was just a tiny sample, Rania defended herself. To be honest, we were getting rather desperate back then. I wanted to show a positive result to you so that you won't think that we haven't made any appreciable progress. He sighed. Rania might have acted a bit unethically, but she didn't do anything too egregious. The deed was already done, so there was little point in sticking to it. Besides, even he was curious at what this experiment yielded. So what happened? I think it's best that I show you in person. Let's head over to my private lab. They exited the observation area and moved to her laboratory. As the head of the Larkinson Biotech Institute, she claimed the largest laboratory and filled it up with all kinds of advanced lab equipment. There were numerous machines at work at the moment. Many of them cultivated different kinds of plant life, while others were trying to perform deep analysis on different tissue samples. Rania ignored all of that and strode straight to a side chamber which turned out to be a dissection area. She approached a wall and pulled out a transparent cube which contained the corpse of a simple white lab mouse. The cube kept the mouse's body frozen. When Rania placed the cube onto the table, Lucky flew down a bit in order to inspect the mouse. Meow. Of course it doesn't look appetizing to you. It's an organic mouse, after all. Ves rolled his eyes at his cat. When Ves inspected the little mouse carcass with his spiritual senses, he became surprised by what he noticed. He detected the tissue sample that used to come from his body. Though it had already lost almost all of its potency, Ves did manage to detect a small whiff of spiritual energy. What really caused him to be surprised was that he managed to detect an even smaller trace of his spiritual energy had managed to spread across the mouse's entire body. Though it was extremely faint, it reminded him a bit of how he and subsequently the superior mother infused his unborn daughter's body with their energies. The difference was that it didn't seem to have ended up well for the mouse. How did it die? He asked. I see its head didn't blow up. That's different. Should I expect that to happen? Rania raised her eyebrow. Never mind. Just tell me what is going on with this mouse. It's a bit of a mystery to me, honestly. Normally, the method we use to integrate human tissue samples to mice is highly mature and almost completely safe. Sure, the mouse will be burdened by extra tissue or organs that aren't meant to be there, but we have always managed to keep them alive. Not this time. Just hours after grafting your tissue into its body, it started to exhibit less activity. This slowly continued until it became comatose. An hour later, its unconscious body functions shut down, causing it to die. This was an interesting sequence of events. The mouse had died gradually and over time. Also, it didn't suffer any deadly physical maladies. Instead, it slowly grew sleepy until it finally entered its eternal slumber. As Ves continued to inspect the carcass with his spiritual senses, he developed a suspicion of what had happened. Chapter 3190, God or Monster. Ever since he and his mother began to infuse his unborn daughter's body with spiritual energy, he began to develop an interest in how it interacted with biological tissue. Clearly, there was a stronger relationship between the two than he initially thought. It made sense in a way, as the spiritualities of the vast majority of sentient beings were anchored to their bodies and more specifically their brains. For a long time, he thought that the bond between the two was loose. As long as the brain was sufficiently complex enough to produce a meaningful degree of sentience, the intelligent creature in question was able to gain and activate their spiritual potential. In all of his theoretical frameworks, Ves based all of his subsequent theories around this simple assumption. So when Ves encountered a case where his daughter's brain was incredibly underdeveloped yet still managed to reach a point where she gained spiritual potential, something had to give. What did it mean for someone's entire body to generate spirituality instead of just the brain? Would his daughter become even more talented and powerful in this area than himself? Just thinking about it caused him to shudder. Would she become a monster? Would she become a god? No. Not if he could do anything about it. As long as he was there to guide his daughter into controlling her potent spirituality, nothing should go wrong. The companion spirit seed he intended to plant in her would also help a lot in regulating her excess power. As long as everything went well and his daughter managed to grow up alongside her companion spirit, she would start off her adult life at a much higher starting point than himself. On one hand, he felt immensely pleased at the prospect of being able to raise a daughter who was much more powerful than him, at least when she graduated from her studies and started her first job. On the other hand, he wasn't sure whether he would be able to control such a powerful offspring. Who knew what she wanted to do and how much she was willing to defy her dearest daddy with a heap of power at her disposal? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was a realistic risk. Even though his daughter still had several more months to go before she was finally born, already the potential of the growing fetus inside Gloriana's belly was frighteningly powerful at this very early stage. God or monster? The former did not exist, and he would definitely make sure to prevent his daughter from ever becoming the latter. In order to help him understand this strange new phenomenon, Ves needed more data. That meant that he needed Rania to conduct focused studies on this topic. Naturally, he would never allow her to treat his daughter as her test subject. Just the thought of taking a few cells from his baby girl just to implant them into a mouse or something sounded abhorrent. This was why Ves bravely decided to volunteer himself. If anything detrimental happened to him, then he would at least be able to spare his upcoming daughter from the suffering. His eyes firmed up as he took one last look at the dead white mouse that Rania had experimented upon. Dr. Ranya's initial attempt failed abjectly, but the clues that he was able to derive from it were quite novel and refreshing. How many mice do you have? Do you really have to ask that? Rania responded with a mirthful look. She waved her hand across her expansive laboratory. The Dragon's Den is not just a lab ship, but also a bioproduction plant akin to a miniature version of the Spirit of Bentheim. The mass cultivation of lab mice is an essential function to any site that conducts bioresearch. We can literally grow millions of mice at once from any known genetic strain we can think of. We can even cultivate other animals and exobeasts for experimental purposes on a large scale. If any of our research has reached an advanced scale, we can even switch over to mass-producing clones. Ves jolted a bit after he heard that last part. He stared directly in her eyes. Are you talking about sentient clones that are capable of living like actual humans? She shook her head. We do have the capability, though only a handful of senior lifer researchers are capable of conducting advanced human cloning. For experimental purposes, generating low-order human clones is more efficient. They aren't humans per se. They are merely sacks of meat that look like humans but don't have any consciousness. I see. So are you able to produce these low-order clones en masse? We are, but for most experiments, we usually start off with humble lab mice. They're smaller, cheaper and easier to grow and maintain. They leave smaller messes behind and they can be disposed of with much less hassle. If we move on to conducting experiments on full-sized human clones, we would have to occupy a special lab that is configured for handling human bodies, and there are only so many of them aboard this ship. Right now, most of them are already occupied by research teams developing new genetic augmentations, minor longevity treatments, and specialized implants for mech pilots. The Larkinson clan could easily purchase off-the-shelf versions of these products off the market, but Ves and several people within the clan thought it was prudent for the clan to master these industries. This way, they not only reduced their dependence on external services, but could also turn biotechnology into the second revenue source of the Larkinson clan. Not every pioneer who ventured into the Red Ocean was able to grab thousands of talented biotech researchers from a state that possessed a strong heritage of raising them. It would be an enormous waste if Ves allowed the lifer scientists and the Dragon's Den to become underutilized. Ves felt very pleased that he had access to his own bioresearch division. Not only was he able to commission studies on any topic he deemed interesting, but he was also able to do so without bothering with any of the annoying ethical and moral challenges that he would get if he contacted an outside company. The benefit of effectively controlling the Larkinson Biotech Institute was that it had become his playground for any fascination related to biotechnology. Initially, he wanted to use it to provide augmentations for his clansmen and cultivate new mutated beasts that had the potential to expand his collection of designed spirits. As for now, Ves began to figure out that Dr. Rania and her teams of researchers might also be able to help him discover more about the nature of spirituality and how it empowered humans. Considering that he had haphazardly treated his own unborn daughter as an experiment, it became more critical than ever for him to expand his studies in this direction. "I'd like you to do something for me, Rania." "What is it you require, Patriarch?" she asked, becoming more attentive as she noticed his demeanor had grown more serious. "I need you to set up a secret research department. I trust you to handle my more sensitive requests with discretion, but you are not enough for what I have in mind. I need you to gather a team of trusted researchers who can keep their mouths shut to perform broad research on the properties of spirituality and figure out ways to harness it in humans." This was not a casual request. Dr. Rania weighed the possibilities. "I can set up a new research department and keep it confidential easily enough. I imagine that my own measures probably won't be thorough enough, so I will need a lot of help from Calabast and the Black Cats to make it foolproof." "You will have the help you need, and the funding," Ves said. The former member of the Woden dynasty thought a bit more about the steps she needed to take. "It shouldn't be a problem for me to obfuscate the administration and set up a secret lab aboard this ship. The real challenge is finding the right personnel. I can imagine that you already know what the lifer researchers are like. They are very professional when it comes to maintaining their confidentiality. Their loyalty also shouldn't be in doubt, considering that they have taken well to joining a clan that is willing to provide excellent facilities and abundant funding for their project." "Then what's the problem?" Ves frowned. "These lifer researchers come from a state that has always emphasized the importance of innovation and developing new products in order to expand and diversify the biotech industry. As a result, they can be a bit overenthusiastic about their research. What I mean by that is that they sometimes lose sight of their limits and go too far with their experiments. Much of what I am trying to improve at the moment is to implement more oversight among our research teams. This will be more difficult to implement in a secret research department because it can't involve too many people." He could see why this would be an issue, but he did not let that stop him from going through with this essential plan. "We can't remain as ignorant as we are now with how spirituality and spiritual energy interacts with humans. I mean, I don't even know what's going on with my daughter anymore due to all of the spiritual energy that she has sucked up. I'm not afraid of any experiments going too far. What I need are results and confidentiality. Give me answers and try to keep what this new department is doing as secret as possible. Can you do that, Doctor? The director of the Larkinson Biotech Institute nodded solemnly. I will make sure that you will have your results. I will personally see to everything. I have a high interest in these studies as well. I haven't heard anything like it in other biotech researchers. From what I have seen and inferred so far, spirituality may be the key property that will truly lead humanity to a new stage of evolution. Spirituality is responsible for making mech pilots, mech designers, and sword masters special. Imagine what it could do to our race if every person and every profession becomes extraordinary. Such a radical change would completely upend human civilization, and Ves wasn't sure whether it was for the better. Even if this scenario was the utopia that the MTA was striving towards, handing lots of power to an endless amount of people was extremely dangerous. After all, there were many individuals who weren't able to use their powers as responsibly as himself. Don't take spirituality lightly, Rania, he warned her. I know firsthand that messing with people's spirits in any way can easily turn fatal. Start your studies on small, disposable animals and work your way up to clones of the low-quality kind. My main interest right now is to find out how we can infuse human flesh with spiritual energy, and what that does to an organism. I have a few hunches, but I don't dare to voice them yet. I just want to understand what it does to a human. To be honest, he had also become a bit jealous of his daughter's fortune. Unlike her, his own body tissue was not infused with spirituality. He felt as if he was a defective human compared to his future offspring. Was he happy that she had the potential to become stronger than him? Certainly. Was he happy about the prospect of being left in the dust? No. As a responsible parent, Ves felt the need to overtake her and make sure he remained in the lead so that he could guide his daughter's development. The last thing he wanted to see was for her to make a mistake and steer her spiritual development in the wrong direction. Chapter 3191, Cross Business. After instructing Rania to set up a new secret research department, Ves bid her goodbye and returned to his shuttle. As his vehicle left the hangar bay of the Dragon's Den and began to move towards the Cross fleet under escort, he settled down and began to think about the implications of what he had started. A new research department centered around studying spirituality from a biotech perspective would likely yield interesting results, especially if Ves dropped by every now and then to provide assistance. There was no way the research department would be able to get anywhere without him supplying his spiritual energy or donating his biological tissue. As long as everything went well, Ves would have an explanation of what his daughter was going through and whether he could acquire the same benefits. Though he was certainly a lot more powerful than his unborn baby at the moment, if he extrapolated her growth trajectory, she could easily surpass him once she was well into her teenage years. The thought of trying to deal with a rebellious teenage daughter whose spiritual prowess exceeded his own already gave him a headache. Is this what every first-generation parent of a designer baby feels like? He wondered as he held Lucky in his lap and petted the pet's head. Meow. Oh yeah, I forgot. Goldie is sort of your daughter, right? Meow. Lucky proudly raised his head. So how do you keep her in line? Meow. You mean you don't? Lucky responded with a helpless expression. Meow. So his cat basically failed and turned into a loser dad. How swell. At least Goldie turned out okay with the help of other design spirits, like Kalankso. After chatting senselessly with his cat, his shuttle finally reached one of the hangar bays of the massive Hemington Cross. He hadn't visited the fleet carrier in a while. Each time he exited his shuttle and beheld the crossers and the overall atmosphere on their flagship, he could easily differentiate the evolution of the Cross clan over time. There were a lot more personnel aboard this ship than before. The Cross clan hadn't expanded their fleet, but they readily took advantage of their new kinship network to recruit tens of thousands of military-minded people who became attracted to the promises and ideals of the Patriarch Reginald and his clan. It was fairly easy for Ves to distinguish the newer faces from the other ones. The authentic true-blood crossers carried themselves with a strong and unique demeanor that originated from many years of living in the Garland Empire. The foreigners who grew up in more peaceful and placid states still showed their relative freshness and inexperience. A good battle or two would quickly sort them out and complete their integration into the Cross clan. Ves was quite certain about this, as his own clan faced a similar situation. A kinship network could only do so much in tying vastly different people together. An attendant from the clan welcomed the honored visitor to the flagship of the Cross clan before leading the way to an observation deck at the upper levels of the fleet carrier. Though Ves wasn't able to see as much of the vessel as he wanted, he could already tell that the clan had taken several powerful steps forward. They were far from the shabby band of military refugees that Ves initially met in the Hisneck system. What was new since his last visit was that the Hemington Cross interior featured extensive upgrades. Older, worn modules had been replaced by newer ones. Several sections that previously looked fragile now looked a lot more sturdy after the crossers applied a lot of structural reinforcements. All in all, the Hemington Cross was able to take a greater beating than before. This was good news, as the capital ship used to be a prestige project whose size was meant to impress and intimidate rivals outside of combat. As an actual combat vessel, her ability to resist and contain damage was not as good as other fleet carriers like the smaller but much more practical Antonio Cross. Where are they getting the money, though? He wondered. The Cross clan on its own didn't possess any native industries when it initially fled from the vicious Mountain Star sector. The only variable that presented the Crossers with a new option was its new senior mech designer. What has the professor been up to lately? Ves had not kept up with any news concerning the former pirate designer. After all, his expert mech design projects, along with issues related to his own clan, already took up all of his time. Well, I guess I will find out soon enough. After being led into a massive observation room, Ves slowly approached the center, where Patriarch Reginald Cross and Professor Benedict Cortez were sitting in front of one of the windows. The pair of senior leaders were enjoying an expansive view of the hundreds of starships that made up the Allied fleet. From this distance, the numerous sub-capital ships all resembled tiny fish that were difficult to distinguish from each other. Only the capital ships possessed enough definition for humans to be able to identify them with the naked eye. The majority of capital ships belonged to the Larkinson clan. This was a great source of pride to Ves, and he couldn't help but needle the Crosser leader about their own stock of capital ships. Hello? He greeted as he plopped onto the only available chair. Nice view. I can't help but observe that your own fleet is rather skinny compared to mine. We're getting closer and closer to Tarnished Crown. The time to acquire capital ships is running out. Will you be able to bring enough powerful assets into the Red Ocean? Patriarch Reginald narrowed his eyes, but Professor Benedict maintained his cool. If we required assistance in this area, we would have contacted your clan beforehand, the latter replied. We have already made some arrangements, and we are already in the process of acquiring additional ships and merits. It might take some time, but you will not find us wanting by the time we reach the Beyonder Gate. Well, that was one less problem to worry about. When a senior mech designer told him that he would get something done, then Ves had no reason to question the claim. A few moments passed by as Ves calmly enjoyed the view. He found it rather novel to look at the distant red hull and iconic giant cat-shaped prow of his flagship from this perspective. It was by far the most impressive and flamboyant capital ship in the fleet. We've started a couple of new industries in recent months. Professor Benedict spoke up again as he turned towards Ves. He studiously analyzed Lucky, who was currently staring right back with a challenging stare. Meow. VS pressed his hand on Lucky's head in order to restrain his pet. It wouldn't do for his cat to piss off the Skull Architect. I've been wondering where all of the money is coming from. What markets did you decide to enter? We are currently working on entering 2 related industries. The Cross Mech Corporation is our principal mech company that is responsible for selling both mechs and mech designs. We are only engaged in the latter at the moment, but we hope to set up manufacturing in the Red Ocean that will service the regional markets. I see. VS pursed his lips. If you don't mind me asking, how will the products of your mech company stand out from the competition? Professor Benedict responded with a sly smile. While I might not have your ability to grant mechs with a unique factor, I am more than capable of designing mechs that directly meets the needs of most customers in the Red Ocean. According to my market analysis, the dearth of industries, the bottleneck in transportation, and the lack of availability of many materials and exotics that are common in the Milky Way means that there is a great demand for mech models that are adapted to the local circumstances. Every mech company and mech designer must either adapt their current designs or start from scratch. This presented an advantage to less established mech designers and mech companies. While the bigger mech corporations would also be doing their best to capture the emerging mech market of the Red Ocean, they had to begin anew, as well as it was incredibly uneconomical for them to export their products from the Milky Way to the Red Ocean. From what it sounds like, this isn't the only company that your clan has started, VS remarked. That's correct, the professor said. We are also aiming to branch out into the research and development of mech systems and components. We decided to erect the Cross Development Center to develop efficient, rugged, and reliable mech parts that we can use for ourselves and license out to others, including your clan. I'm aware that you have gained access to 2 different expansive component libraries, but they will eventually become obsolete without active development. The CDC is meant to build upon the Cross clan's existing tech library and adapt all of the components and devices we need to the circumstances of the Red Ocean. VS became a little shocked at what he heard. He hadn't put much thought about acquiring components and component designs that were modern and cost-effective over time. He thought he would just continue to license the appropriate gear from outside companies, but who knew whether that was sustainable in the future? The Larkinson clan's business ventures were currently centered around both mechs and biotechnology products, though the latter was still getting up to speed. Those were 2 huge industries that required a lot of attention, investment, and commitment. Though VS could order his clan to set up a new company that tried to perform the same activities as the Cross Development Center, it wouldn't be the same. First, the Crossers enjoyed a head start in this sector. Second, Professor Cortez was much more capable of developing quality components than anyone in the Larkinson clan. Though VS wanted his clan to develop its own homegrown mech parts eventually, now was not the time. Rather than relying on external offerings, it was a lot cheaper and more convenient to rely on the products offered by the CDC, at least for the foreseeable time. VS threw Professor Benedict a look that conveyed that he knew what the Crossers were doing. The Cross clan wanted to show its usefulness to the Golden Skull Alliance. At the same time, it hoped that the Larkinsons would become dependent on its excellent mech parts. Another consideration was that it also aimed to generate and maintain a competitive advantage in this industry. As long as the Golden Skull Alliance remained intact, its partners would always have to turn to the Crossers in order to license and gain permission to use its powerful and efficient tech. VS didn't mind too much. He was willing to grant the Cross clan a victory in this arena because he knew the Crossers would have to knock on the doors of the Larkinson clan if they required any human augmentation services. Already the Larkinson Biotech Institute had begun to offer its simpler augmentation services to both the Glory Seekers and the Crossers. Good luck with that, he replied in a good-natured manner. I'm sure a senior like you will be able to come up with a large and expansive catalog of parts that we can all use to put together our next mechs. I'm not inclined to stick with one source, though. It's a big market out there, and I'm sure that other entrepreneurs in the Red Ocean have the same idea as yours. Professor Benedict responded with a grin. Oh, I have no doubt about that. I'm sure their own offerings will be highly competitive, but unless you develop a close relationship with them, I doubt that they will be able to offer what you really need. And that is custom mech parts that are completely tailored to your needs. These are essential to your expert mechs. Chapter 3192, Demanding Patriarch. Professor Benedict brought up a good point. After completing a couple of expert mech design projects, Ves and his colleagues became more and more aware of the importance of having good expert mech component designs on hand. Unlike ordinary mech component designs, the ones geared towards expert mechs were a lot harder to come by. Although the MTA offered a relatively bland selection of standard components that were appropriate for expert mechs, the good stuff was noticeably absent. The fact of the matter was that expert mechs and anything related to it was considered a matter of strategic interest. Any advantage that a state gained in an aspect of expert mechs provided it with a powerful advantage that might make a meaningful difference in any conflicts. It would be stupid for a Hexer mech designer to develop an excellent mech component only to enable the Friday men to license this new product. This was why it had become a custom for developers to limit their public offerings to older and outdated expert mech parts. If the Larkinson clan didn't initially gain access to Hexer components, then he would have been forced to make use of lower performing alternatives that were at least a generation out of date. Would his expert mech still be strong? Certainly. They just wouldn't be able to keep up with rival expert mechs as well. There were many different factors that determined the performance of an expert mech. The quality of its components was an immense influence that always determined the foundation of any mech, so being able to partner up with a friendly developer that could provide the parts his clan needed was quite convenient. Of course, it would be even better if the Larkinson clan could take care of its own business, but that was not viable at this stage. There was no one in the Larkinson clan that possessed an advantage in this area. He himself was responsible for turning the LMC into a success, and all of the lifers his clan picked up from the LRA were the key to turning the Larkinson Biotech Institute into a promising new business venture. Unless Ves was able to pick up an entire component development company somewhere, there was little hope that his clan would be able to catch up with the Crossers anytime soon. From a broader perspective, this kind of development would probably continue to take place. Neither the Larkinsons nor the Crossers were large enough to cover every industry. Within a solid alliance, it made much more sense for every partner to focus on what they were good at and rely on others to service their other needs. Ves did not mind it if that happened, though eventually the Larkinson clan really had to learn how to take care of its own needs. It did not have to be as good as the market leaders in every sector, but his clansmen should at least be able to develop its most essential expert mech parts for security reasons. When will you be able to provide us with a full lineup of mech components? Ves asked. It will probably take up to 5 years for us to build up an expansive catalog, Professor Benedict said after a brief moment. We have already gathered several teams of capable and experienced developers that I have managed to poach from other companies, but it still takes months and years to design new component designs that are actually better than what we have. Technological progress cannot be rushed, particularly when it has already reached an advanced stage. As a mech designer, Ves fully understood what the senior was talking about. That was the great thing about speaking with other mech designers. Their shared language and understanding was so great that they could easily dispense with the nonsense that they had to bring up when they talked to other people. Of course, as their discussion became increasingly more technical, Patriarch Reginald was feeling increasingly more left out. His force of will eventually flared, causing the other two to halt. Patriarch Larkinson, the expert pilot addressed his guest. You and your people can discuss business matters with us at a later date. I had a different purpose in mind when I invited you over. Since our last meeting, you've managed to build up quite an impressive track record when it comes to designing expert mech. In my judgment, the dark zephyr that has been zipping about is an impressive disruptor, while the Amaranto's firepower is incredibly helpful from what little I have been able to observe. I hear that you are just about to add a pair of additional expert mechs to your lineup. Ves nodded. This was hardly a secret to his allies. They needed to know at least some details so that they could take these new additions into account when they made their battle plans. Correct. While we're here in Amswick, I plan to fabricate an expert spearman mech and an expert swordsman mech. Although they are both offensive machines, they are meant to adopt different approaches in battle. The former is more capable of fighting head-on while the latter is more suitable as a flanker. That fits with the fighting styles of Venerable Orphan and Venerable Dice. I have great respect for both of them. Of course, I am more hopeful for your younger expert pilots. Venerable Joshua particularly sparks my interest. Out of all of your expert pilots, his love for mechs is more pure. That was a considerable endorsement from the most expert pilot in the expeditionary fleet. Ves smiled in response. Thank you for that. I hope to nurture each of our expert pilots into great heroes, and providing them with the right mechs is the first step to doing so. Our design department is already more than halfway through with finishing our current round of mech design projects. Patriarch Benedict faintly became more excited when he heard that. It was obvious to track the changes to his mood because his force of will so obviously radiated his strongest emotions like an open book. Have you considered the matter of designing my new expert mech? Ves nodded. I've already put some thought behind this commission, but most of my attention is taken up by my existing projects. I hope you understand that those come first. Once I am done with them, I will have plenty of time to think about other projects. When will that take? For months, give or take. Once we complete our last 2 expert mech designs, I will have plenty of time in my schedule to embark on other projects. Will you be able to deliver a masterwork expert mech for me? Patriarch Reginald abruptly asked as his anticipation caused the air to become more charged. I greatly admire your Amaranto. It is a true ranged fighting machine beyond compare. If you are able to supply me with a masterwork mech, I will readily pledge eternal friendship and support to you for as long as I live. Ves tried his best to stay calm when the aggressive expert pilot was practically distorting his entire surroundings with his will. It was as if the expert pilot wanted to force Ves into saying yes. Creating a masterwork expert mech was just a fluke. Just ask the professor over here how likely it is for me to repeat my success. The senior couldn't allow his nominal superior to continue this pursuit. He slowly placed his hand on Reginald's shoulder. We've talked about this already. The young Larkinson mech designers have already defied expectations once. Each of them are far from being able to fabricate masterwork mechs on demand. If even I can't do it, how can you expect our guests to do any better? Patriarch Reginald threw Professor Benedict a peculiar look. This was the problem with letting laymen talk about mech design. While Patriarch Reginald no doubt possessed a greater understanding of mechs than the average person, he was not a mech designer, and did not understand all of the effort it took to create some of the best mechs of someone's career. You should trust your resident mech designer, Reginald, Ves softly said. Forcing us won't get you anywhere. A mech will either become a masterwork or not. It would be great if we can succeed, but even if we aren't able to elevate the quality of your expert mech to the top, it should still be high enough to provide you with greater support than your current mech. Though the Cross Patriarch did not wish to accept this answer, he was smart enough to know that reality wasn't in his favor. He subsided his oppressive will and slumped a bit on his chair. I expect you to do your utmost to satisfy my needs. That is why I am willing to ally with your clan, and that is also why I allow my clan to accompany your fleet as you make your way into this hazardous region. I wouldn't call the Vulcan Empire a hazardous region. It is to people like us. I don't like it. Can you tell us straight why you want to bring your entire clan into the most dangerous star sector in this region of space? Ves found it ridiculous to compare the Smiling Samuel star sector to perilous places like the Nixian Gap. It wasn't as if the former was occupied by murderous scum, lethal space-time anomalies, and horrendously powerful dark gods. He briefly thought about how much he should reveal. He supposed the Cross clan deserved to know a bit of the truth, considering that they were willing to risk their lives to stick with his clan. I'm on a mission of sorts, Ves reluctantly said. A very big mech designer who is much more powerful than you can imagine has found out that someone left a certain package behind. Now, back then, Smiling Samuel hadn't turned into a dwarf-dominated star sector like today, so it has become a lot more challenging than usual for someone trustworthy to be able to retrieve this package. That is where I come in. My task is to get in, retrieve the package, and get out. It's as simple as that. I have no intention of staying in the Vulcan Empire any longer than necessary. The two crossers took in his words. Though they were wondering who exactly issued this mission to Ves, and what kind of package merited so much attention, they knew better than to ask any further. Why you? Patriarch Reginald asked instead. Why not hand this responsibility to someone else? If this individual is as powerful as you imply, I'm sure he can contact the dwarves directly. Ves shrugged. Who knows? I can't give you any answers on this. All I know is that I have to retrieve the package in person. In order for me to do that, I have to bring the rest of my clan along, as even I don't think it is wise to enter a dwarf country alone. It still wasn't a wise decision, but none of the three bothered to mention the obvious. Reginald tapped his armrest. I don't feel reassured. We cannot abandon you and let you enter Smiling Samuel alone, but our crossers aren't willing to die for a cause they have no part of. I cannot ask my soldiers to make the ultimate sacrifice just to satisfy your personal ambitions. I understand, Ves slowly said. I would feel the same if I was in your shoes. It's not easy to lead a clan. Just so. Reginald briefly smiled. Now I can do something about this, but only if you give me a reason to persuade my men to go along with your latest scheme. Are you able to do that, Larkinson? Ves finally got it. The Cross Patriarch wanted to negotiate with him. If Ves and his clan wasn't able to cough up anything worthwhile, then the Cross clan might not decide to back the Larkinsons up in their upcoming venture. Ves had to think carefully on what he had to say next. Chapter 3193 – Interesting Information. Alliances were fragile. In some cases, they could be considered a single entity. In other cases, they were fractured beyond belief. Ves had encountered numerous states throughout his travels that exhibited both sides of the equation. The Friday Coalition was a typical example that embodied both extremes. On the one hand, they united together and formed a common bond to defend against the persistent threat of the hexadric hegemony. On the other hand, of the original 9 partners that founded the coalition, only 6 of them were left. What happened to the 3 forgotten partners that seemed to have disappeared from history in the time between the founding of the state and the outbreak of the Komodo War? Obviously, something very fishy took place that caused the 3 coalition partners to disappear without getting entangled in open conflict. Then there was the old Veja kingdom. While Ves wasn't sure how much it had changed after the aftermath of the Sand War caused it to swallow up a lot of ruined territories, but before this massive event, its various noble houses ostensibly answered to the royal house but in practice pursued their own ends. The ducal houses had become too powerful, causing them to develop a distinct lack of respect towards the central authorities and a lot of animosity towards their fellow rivals. If not for the fact that they possessed a common hatred against the Bright Republic, they would have long descended into more overt power struggles. Then there's the Garland Empire. On the surface, it was one huge second-rate state that dominated the vicious Mountain Star sector. Unlike the Friday Coalition and the Hexadric Hegemony, it did not have to share territory with any other rival state. That should have turned the Garland Empire into a calm and peaceful refuge where the only threat to its territorial integrity came from beyond its star sector. Yet the glory hounds of this infamous state were not satisfied with peace. The aggressive ace pilots and expert pilots hungered for greater advancement and eternal glory, and an absence of conflict was not conducive to furthering these goals. So what did they do instead? They turned on each other and provoked conflicts with the flimsiest of excuses. Therefore, alliances were not necessarily harmonious. If an organization really thought that a treaty could protect them from betrayal from their own allies, then it was incredibly naive. The Cross clan happened to fall victim to this kind of betrayal. After its flight from Vicious Mountain, it surely had to have learned a couple of lessons. With the addition of a former pirate leader in the form of Professor Benedict, there was no way that the Crossers remained as naive as before. Right now, the Larkinson clan was in its ascendancy. The Cross clan attached itself to the upstarts because it depended on Ves to provide them with the benefits the Crossers needed to rebuild their own glory. The establishment of the Cross clan's exclusive kinship network and Patriarch Reginald's strong desire for Ves to contribute to the design of his next expert mech were both compelling benefits. They were the primary reasons why the Cross clan was willing to follow the lead of the Larkinson clan. Yet leading the Crossers straight into a potentially hostile state that was much more powerful than the Golden Skull Alliance was definitely stretching their willingness to play along. Ves would essentially be taking advantage over the fact that he possessed a hold over the Cross clan if he forced Patriarch Reginald and his men to come along his risky trip. If he wanted to placate his allies and ensure the Golden Skull Alliance remained stable, he needed to throw them another bone so that they remained committed to defending the Larkinson clan. This was quite problematic as he wasn't able to think up anything that sounded attractive enough. He couldn't guarantee the delivery of a masterwork mech, and he had already provided them with a kinship network. He supposed he could choose to offer other valuable services such as providing the Crossers with companion spirits or battle networks, but Ves wasn't stupid enough to spread his own trump cards. The main reasons why he was okay with sharing his kinship network was because it didn't threaten him and would always remain under his control. The same could not be said for his other spiritual products. Ves scratched his cheek. It became clear that he did not have any good ideas at the moment. Since he couldn't come up with an answer, Professor Benedict decided to give him a hand. "What do you think about our clan, Ves?" You have done well in picking yourselves up from your lowest point. I no longer have the impression that you are in decline anymore. Your clan grows stronger with each day that passes. That is quite impressive. It's not easy to dispel the depression that comes from losing so many loved ones and being run out of your territory like a pack of defeated dogs. Patriarch Reginald briefly clenched his fists. We cannot give the traitors the satisfaction of ending us completely. We may have lost much of our might and glory, but we have not lost sight of our dignity and honor. As long as we hold our heads high, we defy the Praetors, the Planats, the Billids, the Chardins, and any other enemy that has conspired to annihilate our clan. Both Ves and Professor Benedict had to lean back from the ferocity that the expert pilot was exuding. The cross of rebirth that hung on his waist even seemed to resonate with his earnest will, causing Patriarch Reginald to come across as a tragic hero who was hellbent on exacting his revenge. Ves lightly coughed. Yes. That's a really good sentiment. The best way to refute their attempts at taking down your clan is to grow it to an even greater height. In my opinion, the best way to do that is to take advantage of the opportunities of the Red Ocean to grow to an even greater height than the Garland Empire could ever accomplish. Vicious Mountain can only offer so much, and the Star Sector is already divided into hundreds of different tribes and clans. There is no meaningful room for expansion over there, so it should only be a matter of time before your clan can surpass all of your enemies. Of course, it was not as simple as that. Rewards always come paired with risks. The greater the reward, the greater the risk. It was true that it was easy for pioneers to become rich and powerful in the Red Ocean, but there were even greater odds for them to face ruination. Professor Benedict smiled at Ves in a peculiar way. While it is good for our clan to spite its original enemies by surpassing them in size and wealth, this form of revenge isn't quite as satisfying as crushing the Praetors, Planots, and any other enemy that had a hand in driving the Cross clan out of Vicious Mountain. Don't you think so, Ves? Ves frowned a bit. We're too weak to beat them in person. I know how it feels to be unable to punch your enemies directly in the face. I too have grudges against certain powerful enemies like the Friday Coalition, but do you see me turning around and pitting my tiny clan against the might of an entire second-rate state? We can't let our personal desires get in the way of doing what is best for our people. Exacting direct revenge won't accomplish anything except causing all of us to fall just so we can derive selfish satisfaction out of the act. He had a high interest in staying alive. Committing revenge felt good, but not if he had to pay an excessive price. He always found it irrational for many people to forsake everything, including their own existences, just to get payback for their perceived slights. Ves dearly hoped that Patriarch Reginald and his band of crossers weren't a part of this group. If they were, then the Larkinson clan would seriously have to reconsider its association with the Crazy Cross clan. Fortunately, Patriarch Reginald forcibly calmed himself down. Though it was more than obvious that he wanted to do exactly what Ves feared, the expert pilot didn't completely disregard his responsibilities to his own clansmen. He was a lot better than his father in this regard. We can dream all we want, but without power, they will always remain figments of our imagination. The expert pilot gruffly spoke. The only way for our clan to exceed our rivals is for us to gain more strength. My ascension to my father's old rank is all that matters to us. In the event that you are unable to supply a masterwork expert mech to me, do you have any other means of enabling my promotion? Ves helplessly spread his hands. Who do you think I am? A miracle worker? No one has a foolproof way of producing ace pilots, let alone expert pilots. The MTA seems to think you have a chance, Reginald stated as he pinned Ves with a pointed stare. Haven't they assigned a batch of its own mech pilots for you to convert into expert pilots? It seemed that the Cross clan wasn't completely blind. Though news of this mission shouldn't have spread, it was hard for close allies to miss Master Willix's arrival and the appearance of 20 highly competent guest pilots within the ranks of the Larkinson clan. Ves sheepishly smiled. The MTA has a lot of faith in us due to our history of producing a noticeable amount of expert pilots and expert candidates. I've been trying to tell them that this is not because we stumbled upon a secret formula or anything. While I do believe that living mechs can help with nurturing mech pilots, my mech company has sold tens of millions of living mechs, and I haven't heard any stories about lots of breakthroughs. The actual reason why our clan did well during our journey through the Nixian Gap is because of the inherent weirdness of this anomalous region. Our mech pilots have a much harder time advancing now that we have left it behind. This was a plausible-sounding excuse that Ves had used multiple times to brush away the noteworthy breakthroughs. It had the benefit of being true to an extent. I have heard that you have developed another solution, the Cross Patriarch slowly said. Ves raised his eyebrows as he petted Lucky again. Oh? That's news to me. If I had another method up to my sleeves, I would have already applied it to my own mech pilots. I have received word from scattered survivors from Prosperous Hill and other sources that you have come up with a new invention in the field. It is said that you have created a set of 4 artifacts that are able to induce different emotions in people. They are called the aspects of Lufa, if I am correct. That's correct. We know what 3 of them can do, but you have always kept the 4th one under wraps, is that correct? Yes. Well, from what I have learned, you have called the final statue the aspect of transcendence. While I do not have any solid facts on hand, am I correct in guessing that this is an experimental new tool of yours to induce breakthroughs in mech pilots? Both Patriarch Reginald and Professor Benedict were paying very close attention to Ves right now. The abrupt increase in scrutiny made Ves feel as if he was being put on the spot. His mind was racing even as he forcibly froze his body to avoid giving away any clues. Damn! How the hell did the Cross clan find all of this out? It shouldn't be too difficult to learn about some of the aspects of Lufa, but Ves had always tried to obscure the aspect of transcendence as much as possible. How did the Crossers uncover the existence of this 4th aspect? Was there a traitor within the ranks of the Larkinson clan? That shouldn't be possible. Chapter 3194 The Forgotten Aspect. On the surface, the Cross clan was made up of a large number of soldiers who only knew how to fight and how to prepare for fights. They did not give anyone the impression that they actually maintained an effective intelligence operation. The history of the Cross clan, and most notably its fall, also did not show any indication that it was good in this area. The stereotypical Garlander disdained trickery and subterfuge, and he couldn't imagine that the Crossers suddenly gained a lot of competence in this area. It just wasn't possible for them to turn one of their weaknesses into a strength so quickly. However, when Ves turned his attention to Professor Benedict Cortez, he felt he might have found the answer to this. One thing was for sure. Ves seriously needed to have a good conversation with Calabast after this meeting. Had she missed this recent development? Or was it none of her fault? Ves felt pretty confident about the security situation of his fleet after the Black Cats acquired the Blinding Banshee. Yet what about before the acquisition of this espionage ship? Perhaps the Cross clan managed to take advantage of the security holes that existed prior to the recent improvement in security. He briefly turned to Professor Benedict. What if the change didn't come from the original Crossers, but a powerful newcomer who possessed a different outlook? It was not that hard to imagine that a pirate designer like the Skull Architect set up his own network of informants. His entry into the Cross clan was the most viable explanation why the Crossers had become a lot more capable in gathering useful intelligence. He could contemplate all of that later. First, he had to get past this moment. He should have brought Shedaren Perness along. The entire reason why he appointed the old man to Foreign Affairs Minister was so that he could let the professionals handle talks like these. Right now, he had to decide how much he could afford to reveal. While the existence of this statue was rather sensitive, he didn't actually mind it that much if one of his allies found out about it. Out of all of the secrets in his closet, this one wasn't that big of a deal, especially since it was defective. This was why he decided to come clean. In any case, the Cross clan was still a friend, and he also needed its support in the times to come. If he could increase their commitment to the Alliance in exchange for exposing one of his less important secrets, then that was still a favorable transaction. The aspect of transcendence is deeply flawed, Ves reluctantly explained. I don't know how you have heard of it, but it and every other aspect of Lufa is based around principles that I don't even understand. The nature of my creations is so esoteric and metaphysical that my control over them is tenuous at best. This is one of the downsides to trying to create living products. Professor Benedict nodded in agreement. I did notice that in your work. The glows of your characteristic mech designs don't seem to come from you. I have long speculated that you are using your design philosophy as a vehicle to leverage the power of other metaphysical phenomena. That was quite an accurate description. Senior mech designers really shouldn't be underestimated, especially someone who no doubt performed extensive analyses on his work. Ves briefly smiled. What I have done with my aspects of Lufa is more direct than that. The result are 4 organic statues that each express 4 different varieties of glows. 2 of them are rather average and can even be obtained in the Jena Star Cluster's mech market in the form of the treatment editions of my Sanctuary model. We know. We purchased a batch of both variants, Patriarch Reginald answered. They are completely useless to me, but they have actually been helpful in helping our more traumatized crossers gain some perspective. I thank you for that. While your 2 Sanctuary variants cannot heal damaged survivors on their own, my doctors tell me that they are powerful tools when used as part of larger treatment programs. It is my pleasure. Many of my mechs are designed to kill. I'm glad that my work can also make people better. Ves always derived satisfaction from hearing that his products had served his customers well. This was the dream of every creator, and he was no different. I have also heard something about your 3rd statue. Professor Benedict leaned forward. It is supposedly capable of making people completely rational. That is quite interesting, don't you think? Ves nonchalantly shrugged. It carries its own risks. Humans are emotional creatures by heart. Most individuals don't cope very well with losing all of their emotions. It only makes sense to employ the aspect of rationality in highly specific situations. The senior mech designer leaned back in his chair and nodded. You are correct in that. Rational humans are a special breed of individuals. It is hard for people to get started on this path, but perhaps it might be easier if they are able to benefit from the glow of this statue of yours. I don't see the point in that. Ves frowned. What's wrong with ordinary mech designers who rely on their passions and emotions? I can't imagine myself designing mechs by faking emotions instead of embodying them for real. That is because you haven't properly witnessed the full capabilities of a rational mech designer. It is not for nothing that the MTA prefers to employ those who can maintain as much objective and untainted reason as possible. As a trade association, it has a high demand for mech designers who can deconstruct and systematically apply the myriad of unique methods that many of our colleagues have developed. You cannot truly understand someone else's work in its totality without letting go of all of your preconceived biases and subjective tastes. That was actually quite interesting to hear. Ves already thought along these lines, but it was nice to hear a corroborating opinion from a better mech designer. The business of the MTA has nothing to do with us. Ves dismissively waved his hand. I have no need to steal the work of other mech designers, and I don't intend to replace the MTA. Correct. We are speaking about your 4th and evidently most radical statue of this series. Can you explain to us why you describe it as flawed? What are its defects? Ves thought carefully on what he should say here. A part of him didn't want to say anything, but another part of him actually felt it might be useful to consult with other knowledgeable experts. A second opinion was always handy, and someone like Professor Benedict most certainly possessed deep insights in many areas related to mechs. Well, for one, people's heads tend to blow up when they are subjected to its influence. Don't ask me how many times this has occurred. Neither Patriarch Reginald nor Professor Benedict looked disturbed at the mention that Ves had conducted a disturbing experiment where an unknown amount of people lost their lives just to try out a new invention. They were certainly pleasant company. Experimental results can show a large amount of variance depending on the traits of your test subjects. What population of test subjects did you take your samples from, Larkinson? Ves twitched his mouth. The professor certainly knew what he was talking about. Criminals. Scum. People who got what was coming to them, basically. I tested it out on both norms and mech pilots, but neither of them have yielded any positive results. These volunteers of yours are weak-willed cowards and losers who do not deserve the gift of ascension, Reginald declared. Expert pilots like myself must discipline our minds and forge our wills into unbreakable steel. Each of us have undergone our own journeys where we are required to pass each and every test that comes our way. Few are worthy to make it to the end. Most are found wanting and will either stop making progress or die in the pursuit of an undeserved reward. In my judgment, trash can never produce greatness. You should have started off with better stock. I cannot justify the decision to subject the aspect of transcendence to people outside of this category, Ves self-righteously retorted. I especially can't condone any attempts to subject my own clansmen to an experimental product that has already produced a sizable body count. My duty as their patriarch is to lead them and protect them, not sacrifice their lives in order to further my personal ambitions. Ves made his stance clear. The aspect of transcendence was too dangerous, and he would not agree to using it on anyone who was decent. Even he had bottom lines. You've become stuck then, Professor Benedict observed. Your experiments on low-quality test subjects have produced constant failures, but you might be able to gain a different result if you make use of better stock. It is regrettable that you are not willing to do so. This statue has great potential if you can actually prove that it can live up to your promises. I do not believe you bestowed it with such a grandiose name if you never had any intentions of making it live up to it, am I right? Damn. Professor Benedict understood Ves a little too well. I have developed many ambitious ideas over the course of my career. Few of them succeed. That is the nature of innovation. These days, I don't even think about the aspect of transcendence anymore. It's already a failure in my eyes. What you consider to be a failure might actually turn out to be a priceless treasure. You want to obtain my statue? Ves narrowed his eyes. No. We recognize that it is your invention and that its use is completely up to you, the senior quickly replied. What we are actually thinking about is resuming your experiment with a different recipient in mind. Instead of using them on low-quality stock, we instead have a better idea. The professor pointedly looked at the cross patriarch. You. In the event that you have failed to deliver a masterwork expert mech to me, I shall bear the test of your aspect of transcendence myself, the expert pilot stated. I must advance to ace pilot one way or another. If I cannot do it the old-fashioned way, then I am not afraid to resort to a more unconventional means. That's crazy. You don't know what you are talking about. My time is running out, Reginald shouted back while pointing at his graying hair. I have already passed my peak stage as a mech pilot. With each year that passes, my reflexes and thinking grow less acute. My chances of breaking through dwindles as a consequence. While my father has managed to defy the odds, I am not as talented as him. I need a faster, more assured way of breaking through, and I see much hope in your mysterious statue. Do not underestimate my resolve. Where others have failed, I shall remain unbroken. With my strength combined with the valued teachings of my father, I am confident I will succeed in breaking through. I only need a catalyst to push me forward. Ves looked confused. Why don't you find a war or something? The best way for mech pilots to surpass their limits has always been to risk their lives in battle. I have a responsibility to my clan, Reginald said. As a fellow patriarch, I am sure you understand. I vowed to preserve the remnants of my clan, but at the same time I must become a saint, which I will never be able to accomplish if I knowingly lead my men into doom. Therefore, even if your aspect of transcendence poses a greater threat to my life, at least I shall bear this risk alone. Whether I live or die, the Cross clan shall live on. I can put myself to the test with ease if that is the case. This guy's obsession was truly unshakable. Ves didn't mind it if Patriarch Reginald wanted to commit suicide, but the problem was whether the Cross clan would be happy with that. If the Crossers found out that Patriarch Reginald died in the Larkinson clan's custody, Ves seriously doubted whether they would remain friendly. Chapter 3195, Death or Glory. Ves regretted the creation of the aspect of transcendence. He should have never acted upon one of his inspirations and created a fourth organic statue that was meant to isolate and amplify the strongest obsessions of people subjected to its glow. It would have been a different story if he succeeded in making it work, but so far the cleaning bots had to sanitize the testing chambers so many times that the blood had seeped into their circuits. Of all of the test subjects that Ves had the pleasure of subjecting to his experiments, he never worked with such a high-quality expert pilot. There was no doubt that out of every expert pilot in the expeditionary fleet, Patriarch Reginald Cross was undisputedly the most powerful of them all. The resonance meters all hovered at around 55 lavares in the few times he deployed with his Bolvar Rage. This was close to the upper limit of expert pilots, and made him eligible to undergo a second evolution. Yet for all of his efforts, Reginald never managed to make any progress over time. No matter what he tried, the resonance meters had not gone over 55 lavares at all in the span of a year. This was a sign of stagnation and signified that the leader may have exhausted his natural potential a long time ago. This was why he said his talent was not as good as his father. The only way for him to make meaningful progress was to resort to external pressure. The traditional solution had always been to drop into a battle and hope that everything worked out, but this was an exceedingly risky and reckless proposition. Ves actually found it quite novel for Reginald and Benedict to come up with the idea of using the aspect of transcendence as a more convenient alternative. If it works the way that the pair expected it to, then it could present every desperate mech pilot with a more direct source of stimulation without endangering anyone else. To certain kinds of people who value power, attainment, and success over their lives, the price of failure was not unacceptable to them. Ambitious individuals such as Patriarch Reginald were already accustomed to putting their lives on the line. Facing an unknown statue with a history of executing the unworthy was not that much a worse prospect. It was still a troublesome request, though. Ves wouldn't mind if Patriarch Reginald wanted to die, but the problem was that Ves and his clan didn't want to attract any blame for the expert pilot's untimely death. Just like Ves, Reginald played a crucial role in keeping the Cross clan together. He was such a forceful and impressive figurehead that the Cross clan would definitely descend into chaos if the heir and son of St. Hemington Cross died in a macabre experiment rather than perish gloriously on the battlefield. The Golden Skull Alliance would definitely get messed up as a consequence. Ves could not allow this pivotal figure to throw away his life. "Aren't you being too hasty, Reginald? You are making way too many assumptions here. First, who says you can't progress any further at this stage? Ace pilots never tend to be young. You may have grown older, but you still have plenty of years left in your life as long as you are able to receive at least one round of life-prolonging treatment." "It's not that simple, young man." The expert pilot shook his head. "There are ways to extend the lifespan of my body, but it is a lot harder to ensure my will remains sharp. My goal isn't to maintain my current level of strength. My goal is to surpass it. Seeking ways to preserve and prolong my life will not bring me closer to my real goal. How else do you think that there are so few ace pilots in existence? In the Garland Empire, we expert pilots all know that to achieve greatness, you must have the bearing of a great warrior. Letting time pass by while taking your time to become stronger does not conform with the standards of someone who is eligible to become an ace pilot." "I see." Mech pilots had it much harder than mech designers. The latter was mostly an intellectual occupation that did not impose any heavy demands on fitness and fighting capabilities. This granted the mech industry a much greater tolerance to those who advanced when they were older than the average. This was not necessarily the case for the former. Age was correlated with all sorts of variables that affected combat effectiveness. Even if piloting mechs was not as physical as swinging a sword in person, there were still many biological factors such as reaction time that still played crucial roles in determining overall performance. Reginald's chances of breaking through would continue to drop over time. Even if the cross-patriarch managed to succeed in his later years, there was not as much meaning to an ace pilot who already had a foot in his grave. "I still have doubts about whether this is viable at all," Ves said. "The aspect of transcendence has never yielded a positive result. You chalk that up to the quality of test subjects that I have used, but the results aren't necessarily different if someone better comes forward. This is all untested, and this will remain this way because I will not betray the people we are tasked to protect." This firm response earned a rare look of approval from Patriarch Reginald. "I think the same way, so I will only make the attempt myself. I alone shall bear the price of my decision." This was false. Didn't Patriarch Reginald release that he would be doing his clan a great disservice by dying early and abruptly without preparing a suitable successor? Though he wrapped up his words with noble-sounding intentions, the expert pilot was only thinking about himself. It appeared the apple did not fall too far from the tree. St. Hemington Cross had also been consumed by his self-centered views. Ves shouldn't have expected that the deceased ace pilot's son had learned enough lessons. Ves let out a sigh. "Look, if you really insist, then I won't stop you any further, but at least we should do this properly. I admit that I have at least some belief that the aspect of transcendence can induce breakthroughs, but it does so in a very invasive and forceful manner. Those who fall short in any way will fail in the most gruesome manner possible. It may be the case that your aspect of transcendence is only effective to those who are already close to breaking through," Professor Benedict suggested. "From what you have told us, the test subjects that you have experimented on before are substandard individuals who are most certainly nowhere close to advancing to a greater stage. Your statue's glow had to do too much work in order to make them improve, and due to their inferior cognitions, they were incapable of withstanding the rapid buildup of pressure." That was quite an extensive deduction considering that the senior mech designer shouldn't have access to any details. If Ves didn't know any better, he would have thought that Professor Benedict was the one performing this experiment. "That's a nice theory, but we have no idea whether it is accurate. We should be a bit more careful in making assumptions here, especially when we are dealing with a deadly subject. We can never be too careful." The professor grinned like a shark. "On the contrary, young man, we should be bolder and explore the truth even harder. The greater the extreme, the greater the results. Something that induces so much danger is bound to be remarkable in a way. In order to harness it, we merely have to find the right solutions. It is inevitable that we must make some hard choices in order to achieve progress, but that is what separates true inventors from those who wish they were as successful as us. Face it, Ves. You are eager to try your experimental creation on an expert pilot, am I correct?" "You don't have to lie. If I were in your shoes, I would have tried to march Patriarch Reginald to the lab straight away. It is not every day you get to conduct a study involving an expert pilot." Ves clutched Lucky against his body and frowned. Though he identified himself in the professor's words, that did not mean he liked it when he was being pressed in this manner. "What I feel and what I desire has nothing to do with what is necessary. We Larkinsons always put duty and honor before greed and selfishness. Please don't lump me in the same category as you. We cannot be any further apart from each other. If you were indeed in my place, then the aspect of transcendence might have produced a body count that was 100 if not 1,000 times larger. The Larkinson clan would have already come to an end if that was the case." Patriarch Reginald reached out with his hand and pressed the senior mech designer back in his chair. "Enough, Benedict. I am not here to discuss science with the two of you," the clan leader admonished before turning to Ves. "As for you, I have issued my request and I expect you to honor it. I shall wait and see if you are able to produce a masterwork expert mech for me. If you succeed, then you can forget about this. If you fail, then I will make sure that I shall succeed in your stead. VS wanted to palm his face. He was done with all of this nonsense. While he ordinarily welcomed anyone who volunteered to become his test subject, the latest person to step forward was too important to die under his care. Expert pilots were so mule-headed that they became persistent sources of headache for VS. Only a rare proportion of them managed to retain their common sense. The rest had become so warped by their extreme convictions that they literally thought that reality had to conform to their will rather than the other way around. This was both the source of their extraordinary strength and the flaw that caused many of them to suffer from their self-inflicted wounds. After a brief discussion, VS finally had this tiring and stressful discussion with the crosser leaders. He stormed back to his shuttle and waited for the vehicle to move away from the Hemington Cross before letting down his guard. God damn it! Meow. Lucky blinked as he floated next to V's head. Do you think that Patriarch Reginald has a chance of surviving this experiment? Meow. Yeah, I thought so. The aspect of transcendence should not be trifled with. Even I don't want to try out its glow. VS suddenly recalled an important detail. Back when he worked together with a lifer biotechnician to create the statues, they used hastily grown human clone tissue to form its organic composition. Wasn't it supposed to last 3 months at most? A lot more time had passed since the aspects of Lufa initially came into existence. By now, it should have turned into a rotting mess. Yet VS never heard anything about his old products decaying to such an extent. When VS returned to the Spirit of Bentheim, he headed straight to his workshop and entered the locked compartment where he had stashed all 4 aspects of Lufa. They're still alive! All 4 organic statues looked as pure and pristine as the day he initially created them. The low-quality human tissue that made up their flesh and other organic features did not show any sign of aging or breaking down. How is this possible? When VS inspected the organic statues with his spiritual senses, he slowly widened his eyes. He even took a few steps back in shock. What he discovered was such a huge surprise that he even felt a surge of fear coursing through his spine. In his spiritual vision, the organic matter that covered all 4 statues were glowing with power. They were so tightly infused with spiritual energy that it was as if their flesh had transcended the limitations of ordinary human tissue. Monsters! Chapter 3196, Empowered Aspects. How? VS was utterly shocked at what he was looking at. How could the 4 aspects of Lufa defy their own expiration date, and remain alive long after they reached their natural lifespan? Meow? Lucky floated around VS as if he was an orbiting moon. The cat looked confused. Why was VS making a big deal about these statues? Didn't they look the same as before? That's exactly what's the problem, VS shouted to his cat. They're not supposed to look the same. Their lifespan was 3 months. Even if there is a bit of wiggle room to that estimate due to the influence of different variables, they shouldn't have lasted more than 5 months at most. They should have been in their graves already. This was a new and unknown phenomena that happened right under his nose. Who knew what his statues had turned into after months of precipitation? At first, VS remained on guard. He kept his distance and carefully scanned and observed the 4 statues with care and patience. His instincts never warned him of any threat, and nothing shot out towards him, or anything. It became increasingly clear that his fears of facing monsters of his own making were overblown. Why did I freak out? These aren't even mechs. They're just statues. The aspects of Lufa differed substantially from his ordinary mechs by how they were able to move. His mechs contained all of the internal mechanical parts necessary to move their limbs. They could even fly if they were equipped with a flight system. In contrast, the statues in front of him shouldn't even be able to move. Though he did produce variants of some of the statues that were built like bots on the inside, those were just disposable decoys that had all been eliminated. The only ones left were the original ones sitting right in this compartment. Once Ves confirmed that the statues were completely inanimate and did not pose a threat to him, he relaxed a bit and began to approach this case as an investigation. First had to find out what exactly happened to them while they were lying in storage. Ves first called up the security footage from the monitoring system and rapidly skimmed through many days of no activity. No one had sneaked up to the statues to tamper with them or anything. That ruled out the possibility of a third party deliberately messing with the organic tissue. He then performed a more thorough scan on the statues. He moved closer and began to float around all 4 statues while holding his Vulcan eye as it performed a thorough investigation of their physical makeup. Interesting. The solid inner base that was made out of inorganic materials was completely normal. The human tissue that had been molded to the exterior were also largely identical to normal samples. There was just one strange point. The organic tissue remained at the peak of their health. While this was not particularly impressive for ordinary cloned biological matter, what made this case a lot weirder was that any biomatter only maintained their optimal condition for a relatively limited period of their natural lifespan. This was especially the case for organic tissue that was not supported by an active replenishment system such as a human body or a biomech. Since the aspects of Lufa's weren't biomechs, they didn't contain any mechanisms to regenerate or replenish aging and decaying biomatter. The cells should have exhausted themselves and dried out akin to dead skin cells. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, the cells of the aspects of Lufa appeared as if they were never affected by the passage of time. It was as if with each day that passes, the cells acted as if they were in a time loop or something. Ves clutched his hands through his hair as he tried to figure out the logic behind this unexplainable phenomenon. It doesn't make any sense! While he wasn't a biotech researcher, he didn't need to consult Dr. Rania to know that low-quality biomatter shouldn't have lasted this long. Even his scanner told him that the tissue was likely only 17 days old. 17 days, my butt! It's been a year since I departed from the Life Research Association. If the situation wasn't so frighteningly unknown, he would have felt a bit more elated at discovering a real instance of rejuvenation or functional immortality. As it was, Ves did not like it when his products, especially his more dangerous ones, were subject to unknown influences that changed and mutated them in unpredictable directions. I don't have a problem with my products growing stronger, but I haven't anticipated any of this. Ves began to speculate what might have caused the flesh of the aspects to become rejuvenated. He couldn't help but think back on how life-prolonging treatments worked. These expensive and exclusive procedures relied heavily on serums that were produced in such a way that they contained an abundant amount of universal life-attributed spiritual energy. If someone had injected a lot of raw serum into the organic tissue of the aspects of Lufa, then Ves would have accepted that explanation. However, there were no signs that an unknown party had ever done that. There's no reason for anyone to squander expensive serum on a quartet of cheap organic statues that I can easily reproduce. The 4 aspects of Lufa may be the first organic totems that he had ever made, but they weren't particularly special when it came to their design and physical composition. He used bog-standard materials that were conveniently on hand during the time he was stuck on the surface of Prosperous Hill 6. He did not insert any special ingredients in their structures like he did with the statue of the Superior Mother. Ves inserted several unique and spiritually significant ingredients in the latter that allowed it to birth a powerful new ancestral spirit. All of the abnormalities that took place with the statue, such as the fact that it drew an unexpected lightning storm, could all be explained by the remarkable ingredients he used as well as the intervention of his powerful mother. Yet what about the 4 statues? Ves didn't recall putting in any serum or other extravagant ingredients. The only design spirit that was connected to them was Lufa. Was he the source of all of the changes? That was a worrisome thought. His spiritual products, as well as his natural design spirits, generally didn't mess with reality. For one, it was quite difficult and costly for them to reach beyond the spiritual realm and affect the material realm directly. Unless they had a very good reason and lots of spiritual energy to squander, they usually didn't bother to show up and instead focused on their own growth. The instance where the superior mother descended onto the workshop in order to bless the fetus growing in Gloriana's belly was already an extravagant move. Yet it was this move that Ves was currently thinking about when he tried to come up with an explanation of what happened to the statues. Did Lufa empower the 4 aspects in a similar fashion? It sounded plausible, if unlikely. Lufa's spiritual domain wasn't based on life, so his spiritual energy affected matter in a different way. Perhaps his purity was able to rejuvenate organic matter, but that sounded extremely unlikely. He decided that the best way for him to get some answers was to get them directly from the most likely subject. Ves concentrated his mind and began to contact the design spirit through his spirituality. Once he established a line, he wordlessly conveyed his question. Lufa did not react with surprise of what had happened to the 4 aspects that were based around him. As the source of their glows, he had to have been aware of what was going on with the statues. You really didn't mess with them in a particular way? The design spirit firmly stuck to that story. Ves didn't think that Lufa was lying. The act was against the spiritual product's nature, and it was hard to hide dishonesty through a direct spiritual connection. After asking a number of related questions, Ves reluctantly concluded that the Angel of Tranquility hadn't tampered with the statues in any way. Then how did these statues manage to remain in such a youthful condition? Lufa supplied Ves with an answer that sounded unbelievable. Say again? Ves already heard it the first time, and Lufa was not the sort of spirit to lie or joke around. He just couldn't accept what he heard. According to the design spirit himself, the 4 aspects of Lufa became empowered through the worship they received from many different people. Ves recalled how he had utilized the statues during his time on Prosperous Hill 6. He made heavy use of the aspect of tranquility and aspect of healing to treat and soothe the lifer refugees who had become victims to the civil war that broke out in the Life Research Association. Though it had been a long time since he left the place behind, many of the lifers who originally basked in the glows of the different statues still retained their memories of what it was like to experience the sensations. If Lufa's answer was correct, then these survivors were not only reminiscing about the experience, but also showing their gratitude to the aspects by worshipping them as if they were divine. This is crazy! The 4 aspects may have profoundly changed their lives for the better, but these stupid people didn't have to go as far as to worship the tools that treated their traumas. To Ves, it sounded as stupid as worshipping a fire extinguisher just because it saved them from getting burned. A tool was a tool, and even if the statues were organic and alive in a sense, didn't mean that they were anything greater. He did not dare to accept this conclusion for now. He had way too little proof of what was actually going on. A single source, even one as credible as Lufa, could still be wrong due to perspective bias and limited understanding. There were several incongruities with this simple answer. First, how could the worship of several thousands or at most tens of thousands of average people lead to such a profound transformation to the 4 aspects? They had not only changed from a physical perspective, but also a spiritual one. Each of them were a bit more alive than before, and Ves had only seen this in mechs and objects that were being personally used by their respective pilots and owners. Second, if misguided religious worship was related to their empowerment, then how come all four of the aspects became empowered instead of just the two most public ones? The aspect of tranquility and the aspect of healing were by far the ones that had been exposed most often to other people. The aspect of rationality barely got any use at all, and most people who were able to view the aspect of transcendence in person were already dead. Did the deaths of those test subjects feed the aspect of transcendence? Did I accidentally sacrifice human lives to fuel the growth of an unholy monstrosity? Ves shuddered. This was a ludicrous fantasy. He would have noticed if a notable amount of spiritual energy transferred from the exploding corpses to the aspect of transcendence. Could it be that the worship generated from the slow but significant sales of the sanctuary treatment editions directed back to the initial models? This was a more plausible explanation, though it still sounded unlikely. Any spiritual feedback generated by the satisfied patients that had been treated with the few sanctuary variants that had been sold to various treatment institutions should have flowed directly to Lufa. None of these answers are sufficient. If Ves wanted to get to the bottom of this phenomenon, he needed to conduct a more proper study. He shrugged. I don't have time for this. I'll just throw the four aspects onto Ranya's new secret research department and see what it can make out of them. I really want to know how their disposable organic matter is able to defy the passage of time. Chapter 3197 Stack of Bodies. As soon as Ves decided to dump the four aspects of Lufa onto Ranya's lap, he quickly made the arrangements. He informed the doctor with a brief message and also packed up the statues into special containers before making sure they were shipped to the dragon's den with the use of bots. He did not want any clansmen getting close to any of the statues. There was no question that the aspect of transcendence was fatal to anyone unfortunate enough to fall within the range of its glow. What Ves was less certain about was whether the empowerment that the organic statues had gone through also affected the expressions of their glows. He did notice that they were stronger and more pronounced than what he remembered, but he was easily able to block their effects. He had no idea whether someone who didn't possess his level of spiritual strength and resilience would get badly affected or not. He did not dare to presume that the aspect of tranquility and the aspect of healing were as benign as before. Even if his instincts and his own impression of them just now were positive, as a proper scientist, Ves should not make any conclusions without obtaining definite proof. Ves stuck around long enough to make sure that a swarm of automated bots slowly brought the statues out to the hangar bay while the route was temporarily cleared of personnel. Once he became assured that no one was about to suffer an accident because they strayed too close to the four aspects, he returned to his main office and decided to leave this matter aside. I won't get any answers quickly, and I have other business to take care of at the moment, he muttered. Meow. Lucky settled onto his desk and began to take a nap. He was still concerned about the four aspects of Lufa because of its parallels to his own daughter. In both cases, a source of spiritual energy, or other types of energy pumped into their physical forms, triggering a transformation that made them a lot more powerful while at the same time causing them to become more spiritually reactive. This was a completely new form of spiritual empowerment that led to complete unknowns. Though he didn't think it was likely that they were harmful, it was best for Ves to make sure. This was why he sent them off to the dragon's den straight away. Even if the researchers over there weren't able to study the more esoteric properties of the four aspects, they should at least figure out how the expirable organic tissue still remained alive and well. I wonder what this will mean for my daughter. Would her body essentially remain stuck as a baby once she was born? That would be an absolute tragedy, and one that would definitely devastate Gloriana. Ves vigorously shook his head. The Superior Mother personally blessed my baby. She would never do something so cruel to her own granddaughter. The fetus had already grown by a lot since the Superior Mother did her business. There was no indication that his unborn daughter had stopped her physical development, so this theory was unlikely to be true. Well, I need more data first. All of this empty guesswork is pointless. For now, he was willing to assume that his daughter's development remained healthy despite all of the spiritual empowerment she received. Ves might have no clue of what was going on, but the Superior Mother should know her craft. Raising kids was literally her job. After he succeeded in setting aside his concerns this time, he tried his best to move on and summoned his core advisors to his office. It took a bit of time for all of them to gather. Some of them were stationed on the Spirit of Bentheim and merely had to interrupt their original schedule to answer the call. Others had to leave their current ships and shuttle over to the factory ship because Ves insisted on holding this meeting in person. Ves and the people who arrived earlier quietly waited as the latecomers finally arrived. The last one to arrive was Calabast. She sidled into the office with Arnold waddling in her wake with her long boots clacking against the metal deck as if she was playing an instrument. After a brief sweep of the office, she approached a couch and laid her body down as if she was in a lounge instead of a serious meeting. Squeak! Arnold tried and failed to jump onto the couch. His chubby body and multitude of weak limbs weren't conducive to jumping. Strangely enough, Calabast did not do anything to help her pet climb up. She simply looked at her pet with an expectant look. Eventually, Arnold gave up his futile action and decided to get up through another method. Squeak! Ves snapped towards the Argonaut Placenta as he detected elevated spiritual activity in the exabeast's direction. Much to his surprise, a dark corona surrounded Arnold's body for a moment before it split up into multiple versions of himself. What was notable here was that each of them were stacked on top of each other. This tower of exabeasts reached as high as a meter. While it already showed signs of toppling over, the Arnold at the top happily plopped forward and landed on a soft cushion that automatically molded to his body. Squeak! The other Arnolds that made up the rest of the stack dissipated into black mist that quickly faded from existence. Good boy. Calabast grinned and reached out to scratch her mutated pet's furry back. Squeak. Suffice to say, everyone else in the room was quite shocked at the display. It wasn't every day that they saw such an abnormal display. If not for the fact that this wasn't even the weirdest phenomenon in the Larkinson clan, the others would have long freaked out already. Calabast. Yes, kid? Please secure this compartment. Isn't it secure enough already? I just want to make absolutely sure this time. Fine. Calabast personally activated the security suite in the office and also deployed additional jammers and devices that offered another layer of insurance. Though Ves was 99.99% sure that his security hadn't been breached, it was best to make sure considering the topic he was about to discuss with his fellow advisors. First off, thank you for attending this meeting in person. I know it can't be easy for you to drop what you were doing to answer my call. This was the first time he gathered most of the top leaders of the clan for an important meeting. An impressive lineup of powerful Larkinsons who held most of the executive power in the clan were all paying a lot of respect to Ves. This made him feel pleased as it was a solid sign that he was still in charge. The recently appointed chief ministers sat directly in front of his desk. Chief Minister Magdalena, Chief Minister Novilon and Chief Minister Raymond had already made a name for themselves by starting up many initiatives that introduced a lot of welcome changes. General Vril already had an inkling of what this meeting was about. It seemed that Ves could not go by for too long before landing in trouble again. Shadarin Perness could also tell that this meeting was of great importance. The old man's face already turned grave as he thought of what could cause Ves to take this matter so seriously. As for Calabash, she was highly focused and alert right now despite her casual posture. The chubby exhibition that was currently enjoying her ministrations might look cute and harmless, but had actually grown a lot more powerful in recent times. Ves briefly scanned Arnold with his spiritual senses, causing the living design spirit to feel as if he had been violated for a brief amount of time. Squeak! Interestingly enough, now that Ves knew what to look for, he also managed to detect a degree of spiritual empowerment from Arnold's physical state. The only difference was that it was hardly detectable in this case. The implications were disturbing. A cubic centimeter of body tissue from his daughter contained much more concentrated spiritual energy than the same sample of flesh from the mutated beast. What this actually meant, Ves wasn't sure, but he hoped that she retained enough humanity for him to regard her as a daughter rather than something else. He mentally shook his head. He was being way too alarmist about this issue. He decided to resume the meeting. Ahem, as you may have guessed, I did not call you here to talk about trivial matters. A few hours ago, I visited the Hemington Cross in order to hold a lovely little discussion with the patriarch and head designer of the Cross clan. A couple of weighty topics came up that I think I should share with you. I can't figure this out myself, so I need your help to get some answers. Ves briefly summarized his visit to the Crossers. He relayed his meeting with Patriarch Reginald and Professor Benedict as best as possible. The most difficult part in relaying his story was how he should address the aspect of transcendence. He eventually decided to skim over it, and instead referred to a vague experimental procedure that was exceedingly dangerous and had not yielded any success up to this point. Once his advisors took in the story, they calmly mulled it over and sorted out their own thoughts. General Verl spoke up first. I've encountered my fair share of expert pilots, but Patriarch Reginald Cross is really something else. He's a damaged soldier. All expert pilots are damaged to an extent, but he has it worse than others. His twisted admiration and hero worship towards his father is driving him to chase after every possible means to catch up to St. Hemington's splendor. If he is crazy enough to think that one of your unproven and highly experimental procedures can turn him into an ace pilot, then he is truly beyond saving. Many of the others nodded. They were all knowledgeable enough to know that expert pilots weren't exactly normal. They were defined by their obsessions and convictions. Sometimes that led to rather wholesome characters like Joshua, and sometimes this permanent shift produced deranged, mule-headed idiots like Venerable Ganso. If Ves created a spectrum and put Joshua and Ganso at the opposite ends, then Patriarch Reginald would definitely fall close to the side marked by the deceased expert pilot. What I don't understand is why Professor Benedict Cortez has not raised any objections to this crazy-sounding scheme. Chief Minister Raymond Billingsley Larkinson frowned. The current Cross Patriarch is the pillar that supports the current Cross clan. It would have never been able to make it this far without his strong personality. Although the worst has already passed, the Cross clan is still in a fragile state, and could easily disintegrate if he is gone. I think it is helpful to think about who would succeed Patriarch Reginald as the next clan leader if he is no longer fit to rule. Calabash spoke. Ves slowly nodded. The Cross clan's culture is still shaped by the customs of the Garland Empire. The expert pilots are always expected to be the leaders. Who else is there? The Cross clan currently has 3 expert pilots in total. Calabash answered. Aside from the Cross Patriarch, there is Venerable Linda Cross and Venerable Imari's Cross. Neither of them are as prestigious, strong, forceful, or commanding as their patriarch. Reginald is simply too strong, and his blood relationship to an ace pilot grants him a lot of legitimacy. His prominence is so overpowering that the other two crosser expert pilots seem much paler in comparison. Do you think that the crossers will have trouble accepting the rule of either of them if Patriarch Reginald is gone? Ves asked. Oh, I'm sure of it. Venerable Linda and Venerable Imaris are good fighters, but that doesn't make them capable leaders. Aren't we forgetting about someone here? Shadarin spoke up. There is one more strong figure in the Cross clan who may be able to gain control over it as long as Patriarch Reginald Cross is taken off the board. Who says that expert pilots have to be the ones in charge? Why can't a prominent leader such as Professor Benedict Cortez not assume leadership instead? That's impossible. The Cross clan would never respect someone who isn't an expert pilot or ace pilot. Are you certain about that assumption? That was a good question. Chapter 3198, Cross Game. The notion brought forward by Minister Shadarin Pernes sounded preposterous at first. Anyone who possessed even a sliver of familiarity with the Cross clan knew that they were made up of a bunch of warriors who revered the strongest among them. With St. Hemington Cross as their greatest example, the Crossers all immersed themselves in a martial culture where only strength conveyed righteousness. Therefore, the people attending the meeting did not seriously consider whether the guest designer that had recently been inducted in the Cross clan was eligible to succeed Patriarch Reginald if the latter had passed away. In the Garland Empire back in the vicious Mountain Star sector, almost all of the citizens over there showed open disdain towards cerebral leaders who couldn't even beat a mouse. Their views on what kind of people made for good leaders had become so distorted that they directly equated piloting ability to good leadership. It was a stupid mindset, and one that Ves did not think would last. The Cross clan should have ended with St. Hemington. He was the model example of how putting a meathead in charge was pure idiocy. The fact that pretty much every single member of the Cross clan still revered the deceased ace pilot to this day said everything about their ability to think critically and learn from the past. Ves therefore found it very difficult to reconcile this negative impression of the Cross clan with the notion that a mech designer could take it over. Shadarin, why do you think that way? He asked. Everyone turned their attention to the former ambassador. The Purnacer calmly obliged and explained his reasoning. It is true that the Cross clan is following the ways of the Garland Empire, but it would be a great mistake to assume that it is still the same. First, this outlook has already failed them before. He raised a finger. They had to have learned some lessons from the calamity that nearly ended their clan. Shadarin raised another finger. Second, they are no longer in Vicious Mountain. As our fleet keeps traveling forward, the distance to their old home increases. This makes it increasingly more difficult to maintain the same values and customs as before. It becomes a lot easier to adopt the customs that are more common in their current surroundings. He raised a third finger. Finally, Professor Benedict Cortez is of much greater importance to the current Cross clan than the alternatives. From my own observations, Venerable Linda Cross and Venerable Imaris Cross are not up to par. It will be difficult for them to command as much respect as their predecessors. I don't think you're wrong, but will the Crossers agree? Ves questioned. I don't think the clansmen will be able to accept the notion that they should turn to someone who isn't a fighter. Ah, but is that really true? Shadarin smiled. Is Professor Benedict really as weak as you say? I think he shares a lot of traits in common with you, Patriarch Ves. Like you, he is a mech designer who is uncharacteristically able to project strength when necessary. Like you, he is an indispensable part of his organization because he is their main source of revenue. It is conceivable that the Crossers might look at the Larkinson clan as an example of how a strong and capable mech designer can lead an organization into prosperity. If they decide that they want to pursue a similar future, then choosing a senior mech designer over any of the expert pilots as their next leader might sound like a more viable option. When people get desperate, they tend to pay less attention to established rules and traditions. Calabas remarked. Isn't that right, Ves? Yeah, Ves lamely answered. Will the Cross clan really be driven to such a state, though? Even if Patriarch Reginald disappears, the rest of the Cross clan will be okay, right? No one could say for sure. The Cross clan has undergone several major changes since they have joined the Golden Skull Alliance, Shadarin said. Not only has it shifted into a nomadic, spacefaring clan that is not attached to any fixed territories, the clan has also taken in tens of thousands of foreigners and inducted them into the clan with the help of their kinship network. Think about what this can do. Both steer the clan away from its former identity. At some point, the changes may go far enough that it is no longer unthinkable to allow a senior mech designer to gain acceptance. Acceptance won't come naturally, his son Novilon added. Professor Benedict must actively lay the groundwork to convince the Crossers to break tradition. He will have to contact all of the stakeholders in the clan and win over a majority of them to induce a change. He should also be working on encouraging Venerable Linda and Venerable Imaris to comply with this unprecedented change. If either of them objects, then they can instantly rally a large number of Crossers against the senior's takeover attempt. The conflict might get very bloody very quickly, and that will most certainly lead to grievous losses to both sides. If Professor Benedict is aware of this, then he will not commit to any action that will lead to a lose-lose situation. Ves and everyone else thought about what the Pernicers had said. Their vision on this potential power struggle was much further ahead than anyone else in the compartment. Even Calabas looked thoughtful. There were still a lot of questions. Too much about this scenario is based on spurious deductions. There wasn't enough evidence that any of this might take place. Does Professor Benedict really want to take over the Cross clan? General Vole skeptically asked. In my opinion, the downsides far outweigh the gains. Not only does he have to be responsible for everything, but it will take an unreasonable amount of effort to tame the unruly Crossers. No matter how much he is able to manipulate them into accepting his leadership, the Crossers are still Crossers. They won't be able to shake off the sense that they should have appointed a genuine Crosser expert pilot instead of a mech designer who only entered the picture relatively recently. Ves nodded in agreement. I think the same way. I know firsthand how troublesome it is to manage an entire clan. While the control is nice, there is just too much stuff going on. A senior should mainly focus on working towards master. Maybe the professor needs more resources, Raymond suggested. From what I know of high-ranking mech designers, they need to have access to an increasing amount of finding, resources, equipment, and manpower. If the Cross clan is reluctant to provide him with these expensive demands, then he might choose to take over the clan just so that he can fulfill his own demands. That was a viable answer, though Ves wasn't sure whether Professor Benedict was truly the sort of person who would do that. The senior's current position in the Cross clan was already high. There was little need to acquire more power unless he had more changes in mind. Magdalena raised another point. If Professor Benedict is truly plotting to take over the clan, shouldn't Patriarch Reginald himself be aware of what his resident mech designer is doing? Why would the Cross Patriarch tolerate such open ambition from someone who doesn't fit the bill of a proper leader in his clan? That was a good question. Ves had met Patriarch Reginald enough times to know that while the expert pilot was very mule-headed, he was not someone who was too ignorant. In his meeting with the two Cross leaders, the relationship between them appeared to be relatively harmonious. While they had their differences, they mostly formed a united front. What was going on over there? I think, even if Patriarch Reginald thinks that Professor Benedict is up to something, it wouldn't be so easy to break their relationship, Ves guessed. The former relies heavily on the latter to design his expert mech. While the Cross Patriarch also wants my help, I cannot design an expert mech by myself, let alone a high-tier one. The participation of a competent and trusted senior is an indispensable part of the plan. You know what? I think this case is an open conspiracy, Calabash concluded. An open conspiracy? Magdalena frowned. It's just like a regular conspiracy, but known to both sides instead of being kept secret. Let's say that Professor Benedict wants to become the leader of the Cross clan for some reason. He might have raised the topic of V's experimental procedure to the Cross Patriarch as a deliberate attempt to create a vacancy. Shouldn't this trap be obvious? Even if Patriarch Reginald isn't able to see it, surely the other people by his side must recognize the danger in pursuing this option. So what if Patriarch Reginald knows that this is a trap of sorts? Calabash smirked. According to our personality profile on him, he cannot resist the temptation of grasping the chance to advance to ace pilot. If Reginald succeeds, then he will win the game and the Cross clan will restore the glory of the past. If the expert pilot dies in the attempt, then Professor Benedict will take advantage of the leadership vacuum and take over the clan and lead it into a different direction. Either way, the Cross clan will likely become even more prosperous than now, so the clansmen will definitely be better off. This assurance will make Patriarch Reginald feel at ease. Ves thought it quite sad that Patriarch Reginald thought he wouldn't be able to do his clan justice if he remained as his current self. What was wrong about being a high-tier expert pilot? He was already stronger than nearly every expert pilot in human space. Was it truly necessary for the Cross clan to be led by an ace pilot again? It was doing just fine at the moment. These crossers are total nutcases if they agree to go along with such a bet, he resentfully said. A high-tier expert pilot is a treasure to any organization. How can they allow one to gamble with their lives in such a risky gamble? If Patriarch Reginald dies, the crossers will only have 2 expert pilots left. That is not enough. It all comes down to what Patriarch Reginald Cross wants for himself. Shadarin Pernes sighed. Unlike you, Patriarch Ves, he is not as considerate to others. His views and decisions are solely centered around himself. He may feel compelled to protect the Cross clan, but this is a responsibility that had been thrust into his hands due to unfortunate circumstances. His real goal has always been to become an ace pilot. He is willing to set aside everything, including the traditions of his clan and his own life, just to gain a chance of attaining greatness. Death or glory, General Vro spoke. The warriors that adhere to this creed never live long enough to reach old age. Their ultimate aim has always been to become a god pilot and become the strongest warrior in reality. They make for the most powerful pillars of support if they think they are successful, but they can easily trigger disasters if they start to become desperate. Well, that sounds nice, Ves sarcastically said. What should we do in response to this crazy development? I don't want a bomb to explode next door one day. I don't think we necessarily have to do anything, Ves, Calabash said as she ruffled Arnold's furry sides. Our clan has been overtaking the Cross clan for a while now. If this goes on, our allies will eventually be left in the dust, and the Golden Skull Alliance will no longer have as much meaning. If we want to maintain a viable coalition, then why not let the Crossers play out their game? Calabash raised a good point. Shadarin nodded. If Patriarch Reginald succeeds, then he will owe us a great amount of gratitude due to the assistance that you have provided. Our clan will enjoy the protection of a powerful ace pilot for a very long time, which is a luxury that few pioneers enjoy in the Red Ocean. And if Professor Benedict Cortez takes over the clan, then he will fix most of the deficiencies that hold it back and turn it closer to something akin to our own clan. Novailon Pernes grinned. Sure, the Cross clan will become a stronger economic power under the lead of a senior, but as long as Professor Benedict is friendly to us, we will have a stronger ally that is much more rational than before. Ves rubbed his smooth-shaven chin. Was it really so bad to allow the former Skull Architect to take control of a powerful military clan? The idea sounded wrong at first, but perhaps he was being unfair to the reformed senior mech designer. Chapter 3199, Honorable conduct. Expert pilots are always hard to deal with, but you can usually manage them as long as you keep them away from anything important, General Ves said. This isn't possible here. When the expert pilot is the highest authority of a clan, then there isn't anyone else who can rein him in. Cases like these easily illustrate why we rarely elevate demigods to leaders. They are too self-centered for their own good. It's part of their DNA. Chief Minister Magdalena concurred. They work harder than anyone else and their resolve is inhumanly strong. Expert pilots have to possess an unflinching confidence in themselves. The moment they begin to doubt their abilities is the moment when their upward momentum stalls. From what it sounds like, Patriarch Reginald is already inching closer to this point. He knows what it will mean for his future progress, so he has become quite desperate for a solution. All of this meant that Patriarch Reginald Cross was unlikely to change his mind. Even if his radical decisions could lead to a great upheaval within his clan, he didn't let that stop him from pursuing his own desires. In fact, the expert pilot rationalized that his extreme actions would ultimately benefit his clan despite the immense risks he incurred. You know, Patriarch Ves, you have a huge influence in the outcome of this foolhardy attempt, Calabash said as she held Arnold in her lap and casually squished his cheeks. There are two instances where you can play a role. First, you can try to make a masterwork mech or deliberately aim to keep it normal. Second, you are in complete control over the experimental procedure that you have developed. I can't tell how successful you are in making either of them succeed, but you can definitely ensure that Patriarch Reginald will fail without letting anyone grow suspicious. Ves frowned. What are you saying? She smirked. If you believe that an idiot like Patriarch Reginald is unsuited to lead an allied clan, then why not make sure that he will exit stage? Just look at the history of the Cross clan. The emergence of an ace pilot only temporarily benefited the Cross clan. The same ace pilot possessed awful judgment, and was way too caught up in his power for his good. His enormous failure almost led to the extinction of his clan. Do you really want to see a repeat when his son reprises his father's worst traits if he succeeds in becoming an ace pilot? This was an important consideration. Though Ves was sure that the Cross clan at least learned some lessons from its calamitous fall, it was quite doubtful whether the Crossers were truly willing to recognize the faults of the late St. Hemington Cross. Would helping Patriarch Reginald break through his bottleneck truly trigger a second fall? One that might not just end the Cross clan, but also drag the Larkinson clan down as well? Since both clans were journeying together in the same fleet, any trouble that the Crossers incurred would also affect the Larkinsons and vice versa. Ves had a feeling that Patriarch Reginald wouldn't pay too much attention to such matters when he gained more power than ever. While several other Larkinsons put serious thought in this suggestion, others objected to the idea. What you are suggesting is dishonorable, Chief Minister Magdalena sternly insisted. When someone asks for our help or requests our service, we should work honestly and do everything we can to fulfill expectations. How can we possibly build trust and camaraderie among our allies and partners if we act insincerely? We are Larkinsons, not Vrakins, madam. Do not mistake our identity. Both Magdalena and Calabash glared at each other. They obviously held different stances and could not see eye to eye on this matter. I am on Magdalena's side on this. Ves spoke up. I am a mech designer. It is my job to serve mech pilots. While Patriarch Reginald's requests are rather difficult and unorthodox, that does not change the fact that I have an obligation to meet his needs to the best of my capacity. This is my principle and a principle that every mech designer should adhere to. I am not going to sandbag in either of those instances. He was being very serious about this. His tone sounded so definitive that Calabash decided not to argue further. Whether Patriarch Reginald would become better or worse when he advanced to ace pilot was not in his consideration. Ves just didn't want to stoop so low as to screw over his clients who earnestly sought his service. Ves expected the same from Professor Benedict Cortez. Becoming a senior was much more important to him than gaining a temporary advantage due to pulling off a dirty move. Master mech designers were above such sordid moves. If the older mech designer ever wanted to become one himself, then he should at least clean up his behavior. Since Ves decided to act with sincerity, there wasn't much to talk about anymore. There was little else they could do because Patriarch Reginald was too intractable to change his mind. The best the Larkinsons could do was to keep an eye on the Cross clan and make sure they were prepared for anything that might happen. If the Cross clan really descends into chaos, we may have to go in and restore order ourselves, General Vro said in an ominous tone. We have no way of knowing how bad it can get, but if we consider the Crossers to be our brothers, then we have an obligation to lend them a hand. Let us hope it won't come to that. The meeting ended and everyone went back to their respective ships or stations. Calabast and her pet decided to stick around a little longer, though. While Arnold was running around the office while inspecting every ornament and piece of furniture, Calabast sauntered forward and leaned against V's desk. She reached out her hand and softly patted her palm onto Lucky's dozing form. Meow. Hell, I miss your cat quite a lot. It's incredible what he is capable of, you know. If you leave him with me, I can make much better use of him than you ever will. Ves shook his head. Lucky is off limits. You can loan him, but he's not yours. He has even more uses than serving as a hacking tool. Fine. As long as I can borrow him every now and then, my life would already be much easier. He turned to observe Arnold scurrying about. The exabeast had grown a bit more powerful since the last time Ves laid eyes on the creature. The transformations taking place inside the mutated beast's body were also signs of progress. Where it led to, Ves wasn't sure, but a stronger Arnold was able to provide a lot more assistance to the Larkinsons than a weaker Arnold. How is your pet coming along? Well, he's grown smarter and more human, I would say. Oh? Arnold was already quite smart to begin with, but he has grown even further away from just a beast, Calabast clarified. I'm trained to analyze and predict human behavior. It's essential in my line of work. Do you know what I see when I study my pet? He's becoming a little less of a beast every day. He is able to control his instincts to a greater degree and he is fully capable of understanding complex human instructions. I am curious how far this improvement will go. Will he surpass us humans in terms of intelligence? Intelligence is difficult to define. Perhaps Arnold might indeed become smarter than us in some aspects, but I doubt he will be able to surpass us on all fronts. He's still an alien beast at heart. Maybe you're right. I'll make sure to continue my observations on Arnold. After they finished talking about their pets, Calabast decided to bring up a more serious topic. Ves? Yes? Have you made a decision on what your stance towards the Hexers will be after the Red Ocean? She asked. While the Hexers are on our side, they are not always sincere in the way they do things. You need to make the right decision going forward. Our clan should not be beholden to the Hexers. I did not quit Diva and parted ways with the Vraken matriarchal dynasty only to continue associating with them in the Larkinson clan. Ves raised his eyebrows. I thought a Hexer like you would be glad to have like-minded company at your side. I haven't identified myself with the Hexers for a very long time, kid. I am glad that we have distanced ourselves from the Hexadric hegemony, but its people are still around us. The Glory Seekers will continue to exert an adverse influence on you, your wife, and the rest of our clan. They're not good company, Ves. He sighed. I know. Then follow my suggestion and kick them aside before we reach the Red Ocean. I can't do that, Calabast. Gloriana won't like that at all, and I owe too much to her dynasty to repay their kindness with such an ungrateful move. Ves. This isn't the time for you to be soft. Calebasse tooted and shook her head. Compared to before, our situation is vastly different nowadays. We have grown powerful enough to take care of ourselves. We no longer need to depend on the professional soldiers of the glory seekers to win our battles. They're leeching from us at this point. Perhaps you think that is their just reward for assisting us when we were weak, but there are more ways you can repay your debts to the Wodens and the Hexers than tolerate their presence. Ves grimaced. Let's not go that far too soon. I have a different idea in mind on how to handle the glory seekers. We still have time until we reach the Red Ocean. Once we have firmly left the Milky Way behind, it will become a lot easier for us to change our relationship with the glory seekers. The main problem is finding a solution that does not upset my wife too much. Well, good luck with that, Ves. You're asking for the impossible. If I were in your shoes, I would cut my losses. It might not be nice to act like a scumbag, but you and the rest of our clan would be much better off in the long run if the Hexers aren't constantly trying to cling to us like an overly possessive wife. There are many other groups and factions in the Red Ocean that are more worth it for us to associate with. They don't come with problematic baggage either. He sighed. If he had a choice, he would have never chosen to associate with the Hexers either, but his life led him onto a different path. Calebasse was right that Ves had already gotten what he wanted from the Hexers for the most part. As long as he designed 2 more mechs for them, he would complete his obligations to their people and state. If not for the presence of the glory seekers, he would have been able to make a clean break with the women. In fact, there was something else that Ves hadn't mentioned to his spymaster. The superior mother was also intertwined with the Hexer people. If Ves wanted to make sure the ancestral spirit was fine, then he needed to make sure the Hexer people did not stray away from admiring his mother. The only way for him to ease his concerns on this matter was to spread the superior mother to other states and cultures. Yet this was bound to be a difficult task, as the superior mother was not an easy design spirit to work with for people without a Hexer background. Let's wait until we pass through the final portal, Ves reiterated. A new galaxy should allow us to make a new start. I hope you'll be ready to make the necessary decision by then, Calebasse said as she pushed herself away from his desk. Let's go, Arnold. We're done here. Squeak. Chapter 3200 Fabrication Order. Before they were ready to embark on their upcoming fabrication attempt, the mech designers briefly had to decide which one they should tackle first. The fabrication of the Decapitator project will be a high-profile event that will take place in front of lots of clansmen, Gloriana began. If we succeed in turning it into our second masterwork expert mech, then we would gain a lot of benefits which will doubtlessly help us elevate the quality of the Vanguard project. Our chances of success are too low, though. Ves frowned. I don't want to blow your bubble, but our last attempt was a fluke. Even if we are pulling out all of the stops today, I don't think we have improved our odds sufficiently enough for us to assume that we will succeed again this time. What do you think, Keddies? The Sword Master looked solemn. You're more qualified than me, Ves. I only made one masterwork, and I only played a marginal role back then. You know much more than me. If you think that our odds of success still won't be enough, then you must have your reasons to think that way. Gloriana furrowed her brows. You should have more confidence in your work, Keddies. Out of every expert mech design project, the Decapitator project aligns with you the most. You contributed more to it than with any other expert mech. If you want what is best for Venerable Dice, then you should always aim for the top no matter the odds. Ves reluctantly agreed. She's right, Keddies. This is the closest thing to a passion project to you now. While your design experience and refinement are not the best, don't worry too much about it, as we can cover that aspect. You just focus on channeling your passion and making the Decapitator project an expert mech that you can be proud of after you finish it. Just imagine you are fighting a powerful opponent. Just because the odds are stacked against you doesn't mean you are destined to lose. At least put up a fight so that you won't have any regrets. Kedis firmed up after she heard this. Her force of will became sharper and more focused again. Thank you, Ves. I needed this lesson. I'm as ready as I can be, though in my opinion I would feel a little more confident if I can gain some additional experience. If we are able to work on the Vanguard project first, I can learn some crucial lessons that I missed out on back when we put together the Amaranto. Last time, they worked on an expert rifleman mech, which was too far removed from her interests. While a spearman mech was not completely in her tastes, it had a lot in common with swordsman mechs. Working on an expert melee mech was good practice that would definitely allow her to be more prepared. So we've decided then? Ves crossed his arms. We'll fabricate the Vanguard project first before we start with the Decapitator project? Juliet had a different opinion. Making any expert mech is a huge and stressful job. A week between fabrication runs might not be enough for us to regain our peak condition. We are all fresh right now, but we might not be that way anymore after we complete the Vanguard project. If its quality turns out to be worse than we expected, then we would not be in a good mood by the time we make the Decapitator project. She raised a good point, but Ves was willing to gamble that the increased experience was enough of a benefit to allow Kedis to make a greater contribution later on. She played a pivotal role in reforging and reshaping the Decapitator project's great sword. Her practical experience was too little that any additional fabrication attempts would lead to noticeable improvements. Gloriana held this opinion as well. We will work first on the Vanguard project. While both projects are similar in terms of complexity and orientation, the fact of the matter is that we have someone who is highly passionate about swordsman mechs in our team. That gives the Decapitator project a better chance of turning into a great machine. Don't get me wrong. I don't dislike the Vanguard project. It just isn't anyone's favorite expert mech. Every mech designer had favorites. Ves cared the most about the Chimera project. Juliet was quite proud about the Dark Zephyr. Gloriana favored the Bulwark project. Kedis obviously adored the Decapitator project. However, that did not mean that the remaining two expert mechs had no chance. The Amaranto was no one's favorite either, and through a series of improbable events turned out to be far greater than anyone had expected. The journeyman thought deeply on what was best. Eventually, the majority chose to go with the Vanguard project first. It's uncertain whether all of the factors that we've brought up will apply, but one thing is for sure. Kedis will definitely do a better job if she gains more practical experience, Gloriana decided. This meant that the Sword Maidens and Heavenswarders would have plenty of time to plan out and prepare their ritual ceremony. Since it was supposed to last for as long as it took to fabricate the Decapitator project, this news allowed them to devise a much more elaborate show. Whether it would all help was still in question. A part of Ves thought that this senseless theater wouldn't yield any qualitative better results. Another part of him expected that at least something might happen. In his experience, when a large number of like-minded people gathered together, their collective energy tended to coalesce into a faint but noticeable influence. Could it really help in creating a masterwork? The more elaborate the ritual, the more definitive the results. He was willing to try, and so was everyone else. They had all become so addicted to making masterwork mechs that they were willing to try out crazy ideas just to feel that unique rush yet again. Ves recognized that this was not a correct mindset. Masterworks should be the exception rather than the rule for mech designers of their caliber. Building up unrealistic expectations wouldn't do them any good in the long run. Once they decided to start with the Vanguard project, the journeymen took one day to set everything up and adjust their mentalities. Since Gloriana's workshop had been emptied out, the journeymen decided to make the Vanguard project in V's workshop instead. The machines were solely configured for his use. The other journeymen all had to program their own settings on the production equipment they planned to use. They also took the time to thoroughly test and calibrate all of the machines because a large proportion of them had not been used in many months. "Hey, what are you doing, Gloriana? What does it look like I'm doing?" "I'm bringing in the statue of the Superior Mother from my workshop to your workshop." "You could have asked first. You wouldn't mind, right? I know you regard this compartment as your so-called man cave, but I really hope your mother comes and gives us another blessing." "I think she has already done enough." Their baby was already far more powerful than any unborn child should be. Ves became increasingly wary of any further shenanigans that made their daughter even more removed from average baseline humans. Implanting a companion spirit seed in her developing spirituality should already be enough. The statue still stayed in his workshop, though. Gloriana and Juliet all treated it as their good luck charm of some sorts. Even if the Superior Mother didn't make a move this time, just knowing that they were working directly in her sights would definitely boost their moods. Once the preparations came to an end, Gloriana and Juliet both prayed right in front of the statue of the Superior Mother, as usual. They looked extra earnest as their belief and gratitude towards the Supreme had skyrocketed after what happened last time. Ves and Kedis didn't roll their eyes at the display this time. At least Kedis showed a bit more respect towards the remarkable statue that directly represented an ancestral spirit that was revered by trillions of hexers. "Is she really your mother?" Kedis asked as she casually polished her newly reformed bloodzinger with a cloth. "I mean in a literal sense." "It's complicated. My mother isn't exactly normal. She used to be a lot more human than before, though. The mother that raised me was just a normal-sized human. Something happened after that. Partially turned her into something more like this." Ves waved his hand at the giant statue. "That must be some story," Kedis dryly remarked. "It must be really nice for you to be raised by such a lovely mother on a normal planet. My parents were different." "You were raised on the frontier, right?" "Yes," she sighed. "The settlements over there are not places that any girls should grow up in. I can't recall too many details of my life before I joined the Sword Maidens, but I am glad for that. I don't want them weighing down on me. As far as I'm concerned, the Sword Maidens are my actual family. Commander Lydia and Myra gave me an entirely new life. They turned a weak, scrawny and hungry girl and molded her into a proper Sword Maiden." Ves found it unfortunate that Kedis hadn't been able to grow up in a nicer environment. Children shouldn't ever grow up under these suboptimal circumstances. "We can't save every child in human space, but we should at least make sure that none of our younger Larkin sons have to go through that. I consider our clan to be one big family. No one should ever feel alone in our fleet." Kedis smiled. "That is one of the things I love about the Larkinson clan. It's just like the Sword Maidens but on a much bigger scale. I know that I can count on a penitent sister, Vandal, Avatar or any other Larkin son if I need help. I really hope we won't lose that once we become bigger." "I hope so as well." They both enjoyed their warmth together until Gloriana and Juliet finished their prayers. They returned with renewed enthusiasm. "Let's start." They proceeded to fabricate the Vanguard project. As a relatively bigger and fatter expert mech than the ones that came before, the 4 journeymen had to process significantly more materials. That didn't mean they had to fabricate a lot more parts. Most of the components that made up the Vanguard project were relatively bigger and more robust in order to account for all of the frequent impacts and shock damage the expert mech was expected to incur. Its 2-layer armor system was a particularly big job. The mood among the mech designers hadn't spiked all that much. Even with Blinky's design network did not give them much of an advantage this time because none of the journeymen were as fired up as before. It was not their fault. The journeymen did not slack off and worked earnestly on an expert mech they respected. They all wanted to make the Larkinson clan stronger, and do right by venerable orphan by providing her with the best expert mech possible. Yet, nothing remarkable happened. The fire just wasn't there. The Vanguard project did not rank high in anyone's list of favorites. The superior mother never showed up and none of the mech designers gained any epiphanies. Days passed by as the Vanguard project slowly took shape. Once the mech designers fabricated a large collection of good quality parts, they began to assemble it while Venerable Orphan and the other expert pilots watched on from the sides. After just over a week of work interspersed by short breaks, the design department finally completed its third expert mech. "It's a good mech," Ves simply said. That should have sounded like a success in any other instance. In this context, though, it was not the best. The quality of the Vanguard project was merely good. It was not a masterwork and was too far away for Ves to ever consider using one of his gems. To be honest, the Vanguard project was just as good as the Dark Zephyr, if not better. There shouldn't be a reason why any of the mech designers looked disappointed at this time. Still, Ves felt that he could have made it great if the circumstances were different. He couldn't help but feel as if he failed in some way.